Section 1 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. Chapter 7. Disembarkation in the Rif. There is no doubt that a strong party in Spain itself was opposed to General Primo de Rivera's program of a disembarkation at or near Algeciras. The objections that were put forward were largely based upon the experiences of Gallipoli and the great difficulties that had been encountered there. It was true, it was admitted, that Abdel Krim's troops could not be compared to the Turks, but it was equally true that the British forces had been more experienced and more adequately supplied than the Spaniards could hope to be. In any case, Gallipoli had served to show how extremely difficult was a disembarkation of troops on an enemy shore. Those, however, who were in favour of the project, and those who were responsible for it, made a careful study of what had occurred at the Dardanelles, and profited no little from the experiences of that operation. The landing of troops on the Rif coast had so often been discussed, so often proposed, and so often abandoned, that almost up to the day of its achievement there was a general belief that it would never be attempted. It was not until it became known that the Spanish government was purchasing a large quantity of material, some of which had actually served at Gallipoli, that incredulity ceased, and it was realized that the government's intention was serious. The last doubts were dispersed when the concentration of troops and material began at Ceuta, Tetuan, and Melilla. Yet even then, the idea awoke little or no enthusiasm, except amongst the troops who were to take part in the great adventure. It probably needed all General Primo de Rivera's well-known courage and tenacity to carry his programme through. The king, it is said, was from the first in favour of this operation. Both King Alfonso and the President of the Directory realised fully how great the responsibility was and how disastrous any failure would be. They must have been aware that the army was not yet so thoroughly reorganised that everything could be expected to move without a hitch, and an operation of such magnitude and difficulty must have given them very serious moments of thought. There must be nothing haphazard, no failure from want of preparation, no confusion in execution. With that grit and efficiency which are so largely the characteristics of General Primo de Rivera, he entered into every detail and took upon himself the entire responsibility. For a time, the French military authorities looked a little askance upon so formidable an undertaking, and it was only when the Spanish plans had been examined at Paris that the French War Office gave its unhesitating approval. It was realized that, even if success could not be absolutely guaranteed, everything possible had been done to ensure it. For some time before the date which had been decided upon for the disembarkation, the early days of September, preparations were being seriously made. 2 columns were organised, one in the Tetuan district under the command of General Saro, the second at Melilla under General Fernandez Perez. The usual practice was to be adopted of using as shock troops the Spanish Legion and the native infantry, and for this purpose a special training in the attacking of entrenched positions, in the use of hand grenades, and in embarking and disembarking was instituted. What can almost be described as full dress rehearsals took place at 2 points on the coast. That of the Tetuan column proved entirely satisfactory, but manoeuvres with the Melilla column and an experimental disembarkation gave much food for thought, and certain modifications were found necessary. General Primo de Rivera would take no risks over and above those which could not possibly be avoided. The French put their fleet at the disposal of the Spanish government, though it was mutually agreed that no French sailors were to be disembarked. With the exception of the exact date and the spot or spots at which the disembarkation was to take place, everything was known beforehand. It was, naturally, quite impossible to keep so important a movement secret. On September the 1st, General Primo de Rivera presided at a council of the commanding officers at Tetuan. 6 days later, before embarking on the Spanish warship Alfonso XIII, he issued a proclamation to the army in which he called attention to the necessity for the coming action. Attempts to come to terms with the RIF had failed. Everything, he said, had been carefully prepared. He expressed his confidence in the army and trusted that he enjoyed their confidence in return. He called upon the Legion and the native troops to realize the justice of Spain's cause and the necessity of ridding the country of the rebel chief. He pointed out that the dangers and difficulties were many. "We can be proud," the proclamation concluded, "of being a superior race, of coming of a strong people, and of belonging to an organized and well-governed nation. Your commander-in-chief hopes soon to congratulate you on your triumph." At the same time, General Primo de Rivera issued an ultimatum to the tribes. The Spanish army, it ran, had decided that Abdel Krim must be punished, and the RIF invaded by troops of France and Spain. Many of the RIFI chiefs would fight on Spain's side, men who had recognized the crimes of Abdel Krim. The ultimatum gave 3 days for surrender, and stated that it was only by submission that the tribes could escape the severest punishment. Pardon would be granted to all who came to the advance posts and surrendered. Should they refuse to do so, they would pay the price and they would shed tears of blood. Meanwhile, any ill treatment of French or Spanish prisoners would be met with reprisals. The decision of peace and war, it concluded, rested with the Rifis. This proclamation was widely distributed by aeroplane. There was no doubt that Abdel Krim was kept informed of the Spanish plans of disembarkation, but he certainly knew nothing of the exact spot at which it would be attempted. Everything, however, pointed to Alhucemas Bay, where the beach was suitable, and there was some protection from the prevailing winds. It was, too, the nearest spot to Ujda, his capital, and the Spaniards already possessed the island of Presidio just off the shore. The rest of the Rif coast, with 1 or 2 exceptions, was quite unsuitable for any operation of the kind. Even where landing was possible, no particular advantage could be gained by disembarkation on a barren coast with no vulnerable point within reach. Alhucemas had always been the Spanish objective, and could scarcely fail to be so on this occasion. Abdel Krim accordingly made every preparation for the defence of that part of the coast. At the same time, realizing that the Spanish preparations were well advanced, he attempted to cause a postponement, or even the abandonment of the expedition, by a diversion in the Tetuan district. Although he was not successful to that extent, he eventually upset the details of General Primo de Rivera's program by causing the hurried dispatch to the western zone of 3 battalions of troops destined to disembark with the Melilla column to the east of Alhucemas Bay. It was not improbable that the absence of these soldiers necessitated the eventual abandonment of that part of the operation. In any case, it never took place. It was during the first few days of September that Abdel Krim's diversion in the Tetuan district manifested itself. Ahmedo Herrero, with a large number of Jabala tribesmen, each detachment commanded by Rifis sent by Abdel Krim for that purpose, penetrated between the posts of Gorgius, Ben Karish, and Curia Tekir, a few miles south and southwest of Tetuan, and took up a strong position in the rugged summits of the mountain. Curia Tahir was completely isolated. The Jabala tribesmen had brought with them 9 guns and skillful gunners who, for a time, were supposed to be Europeans, so ably did they handle their artillery. The first shot fired struck the muzzle of one of the Kudia Tahir cannon, but the Riffies were not content with attacking the post alone. They threatened the important position of Ben Karish and kept up a desultory fire on its fortifications. But it was upon Kudia Tahir that they turned their principal attention. They realized that the capture of this post would break the Primo line and allow them to bring their artillery to the heights that overlooked Tetuan, whence a bombardment of the town was not only feasible, but easy. A sustained bombardment of the capital of the Spanish zone, the residence of both the Sultan's Khalifa and the Spanish High Commissioner, would, Abdel realized, cause consternation in Spain, and increase enormously his prestige among the tribes. It was, therefore, all important that Kudia Tahir should be taken. This sudden change in the situation at Tetuan jeopardized the expedition to Alhucemas on the point of setting out, and for a time there was some intention to postpone it. But it was realized that a check at this moment, and the moral victory for Abdel Krim that a check would entail, would be highly disadvantageous. The critical hour of the riff had arrived. The Spaniards must go on, or fail. And failure meant... It was impossible to say what failure might mean. General Primo de Rivera realized this. The thrust he was about to make at the heart of the riff must not be retarded. He started on September the 6th with the expedition, not without some hesitation. So fierce, however, became the struggle to the south of Tetuan, that in a few days he returned, bringing back with him 2 battalions of the Spanish Legion and a battalion of the native Melilla Regiment, which had not yet been disembarked at Alhucemas. Meanwhile, the situation at Kudia Tahir had become critical. The Riffies concentrated the fire of their guns upon its parapets, which crumbled away faster than they could be repaired. The tents of the little camp took fire and were burnt. Amongst the first men of the garrison to be killed were an artillery officer and 9 of his men. Only 1 gun remained in use, and the water tanks were destroyed. The plight of the garrison seemed hopeless. Every attempt to relieve them failed. The ground was boulder-strewn, and all access to the post was over rocky country, where the relieving force was exposed to the fire of an invisible enemy. On September the 5th, the Riffies made a general attack, and the small post of Nator was captured. At Kudia Tahir, the same day, the commanding officer was killed. The Spanish airmen rendered great services, and it was only by dropping ice and provisions into the post that it was able to hold out. Several of the pilots were wounded. Again on the nights of September the 6th and 7th, the post was fiercely attacked, and at Tetuan all hope of saving its brave little garrison was abandoned. The enemy was now more securely entrenched than ever, and even Ben Karish was seriously threatened. On September the 8th, 2 columns were prepared for the purpose of the relief, and on the 10th, the 3 battalions that had been sent back from the Alhucemas expedition reached Tetuan. On the 11th, the 3 columns started. The centre was formed by 2 battalions of the Legion and the battalion of the Melilla Regiment, which had just arrived. In spite of having been nearly a week on board the transports, the men were in excellent condition and proud of the difficult task that had been allotted them. The fighting on the 12th, as the troops ascended the steep mountains that rise to the immediate south of Tetuan, was severe, and even the little villages perched high up amongst the rocks had to be taken at the point of the bayonet. The garrison of Kudia Tahir was now reduced to 25 men and 3 wounded officers, and it seemed impossible that it could hold out. Fighting every yard of the way, the column spent the night at Dargazi, a little over a mile from the besieged post. The following morning, Kudia Tahir was relieved after 10 days of almost incessant fighting. The enemy suffered severely as the column advanced, over 150 dead being left at the spot where they made their last stand. the little garrison of Kudia Tahir had lost 22 killed and 10 wounded. The following day, the survivors entered Tetuan and were received with the highest honours. The relief column marched past General Primo de Rivera, the men of the Legion bearing on their bayonets trophies of war, which led to a severe reprimand from the commander-in-chief. It was the reprisals perpetrated by the men of the Legion on enemy prisoners on this occasion that led to General Primo de Rivera to order once and for all the cessation of such acts of barbarity. In doing so, he removed, it is to be hoped forever, the principal cause of an absence of British sympathy with the Spanish action in Morocco. On September the 5th, 8 days before the relief of Kudia Tahir, the Tetuan column, under the command of General Saro, had embarked at Ceuta, and the following day the plan of the expedition was made known to the commanding officers. It was on Sebadilla Beach that the disembarkation was to take place, a spot on the west shore of the rocky promontory that forms the western point of Alhucemas Bay. The Melilla column was to land a little further to the east, should the local situation prove satisfactory. All other naval demonstrations, at Wadlau, at Sidi Driss, or elsewhere, were to be merely diversions to call off the attention of the enemy. The ultimate objective was Ajdir, Abdel Krim's capital, situated a few miles inland from the shore of Alhucemas Bay. The warships and transports anchored on September 5th off Rio Martin, the open roadstead which serves as the port of Tetuan, and proceeded the next day southward along the coast to the mouth of the Wadlau. The expedition counted nearly 100 vessels of all sorts and conditions. The coast was heavily bombarded, and a feint of landing was made, the men even being put into the lighters, but under the cover of night the expedition turned eastward and proceeded toward Alhucemas. It was the sudden departure of these ships that set abroad amongst the natives the story of an attempted landing at the mouth of the Wadlau, and of a Spanish defeat. The Jabala even claimed to have sunk some of the Spanish vessels. The disembarkation at Sebdilla was to have taken place on the morning of September the 7th, but the strong currents on the coast had retarded the progress of the fleet which transported the Tetuan column, whose landing was to be the first item of the programme, and at dawn, when the ships ought to have been in front of Sebdilla, they were many miles to the westward, opposite Badis on the Hamara coast. The transports, on board of which was the Melilla column, on the contrary, found themselves too far to the westward, in exactly the position in which the other section of the expedition should have been. This entirely upset the plans of General Primo de Rivera, and a surprise was no longer possible. It was not till nearly midday that the fleet with the Tetuan column reached Morro Nuevo and Sebdilla. The disembarkation was postponed, and instead a heavy bombardment of the whole shore of the Bay of Alhucemas was undertaken by the warships. The following morning, under the protection of gunfire, the landing was begun. The beach of Sebdilla slopes gradually into the sea, and the water was found to be too shallow to permit of the lighters reaching the shore. The soldiers, nothing daunted, waded to the land up to their chests in water. The surrounding heights were occupied with little resistance, and a Moorish battery of 3 guns was captured. The delay in the disembarkation, and the withdrawal of the 3 battalions which were required for service in the Tetuan district, had rendered necessary an entire change of plans for the 2nd Melilla column, under General Fernandez Perez. It had been originally intended for these troops to be disembarked on the east side of Alhucemas Bay, as soon as General Saro's column had gained a secure footing in the west. But the reduction of the number of General Perez's force rendered this operation unwise, and it was decided that the Melilla troops should remain on board ship in the offing, and reinforce General Saro's disembarked forces as soon as an advance should have been given more breathing space round Sebdilla. It was not till September the 11th that this second disembarkation took place, the men having passed 6 days on board the transports. On the 16th, the last men were put ashore. Until September the 14th, fine weather had facilitated the operation. The sea had been calm, for the strong east wind, so persistent on that exposed coast, had failed to blow. Everything had been favourable, but it was too much to hope that such good fortune would be permanent. On September the 14th, the Levante rose, and the disembarkation was much hindered, with consequent disagreeable results. the most important being the extreme difficulty of landing water for the troops, of whom there were now 20,000 ashore. With the exception of one or two quite inadequate wells, no water was available in the occupied area. It all had to be brought from Ceuta or from Malaga. The enemy had shown but little resistance to the landing, and on the day of the disembarkation the Spaniards only suffered about 50 casualties. There is no doubt that the spot chosen just outside Alhucemas Bay to the west came as a surprise to the Riffies, who had expected the landing to be made inside the bay, and had taken every precaution accordingly, and had concentrated nearly all their artillery in that locality. During the bombardment of the coast on September the 7th and the succeeding days, more than one shell struck the Spanish and French warships, though the small calibre of the Riffi guns rendered these hits almost without effect. It would seem that the Riffies, not suspecting a landing at Sebdilla, had left that district with little means for its protection, though the hills above the beach were found to be trenched and fortified. The 3 guns captured almost immediately after the landing took place were probably all that at that moment commanded the beach. But the enemy was not slow in repairing this mistake, and his bombardment of the Spanish camp increased almost from hour to hour. During the day the Riffi guns were generally silent, in order that the positions of their artillery should not be located by the Spanish airmen. But no sooner did darkness fall than the bombardment began, shells falling fast in the occupied area. By day, the much reduced gunfire was chiefly concentrated on such vessels as approached the coast, 1 or 2 of which were hit. On the nights of September the 11th and 12th, the Riffies made determined attacks upon the Spanish lines, but were successfully driven off. Although optimistic reports were circulated in Spain, there were many who realized that the position was precarious and that some immediate effort was necessary to increase the occupied area. Wind and sea were now unfavourable, and the landing of stores and water was difficult. The Spanish forces were aptly described as clinging like flies to the rocks of a waterless promontory, under the constant fire of the enemy. On September the 20th, the mules and horses were at length landed, the bad weather and scarcity of fresh water ashore having prevented this from being done earlier. Everything was now ready for an advance, and on the same day General Primo de Rivera returned from Tetuan. On September the 22nd the first move was made. Only native regiments were employed. The object was to ascertain the position of the enemy's artillery. In spite of a bombardment of the enemy's trenches by the Spanish guns, and bombing from the air, the advancing troops were met, within 1,000 yards of the Spanish lines, by a sustained rifle fire from the Riffies hidden amongst the rocks and entrenched on the hillside. The troops suffered heavily, and it being clear that no frontal attack was possible except at a great cost, they were ordered to retire. This check caused a deep disappointment in the Spanish camp, accompanied, as it was, by so many casualties. A wave of pessimism seems to have passed over the whole expedition, and it was judged absolutely necessary that an immediate advance in force should take place in order to restore the morale of the army. Everything forbade delay: the cramped ground, the insanitary state of the camp, the want of water, and the constant menace by the enemy's guns. On the morning of the 23rd, accordingly, a general advance took place. The objectives were, on the left, the coast on the other side of the promontory, near Morro Viejo, in the centre of the enemy's position on Mount Marmuzi, and to the right the hills known as the Cuernos de Chawan. The Spanish forces were divided into 3 columns. That on the right was to make a feint of reaching the Cuernos de Chawan, but not to push as far, leaving the ground open for the centre column to attack the Riffies in the flank and rear. The 3rd column was to be held in reserve until required. From the beginning of the action, the fighting was severe, the troops having to advance as far as was possible under the cover of the boulders and rocks, so accurate and so constant was the enemy fire. The plan was accurately and successfully carried out. The Riffies resisting the advance of the right column at the foothills of Cuernos de Chawan were taken in the flank by the centre column and lost heavily. The men of the Legion had to drive many of the enemy from the fissures and caves into which they had taken refuge, and there was much hand-to-hand fighting. The tribesmen in the centre abandoned their trenches and took to the higher hills, but everywhere the resistance was stubborn. Mount Malmuzi was carried by assault, but with one check, when the native troops suddenly found themselves amongst a number of mines which exploded amongst their advancing numbers. For a few minutes there was panic, but the ground they abandoned was quickly retaken by the men of the Legion, who charged at the critical moment. It was the native regiment's first experience of mines, and it cannot be wondered at that they caused a little panic amongst men totally inexperienced to that particular art of warfare. Little by little, the retreating enemy were driven up the steep mountainside. Only once was there a pause when all the available Spanish guns concentrated upon the mountain top, a formidable and incessant fire. The summit of Mount Malmuzi was said to resemble the crater of a volcano, for the heavy guns of the warships added their high explosive shells to the bombardment of the artillery. Suddenly the gunfire ceased, and with a rush the summit was reached, and the Spanish flag unfurled. The Spaniards found only one man alive, a Riffi, who stood there and continued to fire until he was stabbed to death by the men of the Legion. The rest were either killed or had fled at the moment of the bombardment. With this advance, the Spaniards held practically the whole promontory, and were in possession of 2 useful sheltered coves on its eastern shore. The Spanish casualties on September the 23rd were about 700. The effect of the landing at Alhucemas upon Abdel Krim and his Riffis must have been one of consternation. They had always believed, or at all events stated, that no Spanish landing was possible on their coast. They now knew that Mount Malmuzi was in the occupation of the Spanish forces, Ujda was as good as lost, and it seems that the evacuation of the capital and the surrounding villages began almost at once. Abdel Krim himself explained the success of the Spaniards as due to the treachery of the Bukoya tribe, who inhabited the neighbouring territory to the west, but it would seem that the Riffis were taken completely by surprise and had failed to protect this little strip of the coast on which, it must be confessed, a landing was not to be expected. The Spaniards did not advance again until September the 30th, the interval being occupied in the constructing of a pier for the further disembarking of stores, in sinking wells, and in fortifying the occupied positions. A storm of wind and rain added much to the discomfort of the troops. On the last day of September, General Sarro's division, in 2 columns under Colonels Franco and Martin, occupied Mount Palomas in the direction of Ujda. Other columns advancing on the left installed themselves on the hills, overlooking the valley of the Wadgis and the Khor, and the plain on which Ujda lay. It had been intended to advance no farther, but the temptation was too great to be resisted, and without receiving any orders to that effect, the soldiers of the Legion invaded the plain below and pillaged all they could lay their hands on. The whole countryside was deserted, and the Riffis had carried off all of their possessions that were of value, or removable. Ujda was looted of the little that was left. In November, the new Khalifa of the Spanish zone was appointed, Malai Hassan, a son of the late Khalifa Malai el-Mehdi, who had died 2 years previously. Meanwhile, the post had remained vacant. Malai Hassan was a boy of 14 years of age. At the same moment, General Primo de Rivera handed over the High Commissionership of Spanish Morocco to General Sanjurjo. The situation in Morocco, greatly modified by the disembarkation on the Rif coast, allowed now some hopes of a period of peace. It was winter, and all operations would be difficult, and Ujda had fallen. This success seemed to have finally converted General Primo de Rivera to the policy of complete military occupation of the Spanish zone, and all idea of its evacuation, of which he had been at one time the advocate, was abandoned. His efforts were now centred upon the disarmament of all the tribes in the occupied regions, and an understanding with the tribes. But Abdel Krim was still at large, and as long as a solution was not arrived at as to his future, Morocco would continue to be a source of difficulty and danger. Before leaving the country in the middle of November 1925, General Primo de Rivera visited Larache, Alcazar, and Azila, where he addressed the troops. Everywhere he adopted the same optimistic tone. in a few months. He said, "We shall have finished with this question of the reef. In a few years, Morocco will no longer be a source of anxiety to us." At Alcazar, he had an interview with Monsieur Stig, the French resident general, who had come from Rabat to see him. General Nolan, in command of the French troops in Morocco, accompanied Monsieur Stig. The interview was considered as highly satisfactory on both sides, and tended to cement the entente between France and Spain. Yet even in this hour of satisfaction and victory, Tetuan was to suffer a new and annoying threat. Herrero and his Jabala contingents had succeeded in transporting a gun, or possibly more than one, over the mountain tops and through the Spanish lines, and had mounted it, or them, in a cave on one of the steep limestone precipices on the south that overlook the city from a great height. From this point of vantage, from day to day, a few shots were fired, destroying a little property and causing a few losses in the town. This bombardment of the capital of the Spanish zone continued over a protracted period and caused much worry to the Spaniards. The gun, after being fired, was evidently immediately withdrawn into the recesses of the cave, where it remained immune from the bombs of airmen and from the shells of the Tetuan batteries, which were always in readiness to reply the moment a little puff of white smoke was seen issuing from the mouth of the cave. The rest of the winter passed in comparative quiet on all the fronts, but the French and Spanish were busy organizing the spring campaign, in which it had mutually been agreed an end must be put to the Riffi menace. The events which culminated in the surrender of Abdel Krim will be related in subsequent chapters, but the independent operations on the French front, up to the time when joint action by the French and Spanish armies was inaugurated, must first be dealt with. End of section 1. Section 2 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 8a. The French in Morocco. With the death of Moulay Hassan in 1894, the last strong Sultan of Morocco passed away. His unflagging energy, his constant military progresses through his country in the pursuit of peace or of war, his excursions far afield into the barren Atlas and into the still more barren desert, had rendered him master of the greater part of his turbulent dominions. In choosing one of his younger sons, Moulay Abdelaziz, a boy of 13 years of age, to succeed him on his throne, he must have had some misgivings as to the future, for he must have realized that the empire, which he had held together only by constant repression and by constant warfare, could ill be maintained by a child. Fatalist like all his race, he probably bestowed the throne upon his favourite son, and left the rest to Providence. Moulay Abdelaziz, for the first 6 years of his sultanate, lived a life of seclusion in the palace, appearing only in state on the great national feast days. It was not till the death of his Grand Vizier, Bahahmed, that the young sovereign emerged from the palace to take part in the affairs of his country. The manner in which Morocco, under his feeble rule, was ruined politically and financially is well known. Gentle and timid by disposition, with much weakness and no little charm, he neglected the affairs of state and spent his time in amusements which his courtiers were only too pleased to facilitate. The country's money was wasted on playthings, innocent enough in their kind, but eminently unsuitable to a descendant of the Prophet who held his throne more by a reputation of hereditary sanctity than through any temporal ascendancy. The fanaticism of the tribesmen was aroused, and Moulay Abdelaziz's power and prestige declined. Even the more educated and rational part of the population disapproved of his European proclivities, and were not slow to show their disapproval. Rebellions broke out in different parts of the country, which were either suppressed with great difficulty or remained unsuppressed. Taxes became more and more difficult to collect, and at the same time the greed and corruption of the Moorish court increased. Little or no money found its way into the treasury. The Moroccan sun was setting, and setting fast. In 1908, after a long series of indecisive battles, Mulai Abdelaziz and his army were defeated by the forces of his brother Mulai Hafid, who had raised the standard of revolt in the south, and had had himself proclaimed Sultan in Marrakesh. Abdelaziz fled to the coast, where he abdicated, and Hafid was proclaimed throughout the whole country. For a time it appeared that the new Sultan would be able to restore some measure of the throne's lost authority, but the state of decay into which Morocco had fallen had entered too deeply into the country's system. It was past remedy. Meeting with ill success on all sides, he became morose and discouraged. His nervous temperament drove him to excesses, his cruelty became proverbial, and Morocco sank during the last 2 years of his reign into a state of chaos and confusion. The tribes rose in revolt, and in 1911 Mulai Hafid found himself and his capital besieged by rebel forces. The Berber tribesmen raided up to the very walls of Fez, and every road was insecure. In a moment of panic, the Sultan asked for a French force to be sent to relieve the capital. The French had occupied Casablanca in 1907 after a massacre of some Europeans, and had already extended their sway over a number of the coastal tribes. In answer to the Sultan's appeal for help, a French column, proceeding by forced marches, reached Fez in May 1911 and drove off the attacking tribesmen. It was the beginning of the end of the independence of Morocco, and a year later, 1912, Mulai Hafid signed the treaty by which the French protectorate came into existence. A massacre of the French officers commanding the native regiments followed, and Paris hurriedly sent General Ujda to Fez as resident general. In August, Mulai Hafid abdicated, and a younger brother, Mulai Youssef, was proclaimed sultan in his place. The same autumn, a French column under General Morgan occupied Marrakesh, where a fanatical rising had taken place, and where the French residents were held as prisoners. With the occupation of Fez and Marrakesh, the two capitals, a large extent of western Morocco passed into French hands. But a vast work yet remained to be accomplished. Morocco was in a state of chaos. The last two sultans had witnessed their prestige, temporal and religious, diminish almost to vanishing point. The greater part of the country was in open revolt. The tribes were raiding one another. All government authority had disappeared, and only a few of the great chiefs were sufficiently powerful to maintain even a semblance of order amongst their tribal followers. No taxes were being paid, and the population, except in such districts as the French had already occupied, were entirely out of hand, and when the tribesmen of Morocco get out of hand, the result is pandemonium. They love fighting for itself, and for the opportunities of loot that anarchy offers. They were well armed with modern rifles, and in the possession of much ammunition, which they were able to replenish thanks to the contraband trade. If they held their own lives cheaply, they held those of others much cheaper, for death means little amongst the Berber tribesmen. In the towns, every kind of intrigue was rife, and no one trusted his neighbour or his friend. The roads in every direction were insecure, pillage and robbery existed everywhere, and the French columns engaged in restoring order found their every step in advance disputed. Such was the state of Morocco when, in 1912, General Ujda, the French resident general, took up his duties in Fez. His first acts were to bring about an amelioration in the local situation. He reprieved such of the Moorish soldiers, a number had been condemned to death for the massacre of their French officers, as had not already been executed. The effect of this clemency was instantaneous. The inhabitants of Fez realized that the new chief sought no revenge. He then countermanded the heavy fine that had been imposed upon the city, for he realized that the massacre of the French officers had been due to a sudden military revolt, and that in no way was the population of the town responsible. At the same time, he let it clearly be seen that he was the master. His orders had to be carried out, and very quickly. but they were always orders that were issued in a spirit of justice, and that avoided all unnecessary humiliation of the people. While he took the strictest measures to ensure the security of the European population, he was equally strict in insisting that no insult or slight should be offered to the religion or the persons of the native population. He entered into direct and sympathetic relations with the chief men of the capital, and asked for, and obtained, their cooperation in the restoration of order. He threw as much responsibility as was possible upon their shoulders, and gave them all the military assistance they might require to maintain peace. When, a few months later, General Ujda returned to the coast, he left a highly satisfactory state of affairs behind him in Fez. The inhabitants appreciated his qualities, and made no secret of their liking for this sympathetic strong man, who had succeeded in so short a time in bringing about a normal situation. In turn, the general realized that he was dealing with men of intelligence and understanding, and that his principal support in the very difficult task that lay before him could be found in the people themselves. He guaranteed them the full enjoyment of their religious, historical, and traditional institutions without let or hindrance. He confirmed their posts, such as were to be trusted, and many who formerly were not to be trusted too far, but who, under this new regime, from fear or from higher motives, became more worthy citizens. On his arrival at the coast, General Ujda turned his attention to the important question of the administration of the whole of Morocco, including those wild mountain districts which had rarely or never in the past submitted even to their own sultans. The outlook was not promising. The last sultan had abdicated under circumstances which threatened the prestige of his successor. He had, in the eyes of his people, in signing the Treaty of the Protectorate, sold his country to the Christians. His predecessor on the throne, Mulai Abdelaziz, had been a weak and vacillating sovereign, who had wasted the revenues and emptied the treasury. The actual holder of the throne, Mulai Youssef, had accepted it at the hands of the French, and, though necessary religious formalities had been gone through, and his recognition by the Muslim authorities obtained, his prestige was necessarily none too great. The whole country was in a state of rampant anarchy. The great Berber chiefs of the Atlas were alone able to keep order amongst their tribesmen, and even their authority was limited. The rest was chaos. If the new sultan was tacitly accepted by the people, it was owing more to indifference than to any respect for his personality. He was an unknown prince, young, of sufficient intelligence, of pleasant manner, and of a thoughtful and serious disposition. The choice was a wise one, and Mulai Youssef, who is reigning sultan today, has filled his post with tact and ability. It can be perceived that such a state of anarchy as existed in Morocco was no firm base upon which to build up a new administration, and no decision had as yet been taken as to the form or character that this new administration was to assume. The French had not been altogether successful in Algeria. At the time of its conquest and occupation, in the middle of the 19th century, France had little experience of colonial government, especially of Islamic peoples. The introduction into Algeria of the French legal code, so entirely opposed to the Islamic law, on which the Muslim legislation and Muslim society are founded, was a mistake that cannot be exaggerated. It led to endless difficulties and endless dissatisfaction which succeeding modifications have only partially removed. Its results are still felt. In Tunis, with their Algerian experience to guide them, the French introduced a new system of collaboration with the already existing government which, though it has not failed, has proved more of a modus vivendi than a successful policy. Tunis was an improvement on Algeria, just as Morocco has been an improvement on Tunis. It was decided to introduce into Morocco a real protectorate in the highest sense of that word, to change as little as possible the outward and visible form of government, to retain and support the religious institutions, to respect the native customs and traditions, to govern through the Sultan and his viziers, but at the same time to guarantee that the government should be good. With reference to the tribes, French and Moroccan forces should act together to restore order and bring the recalcitrant to heel, invariably in the name of the Sultan. The submission of the tribesmen should be a submission to the Muslim Sultan and not to the foreign Christian government which was aiding him, for the Sultan was their spiritual and acknowledged chief and the head of their religion. The sovereigns of Morocco are the descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, and spiritually are owed allegiance. It was the return of straying sheep to the fold, rather than the bowing of the head to a stranger of another faith. No doubt the tribes realized that the force behind the throne was France, and that without this force the Sultan would be powerless to bring them to reason. But in Morocco, as elsewhere, the wind is tempered to the accommodating conscience, and the fact that the army was acting in the name of the head of their faith rendered defeat less unpalatable, and submission theoretically excusable. The French quickly organized a native army. There was no lack of volunteers, for the Moor has always been a fighter. When a tribe submitted, its younger men, no longer able to oppose the invading force, joined their yesterday's enemy, and in a spirit of complete indifference, set off to fight the neighbouring tribe in the interests of the very men they were doing their best to annihilate a few days before. "Yesterday was yesterday," they say, "and today is today. Tomorrow is God's, and who knows what it may bring." The efficiency of these native troops was admirably proved during the war in France and elsewhere. The remnants of their regiment returned home to Morocco with their colours decorated and their tunics striped with ribbons, a little indifferent to it all, and ready to fight again anywhere and at any time. Natives from all over Morocco, they have drifted into the Moorish army, for there is no conscription, have been drilled and learned discipline, and gone forth to fight their co-religionists and fellow tribesmen without a moment's hesitation, imbued with a hereditary love of battle, regardless of the nationality or faith of the enemy, or the reason or nature of the campaign. In the organization of this army, the French have adopted a practice that is in absolute contradiction to the Anglo-Saxon point of view. They have instituted mixed regiments in which French and Moorish soldiers serve without colour distinction and without discrimination of treatment. When out on expeditions, they fight, feed, sleep together. They learn each other's language sufficiently well to converse at ease, for they are young recruits when drafted into these mixed regiments. They become fast friends. They share their duties and their amusements with no feeling of aloofness from religion or race. The colour line does not exist. The French military authorities are highly satisfied with this arrangement. Their generals in Morocco state that its success is indisputable. The presence of Frenchmen gives a certain tone to the mixed native regiments, which they would otherwise lack, and the native soldier appreciates, if he gives it a serious thought at all, the fact that he is receiving equality of treatment. The attitude is natural, for all idea of differentiation on account of religion, race, or colour is absent on both sides. It may be that Morocco is a particularly favourable country in which to carry out this system, owing to the qualities of the native population. It may even be that it would be impossible outside North Africa, but in any case, it is a success. It is an argument, and a strong one, in favour of the theory that the Berber population of Morocco comes of a northern stock. Their outlook on life, their intelligence, and their mentality are closely allied to our own. In the progress of civilization, they have been left a long way behind, though as late as the 17th century they were living a life which could well be compared with that of many parts of the continent of Europe at that epoch. Art, literature, and architecture flourished at the universities of Fez and Marrakesh up to the very end of the 17th century. The tribal administration of the Berbers is founded on the broadest principles of democracy, and in certain aspects borders on socialism, especially in the common ownership of land. While the Arab never possesses the European mental outlook, the Berber from the mountains, or the Sus, has to all intents and purposes a European mind. His attitude towards women, his honourable tribal traditions, his sense of humour, his quickness of thought, his merry laugh, all render him an agreeable and intelligent companion, and a firm and trustworthy friend. He will sit down and talk without hesitation and with no shyness, and so similar is his manner of expression, so near is his humour to our own, that it is difficult to realize that he comes from the great snow peaks of the Atlas, or from far beyond them, and that in all probability he is talking to a European for the first time in his life. His topics of conversation are necessarily limited by his environment, but his ability to acquire knowledge is remarkable. He accepts his new surroundings and adopts them. It is no doubt this facility of assimilation that renders the French system of mixed regiments not only possible, but also successful. The problem of military collaboration was followed by that of civil government. The French at once began to study the form of administration which could most profitably be introduced in order to carry on the new protectorate in its most advantageous form. They trusted not only their own past experience in Algeria and Tunis to guide them, for a commission was also sent to Egypt to study the methods adopted by the English there. The situation in Egypt did not, however, present the same features, except in so far as it dealt with a Muslim population under European control. When the English entered Egypt, the country was already largely Europeanized. Roads and railways existed, and there was a large Christian population. The country, in fact, was already opened up. In Morocco, this was not so. For centuries, a barrier of fanaticism and political jealousy had sternly defended the interior of the country against all European innovation. The foreign residents of Fez and Marrakesh could almost be counted on the fingers, and their position, if not actually dangerous, was at least difficult. But there was still much to be learned from the Egyptian situation. Egypt had reached in 1912 what Morocco might expect to be about 30 years later. It was therefore possible to judge of the effects of the policy which England had introduced into Egypt in the early 80s of the last century. This policy had, in the 30 years which had then elapsed, borne fruit, and the commission, which the French sent to Cairo, made a careful examination of this fruit. In many cases it was judged admirable, in many it clearly demonstrated what ought to be avoided in Morocco. Especially was this so in the movement in education which England had inaugurated. No one doubts that education is excellent, but education, unless it can find its legitimate outlets and further the ultimate interests of the scholar, has its drawbacks. Such portion of the youth of Egypt as was reached by the movement became educated above the measure of opportunity which awaited them. Their intelligence, their desire for knowledge, are highly to be commended, but the result was that there came into existence an educated class which found no outlet for its talents. Lawyers, doctors, and engineers almost hustled each other in the streets, and could not find the means to live in anything like the social status which their education warranted. The French Commission was not slow to appreciate this fact, and many others, good or bad, which could be taken as measures to adopt or to avoid. France had two assets in her favour which stood her in good stead. First, she possessed in Algeria and Tunis a Muslim army ready to hand, of which the majority of the troops were bilingual. This army furnished not only the men, but also a number of French, Algerian, and Tunisian officers accustomed to the command of natives of North Africa, the majority of them fluent speakers of the Arabic language, and not a few inured to the climatic and physical conditions of countries resembling this new field of action. She had at the same time at her disposal a whole civil administration consisting of men who had worked out and followed the problems of Christian and foreign control of Muslim populations. It was true Morocco presented many new problems, but the basis of the situation was very similar. France had still that other asset which in her task in Morocco has been invaluable, the absence of the colour question. Whatever may be the advantages or disadvantages of a distinct colour line in Negro countries, and even there are an exaggeration in either direction is to be deplored. The real inhabitants of Morocco are not black in any sense of the word. The Negroes that are seen in considerable numbers, especially in the south, are of Sudanese origin. The practice of marriage with slave women has tainted the Moorish blood in many of the towns, but the country population of the interior of Morocco is almost entirely free from this disadvantage. The country Moor is burnt by the sun and by exposure, but the tribesman of the Atlas and the northern mountain ranges is by nature a fair-skinned, not infrequently red-haired man, often lighter in complexion than the inhabitants of southern Europe. But not only is the northern Berber untainted with Negro blood, he is generally free of the mixture of the Arab, which tends so largely to conservatism of manner and custom, and to the retarding of civilization and progress. All these elements were taken into account by the French authorities in arriving at their decision as to the form of government that they would introduce. It was at once realized that the first duty of a protectorate was to safeguard the interests of the people who were to be protected, that is to say, the population of the country. And General Ujda in 1912 made no secret that the very basis of his policy was the improvement of the welfare of the Moroccan people. To carry this out, the first and most important essential was equality between all races, religions, and colours. Morocco was not a conquest. France's rights were based upon a treaty to which the Sultan and his government were parties. France was in the country to reorganize the state, to put an end to anarchy and chaos, to improve the condition of the people. Acting on General Ujda's wise recommendations, the French government decided to preserve, as far as was possible, that is to say, almost in its entirety, the form and practices of the old Moorish regime. The Sultan would retain his privileges. He would issue all laws and all edicts under his hand and seal. His word was final. He was not only the supreme sovereign, but also the head of their religion, in whose name prayers were offered in the mosques as a direct descendant of the Prophet, and as the Khalifa in northwest Africa. Such, with varying success, had always been the attributes of the Moorish sultans, and such they must remain. In great pomp and majesty, Mullah Yusuf rides forth from his palace on the Muslim feast days, surrounded by an imposing and gorgeous retinue, while over his head is held the crimson and gold parasol, the emblem of his exalted rank. Nothing is changed from the old days. Every detail of tradition, every item of etiquette, is as strictly adhered to as it was in the time of his ancestors. The Sultan is assisted in his government by his council of ministers, who are all natives, with the exception of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a post that is held by the French Resident General himself. The Grand Vizier, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of the Crown Domains, and the rest, are Moors of the old regime who today fill posts in the new protectorate government similar to those they held during the reigns of the last two independent sultans of Morocco. At the Moorish court scarcely an European is to be seen, and to the native who arrives at the capital there is little or no visible change from what he and his ancestors saw in the past. It is behind this outward and visible form of government and pageantry, in offices situated away from the palace and its oriental surroundings, the French administration is working. There is all French, except the guards and attendants. The brain of the protectorate, the force that makes the wheels go round, the energy, the foresight, all are concentrated in the groups of buildings that surround the residency at Rabat. It is there that everything is originated and thought out, to pass in its more completed form to the palace of the Sultan. The viziers are consulted, and act as advisers. The Sultan himself plays a wise part in the native affairs of his country, though he and his ministers may be thought to be little more than a gorgeous facade between the governors and the governed, the protectors and the protected. It is, however, an active and useful collaboration. To the Sultan and his court the French pay the greatest respect. The Resident General himself treats Mullah Yusuf with all the dignities of an independent sovereign. The viziers are accorded full honours as ministers of state. In the country, districts' native governors have been retained or appointed, always in the Sultan's name. They collect the taxes, assisted by French technical experts for the estimation of agricultural and produce values. In many parts, the French officers or civilian officials discreetly and almost invisibly assist the governors with their advice and control their actions. In other districts of the country, the governors act alone, and there is no direct control on the part of the French authorities. The great Berber Cades of the south can almost be described as independent chiefs, so large are their powers, and so extended their authority. In the towns, a large measure of self-administration has been granted in the form of municipal councils. The Majlis of Fez is a Muslim body with only one French member, the representative of the government. The Moorish members have proved to be able and competent men, with considerable liberty of action and entire liberty of speech. In other cities where the population is less accustomed to civilization than are the people of Fez, there are mixed French and Muslim municipal councils, with members elected or chosen. Everywhere it is collaboration between the protectors and the protected. A collaboration the full benefit of which is obtained by an almost entire absence of racial feeling. It has never existed, and while it appears to the French as totally unnecessary and irrational, it has never struck the native, even as a remote possibility, nor would he support it in silence. The Moor is amenable to government, but he would revolt at any sign of humiliation. End of section 2. Section 3 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 8b. The French in Morocco. That such a system of close and intimate collaboration can exist without certain difficulties is impossible. Even if the Moor is in his mentality not far removed from the European, the long period of stagnation and corruption through which his country has passed has not left him untouched. His propensities for looting, his vague ideas as to the morality of taking bribes, his desire to speculate on every possible occasion, render control necessary and arduous. To check corruption in its entirety is out of the question. But corruption as practised by the natives is not in their eyes an offence. They view these matters on a different plane from the European, though corruption is rife enough nowadays in Europe. The Moor has a spoken and avowed respect for absolute justice, but in practice it rather bores him. It takes away from the many changes and chances of this mortal life. In the time of the independent sultans, only a few years ago, the Moor speculated in everything, and his head was generally at stake. If he won, he made a fortune, generally by extortion. If he lost, his life was in danger, and a Moorish official's days ended as often as not in prison. Today, this insecurity of life and property has disappeared. A man owns his own existence and his own possessions, but generally he is still desirous of adding to it the property of others as well, procured in any manner whatever that is less expensive than legitimate purchase. To a very great extent the French have stamped out this corruption, but there is no doubt that the Moorish country officials, and perhaps even those in the towns, find a means of adding to their incomes in a manner that cannot be exactly described as legitimate. In principle, abstract justice is admirable, and in Morocco it may possibly come in time, but it will never win the wholehearted approval of the Moor, for it removes from his life the delightful thrill of uncertainty. As a rule, he dislikes regular taxation. He would prefer to have the chance once in a while of paying nothing, even if it meant that 9 times out of 10 he paid more. A fixed sum is merely a dull certainty. He prefers the X of algebra, which may turn out to be anything, the unknown quantity which only the final result can determine. It is a moot question in the control and government of Oriental peoples by European states what form of administration is most to be commended. The legitimate desire for abstract justice, which civilized races look upon as ideal, has little fascination for the Eastern. An unbending code of law administered by a judge whose knowledge and integrity are equally distinguished appears to him almost inhuman. He prefers the rough and ready justice of a soldier to the balanced judgment of a judge. He is amenable to the arbitration by his own tribal people, and will accept their verdict in a spirit that no legal judgment can instill. His outlook on justice is not our own, and it never will be. He does not demand our impartiality or integrity. On the contrary, he rather dislikes both. But there is one thing that touches him deeply, that goes straight to his heart, and that he seldom gets. It is sympathy. Sympathy in his simple joys and sympathy in his sorrow. A word, an expression, a smile is enough. The friendship which no system of the highest integrity can awaken will burst into existence at a kindly spoken word. He craves for sympathy, and how rare it is. He gets so little in his own life, from his own people. Their traditions and faith, the long years of oppression that they have suffered, have suppressed outward emotion and crushed deep feelings. His own existence has generally been so hard a struggle that he has scarcely had time to give thought to others. But deep behind the hard, stern features, hidden in the secret places of the soul, is this intense desire for sympathy. It needs but a touch, but a look, but a word to unlock the doors of the hearts of the people. And it is worth doing. Sympathy has been the principal feature which rendered successful Marechal Liute's administration of Morocco. Imbued from the first with the determination that the native should receive no humiliation, and be in a position of no inferiority because of his race, his colour, or his religion, the Marechal achieved a great work. With uninterrupted success, the French government carried on its task of reorganisation. There were periods of difficulty, and now and again a period of local danger. During the Great War, Morocco became a front. General Liute, in August 1914, had refused to countenance the French government's proposition to retire the garrisons of the towns of the interior and their European population to the coast. He had dispatched to France the troops, the artillery, and all the material that had been asked for, and with what remained, aided by a few regiments of territorials, he held the country against all the efforts of the Germans to raise a rebellion, and he held it successfully. Untiring, seldom enjoying a few hours' consecutive rest, Liute travelled from one end of the land to another, long rough journeys by car across roadless tracts of country or on horseback, in the cold and rain of winter and in the great heat of summer. Wherever there was a victory, he was there to congratulate the soldiers. Wherever there was a weak spot, he was there to remedy it. Imbued with a spirit of unquenchable patriotism, a man of deep emotions, he knew how to cheer the flagging spirit, how to reconcile to their lot the officers who were fretting to be sent to the French front, and how to retain the loyalty and affection of the population. It was my privilege to accompany him on many of these journeys to the very ends of the country, and to spend weeks in his company. Untiring in body and in mind, he never ceased his almost superhuman effort to hold Morocco together until the war should cease. He enjoyed a prestige that was probably unique in the history of colonial enterprise. A Christian in a Muslim land, governing a Muslim people, he was nevertheless honoured and loved. I saw him as he addressed the officers and non-commissioned officers of the columns that had just occupied the frontier regions of the Beni Magild and Zion tribes. It was at Ain Hammam, 6,000 feet up in the Atlas, in surroundings of deep ravines and forest. They stood spellbound as he, eloquent and deeply moved, spoke to them, cheering them, consoling them, praising them. I was with him on the next day, when the submitted tribesmen with their women and children came down from the higher mountains to look at Liute. The women, decked in their best and weighed down with their silver jewellery, offered him the traditional bowls of milk, and he walked about amongst them, gazed at wonderingly by the small children, who pressed round to touch or kiss his hand. It was the magic of his name, the magic of his personality. He had the greatest gift of all the qualities of colonial administration: sympathy. That day the tribesmen of those wild hills laid down their rifles and shouldered the pick and the hoe and made roads. From that day to this, all that region has remained tranquil and loyal, and security of life and property reigns undisturbed. The result of Layute's policy during those years of the war was that when the armistice was signed, France was in occupation of more of Morocco than when the war broke out. I often wonder if the French really know how deep their debt is to the Maréchal. Yet France went through dangerous days in Morocco, then and since, and once at least the whole fabric of the Protectorate seemed threatened when in April 1925 the Riffies overran the frontier districts of the French Protectorate and only failed to reach Fez. The Franco-Spanish Treaty of 1912 had defined the frontier between the French and Spanish zones, but the country through which the line passed was almost entirely unknown and unexplored, and had of course never been mapped. No detailed delimitation was therefore possible until a Franco-Spanish commission could visit the frontier region. This possibility had not yet come about. At the beginning of 1924, when the first complications between the Riffies and the French arose, neither of the two protecting powers, France or Spain, had occupied their frontier regions in this direction, and the line remained undefined and vague, and even in dispute. The Spaniards, recovering from the disaster of July 1921, were too busily engaged elsewhere to risk penetrating so far from their bases, and public opinion in the peninsula was such that any fresh expedition, costly in life and in money, might have had disastrous effects at home. The French, on the other hand, were employed in wiping off the map of Morocco the spots of dissidence in the Middle Atlas and to the south of Taza, districts which they had not yet fully occupied. Their northern frontier region could wait. It lay off the main roads, and important though its pacification and occupation were, it could well be left over till the task elsewhere was accomplished. That an effort would have to be eventually forthcoming, the French fully realized, and they were fully prepared to make it when the auspicious moment arrived. Throughout the period of the Great War, one of the most strenuous necessities of the Moroccan situation had been keeping open the Fez-Taza-Ujda light railway and road. The highway of traffic and the sole practical means of communication between Morocco and Algeria. The Germans had employed much money and still more ingenuity in their attempts to cut this important line. From the security of the Spanish zone, the frontier of which lies parallel with this road a short distance to the north, the Riffi contingents in the pay of the Germans had made constant raids, and Abdel Malak Mahadin, rebel renegade, had caused much anxiety in Fez and in Paris by his continued presence near the frontier in command of a contingent of Riffi and Arab tribesmen. From time to time the telegraph wire, and even the railway, were cut. I remember in 1917 seeing a long line of telegraph posts lying on the ground, felled the previous night. The danger in this region was increased by the proximity of the Tash de Taza, a centre of dissidence lying in the high northern spurs of the Atlas, to the south of Taza. The fear was ever present with the French military authorities that these tribesmen of the Tash might be successful in joining hands with the enemy contingents that came from across the Spanish frontier to the north. It required no little skill and great labour, with the scarcity of troops at the disposal of the French during the war, to prevent a disaster in that direction. It had become necessary to hold a strip of country to the north of the road and railway by the installation of posts, which, if not sufficiently numerous or strong to prevent the raids, certainly rendered them less frequent and served often to cut off the returning tribesmen. By untiring effort, the communications had been kept open. At the conclusion of the war, the only country occupied by the French to the north of this road was a strip almost parallel to it, none too strongly held. Nearer Fez, however, the French had penetrated into Sharaga and a part of Hayena, but eastward the line of posts in Sul and Brannes was much less far afield. Once the war was over, with more troops at their disposal, the French consolidated their position in that region, without, however, making any attempt to occupy the country up to the frontier. By the end of 1923, they had reached the Wurga Valley, and the whole district south of the river was now in their possession. But between the Wurga and the vague treaty line of the frontier, there still existed a long strip of territory which was vacant. To the north of this frontier line, within the Spanish zone, the situation was similar, and an even wider strip of unoccupied territory stretched between the frontier and the nearest Spanish posts. From the southernmost of the Spanish posts to the northern French posts, a no-man's land of very considerable extent therefore existed, which remained independent of France and Spain, and of the Magazine. Through it, vaguely and undelimited, passed the frontier line. Taking advantage of these circumstances, Abdel Krim extended his jurisdiction over the tribes that inhabited it, and by the end of 1923 his authority was undisputed, in that he collected taxes in money and in kind, and called upon the tribes nearest to the Rif to supply soldiers for his war against the Spaniards. From their camps and posts on the southern bank of the Wurga, the French overlooked the wide fertile valley. In front of them across the river lay the rich northern bank, with its well-cultivated spread of cornfields, perhaps the most productive of all Morocco's agricultural districts. There was every incentive to advance into that region. Not only was its material wealth tempting, but it was also desirable politically. These rich districts were the main source of Abdel Krim's supply of grain, for the Rif is unable to raise sufficient crops to be self-supporting. The corn that found its way northward would, by the occupation of these lands, take another direction and find a ready and acceptable market 30 miles away in Fez. Nor was the French position on the south bank of the river one of guaranteed security. The Wurga is fordable at most times of the year, though subject to floods in the rainy season. And for that and other reasons, notably the possibility of an enemy approach to the French camps without discovery, an advance across the river was considered expedient. After much political preparation amongst the inhabitants of the north bank of the Wurga, the French forces advanced in the spring of 1924, crossing the wide undulating stretch of ground on the other side, and occupying the line of hills that ran parallel with its course. There was no resistance, and the advance took place without any mishap or difficulty. Once on the hills, the French fortified their new positions, occupying the summits of the range that overlooked the Wurga Valley to the south, and the wild rocky and wooded ravines that lay at the foot of the high range of Tazrut to the north. The whole region occupied fell within the treaty frontier of the French protectorate. The only criticism that could be offered was not as to the legality of these acts, for the French were undisputedly within their rights, but whether, taking the actual strained situation into consideration, they were not rash, in that it might appear to the Riffies a challenge to battle by an encroachment on their territory. It was the first time that the excuse for a conflict was offered them, for it was the first time that the French had entered any territory over which Abdel Krim claimed authority. The Riffies could not be expected to know the treaties, and to them effective occupation was a much more justifiable claim to ownership than the contents of any document drawn up between two powers, neither of which had ever exerted any authority in the district in question. The frontier tribes, disturbed by this advance, sent deputations to Abdel Krim and demanded his assistance to drive back the invaders. Abdel Krim, beyond protesting at what he described as a breach of faith on the part of the French, took no measures to carry out the demands of the tribes. It was no doubt this forward movement that brought about, a year later, the war in the Rif. Not only was it a menace to his authority, but it cut off Abdel Krim, his army, and the Rif generally from its principal granary, for it was from the Wurga Valley that their supplies of grain were obtained. He was wise enough to realize that until he had consolidated his position in the Spanish zone, it would be madness to attack the French. It would seem that during the whole of 1923 and 1924, an understanding might have been possible and war avoided, but the opportunity was lost on both sides. In ordinary times, it is more than probable that the frontier tribes would have accepted the French protectorate and prospered under the security and increased facilities to trade that would have come with it. But the war in the Rif had set abroad a spirit of unrest, a wave of nationalism. The local tribes, although they had taken no part in the campaign against the Spaniards, had been witnesses of what had passed only a short distance away. They were aware of every detail of the great disaster that had overwhelmed the Spanish army in 1921. They had seen the extension of Abdel Krim's influence amongst the Jabala tribes to the west, and within the last few months they themselves had come under his direct authority. At his headquarters at Ujda, where they went with their caravans of grain, they had even seen Christian prisoners engaged in road-making, ill-treated and despised. It is no wonder that a spirit of fanaticism was abroad, and that they were prepared, should the occasion arise, to throw in their lot with the leader who seemed destined, by the aid of divine providence, to uphold the creed of Islam, and to drive the infidel invader out of the country. Why should they hesitate when their co-religionists to the north were already destroying the power of the Christian? They appealed again to Abdel Krim, asking for Rifi troops and arms. He put them off once more, pretending that there was an understanding between himself and the French, that the French occupation was only temporary, and that he had the situation well in hand. He guaranteed that they would advance no further. With these excuses, the tribes had to be satisfied, and with the exception of one or two small raids, they preserved the peace with their new and unwelcome neighbours throughout the remainder of 1924, and during the first 3 months of 1925. Meanwhile, the French were not idle. They erected and fortified a long line of posts and constructed roads. They were aware that with such neighbours as Abdel Krim and the Rifi tribes, precautions were necessary. There were, no doubt, many officers who desired war. There were, perhaps, some who took steps to bring it about. But Marechal Lyautey, who had been ill, and at the door of death, was steadfastly in favour of peace. A conflagration in Morocco was the last thing in the world that he desired to see. His career was nearing its end. He had created French Morocco. He cannot be accused of any spirit of militarism or imperialism. He had no greater desire than to hand over to his successor his great work accomplished, a Morocco at peace. I paid a hurried visit to the French lines in January 1925, at the invitation of General Colomba. The front was reached by a metalled road 60 miles in length, running almost due north from Fez through Ain Acha to Taounat. Ain Acha was the principal base camp in the Wurga Valley, a few miles behind the front line of posts. This road, at which squads of men were still at work, was on the point of completion and was already open to military motor traffic. The country passed through was hilly and well cultivated. The villages wore an air of prosperity. The population appeared contented and friendly. 50 miles from Fez, we reached the river Wurga, which was crossed by a military bridge. The river, which is wide and shallow, is liable to heavy floods in winter, and often in that season unfordable. On the north bank, which the French had occupied in the previous spring, 1924, we continued over undulating country of rich black soil, extensively cultivated and of great agricultural value, to the line of steep hills that ran parallel to the course of the river. These hills rose from the rich cultivated fields in rocky and, in places, wooded slopes. On the summits of their peaks could be seen the French advance posts. Our destination was Taounat, the principal post of that region, 2,000 feet above the level of the sea, where there was also a bureau de renseignement and a small garrison. The road climbed steeply up from the plain to the fort. One felt that the French had come to stay. Everything had an air of strength and permanency. The whole hilltop was walled and fortified, and within were excellent quarters for officers and men. The view was extensive and beautiful. To the north, across rocky and wooded ravines, was the great mountain block of Tarzut, its crest 7,000 feet above the sea level. From the ravines below it rose in wooded and rocky slopes to great bare precipices, crowned at the summit with snow. To right and left of Taunat, lying along the ridges of the hills, lay other posts with a reserve line slightly to the rear. A long wide road connected these posts with one another and with Taunat. To the south we looked back in the direction from which we had come, across the Wurga valley to the hills beyond, and far away beyond to the snows of the northern spurs of the Atlas, to the south of Taza. It was evident that preparations had been made to meet any Riffi advance, which those on the spot informed me was inévitable. One little thought then, when the strength of this line of posts was being explained, with its artillery crossfire from every fort, that with the exception of a few of the strongest points, the French front was to crumble in a few months' time before a Riffi incursion, and a number of these very posts were destined to be evacuated, destroyed, or captured, many with their artillery, their arms, ammunition, and their little garrisons. Taunat was to hold out, hard-pressed, until relief came, and other of the posts, after acts of great gallantry and immense suffering on the part of their garrisons. But many fell, and deeds of horrible cruelty were perpetrated upon the few officers and men who were captured alive. Yet it seemed that nothing had been left undone to render the line secure, and the High Command asserted that no Riffi force could penetrate it. Yet how quickly, when the moment arrived, was it to be broken through? Did the enemy attack in unexpected numbers? Had the Riffi and tribesmen's courage and military ability been underestimated? Or was it the rising behind the lines that was responsible for all those months of great anxiety and intense strife? It is difficult to say. The French guard their secrets well. The most I have ever heard confessed was that an error had been committed. It was only later that the public learned how critical had been those days of the spring and summer of 1925. Even today the details of what took place have never been fully published, nor the names of all the posts that were evacuated or lost, nor the number of guns captured by the Riffis. It was not until July 1926, when the Spaniards disarmed the tribes of the Northern Rif, that any idea was obtained by the outside world as to what the French had lost in the captured posts. Thousands of French military rifles were surrendered to the Spaniards, and many cannon, with large quantities of ammunition and other war material. The remoteness of the scene of action, the control that French authorities maintained over the movements and messages of the special correspondents, the wording of the official communiques, all sufficed to disguise the truth and gave rise to a spirit of optimism which the authorities themselves were far from sharing. In the autumn of 1924, General Primo de Rivera had ordered the abandonment of all the more distant Spanish posts in the Spanish zone, and the retirement of their garrisons to the bases on or near the coast. Szechuan itself was evacuated, not without great loss. It was a courageous and wise policy, but there is no doubt that it led Abdel Krim, relieved of this Spanish pressure, to turn his thoughts southward and to undertake the campaign against the French. It has often been stated that he would not have hesitated to enter upon this new war, even if the Spaniards had pursued a different policy. It is very doubtful, for Abdel Krim was a man who never engaged himself in any adventure until he had made all his plans accordingly. Nor even under the actual circumstances does he seem to have been enthusiastic. Force of circumstances rendered it impossible to do otherwise than to resist the French threat of invasion from the south, though this danger existed largely only in his own imagination and in that of the frontier tribes. End of section 3. Section 4 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 9. The French Campaign, Spring 1925. There is a map between pages 204 and 205, depicting the French front, centre and western. If Abdel Krim did not open his campaign against the French with any enthusiasm, he was still at least a consenting party, and must bear his full share of the blame. It was his constant argument that this war was forced upon him. To a certain extent it was. He was certainly under the impression that the menace of the French invasion of the Rif was a very real one, and again, the pressure put upon him by the demands of the frontier tribes was difficult to resist. Yet he would have sacrificed much to have escaped this complication. He realized that by engaging in a war with France, he jeopardized his hopes of a victory over the Spaniards. All possibility of success in that direction disappeared with the entry upon the scene of a new and formidable enemy. Except perhaps for a certain number of ardent spirits, the French on their side were desirous of ridding the Protectorate of such vestiges of anarchy as still remained, before engaging in any new adventure. The Tâche de Taza and the Middle Atlas still required their attention, and the Protectorate government would have preferred to be free of the anxiety that those centres of dissidence occasioned before entering upon any adventure elsewhere. This new complication necessitated the dispatch of numerous reinforcements to the frontier, which the French would have gladly employed elsewhere in districts near to the heart of their zone. This alone was an incentive to peace that Abdel Krim should have taken advantage of. Had he approached the French, at Rabat, not the military authorities at the front or at Fez, who could not be expected to view the situation from the same point of view as the responsible administration of the Protectorate, there would seem to be no doubt that he might have come to an arrangement, temporary perhaps, but satisfactory to all parties, by which peace could have been maintained. Maréchal Lyautey was known to be desirous of avoiding hostilities. Any solution in the interests of peace, that at the same time would have been compatible with the honour and security of France, would have been welcomed and no doubt accepted. It was unfortunate that the Spanish withdrawal of their forces and garrisons from the interior should have coincided with this delicate situation on the French side of the frontier. Excellent and wise as was General Primo de Rivera's policy in the Spanish zone, it could not fail to affect the situation further south. It freed Abdel Krim from any fear of a Spanish offensive. Raisuli, too, was his prisoner in the Rif, and with his capture the last danger from the Jabala had disappeared. The tribes were solidly with him, and it was to them that he had left the surveillance of the Spanish lines. His army and his tribal contingents were now at his full disposal. He could dispatch them to any front without hesitation. He chose the French front. The bone of contention that brought about the opening of hostilities was the Beni Zeroual tribe. The geographical situation of the Beni Zeroual had already rendered it a matter of controversy between the French and the Spaniards. By the Treaty of 1912, this tribe was included in the Spanish zone of influence, for the frontier line passed to the south. But, in order to bring about a strategically better delimitation, it had been agreed in principle that the tribes inhabiting the districts that were streams which drained into the river Wurga should fall under the French Protectorate administration. The Beni Zeroual was included in this category, though it formed an awkward enclave into the Spanish zone, a disadvantage the Spaniards hesitated to accept. It was difficult, however, for them to do more than protest, for their occupation of the Rif had so far not reached that district, while the French to the south were on its very limits. But Abdel Krim was, as he never tired of protesting, no party to any of these arrangements. He regarded with anxiety and indignation the French pretensions in a region over which he had already extended his authority, and which approached the Rif so closely. So long as the French remained on the south bank of the Wurga, he had no intention of interfering with them, but this constant menace was disquieting. Nor was this all, for, in order to strengthen their position in the Beni Zeroual, the French were already engaged in a very active political campaign in that district. Their principal and most important agent was the Sharif of the Dokawa sect, whose zawiya was situated at Amjad, in the very centre of the tribe. His influence extended over all the surrounding country, and in him the French had found a staunch ally and friend. Abdel Krim was aware that, although no actual decision had been come to, the French and Spaniards were prepared to arrive at a compromise on the subject of the frontier of the Beni Zeroual. It had been proposed that the tribe should be divided, the southern third falling into the French protectorate and the northern two-thirds in the Spanish zone. Unsatisfactory as it was recognized to be, the splitting up of tribes under different administrations, it was considered a more reasonable solution than the irregularity and inconveniences of frontier that would be occasioned should the whole tribe be considered as French, which would lead to an objectionable French enclave within the Spanish sphere. But the zawiya of the Takawi Sharif at Amjad would in that case fall into the Spanish sphere, and the French neither desired nor intended to lose the valuable influence of this important personage. They had in view, therefore, an eventual demand on the part of the Beni Zeroual tribesmen themselves to be included in the protectorate, a request that it would be difficult to refuse. It was for this reason that, in spite of an understanding in principle with the Spaniards, they continued their active political work amongst the tribesmen. The Takawi Sharif was fully aware that as Abdel Krim's authority extended, the power and wealth of the religious institutions, such as he himself controlled, were bound to diminish, if not in time to disappear. Already the subtle campaign of nationalism, uniting the tribes that had never in the past entertained any but hostile relations, had done much to destroy the privileges of the Sharifian families in the Rif, who formerly had earned an easy and comfortable livelihood by the practice of hereditary sanctity, and as arbitrators in tribal and family feuds. Abdel Krim's antagonism to these powerful sects was well known. He had not dared openly to break with their chiefs, but he had found the means of lessening their prestige and influence. He would brook no rival, and he required the money that continually found its way into the pockets of these religious personages. The Takawi Sharif knew that with the introduction of Abdel Krim's authority into the Beni Zeroual, his prestige, his fortune, his position, and perhaps his life would be in danger. Powerful as is this sect all over Morocco, and it appears to be the only one that boasts any real organization, the blow would have been too near its heart not to have proved fatal, for Amjad is the holy of holies of the Dakawa. It was therefore very necessary for the Sharif to defend himself. Alone, he could not have ventured to do so, for his attitude toward nationalism and toward Abdel Krim was severely criticized in the surrounding tribes, and even amongst his own people. Without his own reputation for sanctity, and the assistance both in money and in arms that he received from the French, joined to their promises for the future, he could never have attempted to resist the popular Rifi cause. If the French were at work, Abdel Krim himself was not idle. He connected Ujda, his headquarters near Alhucemas Bay, with the French front by telephone, while another wire was laid to Szechuan, with branches to Darai, in the mountains near Tetuan, and to the Beni Massour, not far from Tangier. At the same time, freed from hostilities with the Spaniards, except that the Jabala tribesmen were harassing their retirement, he redistributed his forces, installed military posts, and mahakmas, seats of government, at various spots along the French front, and organized the tribes that had recently joined him. From all these centres, his agents carried on an active and effective propaganda. It has often been argued that if any proofs of Abdel Krim's intention to attack the French were wanting, they could be found in these warlike preparations. But it must be allowed that they might equally have been due to an appreciation of his own danger from invasion. They were, in fact, more precautions against a French advance than preparations for an offensive. Abdel Krim wrote to me on several occasions during this period, protesting against the hostility of the French, and asserting his reluctance to be dragged into war on this front. It is not wise to believe everything that Abdel Krim wrote, for his correspondence was often intended to serve other purposes than those of giving reliable information. But he pointed out so clearly his own disadvantages in any campaign against the French that it is scarcely possible to credit him with being a willing agent. He made no secret of the fact that the Spaniards were his real enemies, that he had no quarrel with, but many complaints against, the French. He saw no reason, he said, why war should come about between them, unless the French had ulterior motives. The rift did not extend into French protectorate territory, from which, by its race, its language, and its very position and nature, it was entirely separate. His desire and his intention was to drive the Spaniards out of Africa, and he would leave no stone unturned to do so. He had no reason to fight the French, though they seemed to desire to pick a quarrel with him on every possible occasion. They would not let him alone, as was proved by their hostility to himself and his cause in the Benizeroal, where they were continually plotting against him. Nor could he accept the frontier that they occupied, still less the frontier that they claimed. He had been no party, he pointed out, to the Treaty of 1912, or to any other treaty, which he looked upon as a monstrous example of an unwarranted interference in the affairs of an innocent and disinterested people. Any arrangement the French and the Spaniards might have come to on the subject of a frontier in a country which they had never visited, knew nothing about, where they had failed to exert authority, and where they had no subjects and no material or moral interests, was a preposterous act of totally unjustified and unjustifiable imperialism. The governments of Europe were always talking about the advantages of the restoration of peace and the introduction of law and order. He had introduced both into the country in question, and was now threatened with invasion and war for having done so. As a matter of fact, he added, he ought to have received thanks for what he had accomplished. He did not dispute the right of the French to act south of the Wurga, but in crossing it they had broken their word. They had encroached upon his domains, and were undoing all the good work he had achieved. They seemed, in fact, intent upon reintroducing anarchy into a region that he had carefully and successfully pacified. Abdel Krim was not only a good organizer and a good fighter, he was also a plausible and proficient letter-writer. He had learned, in any case, to adopt the tone which we are nowadays accustomed to read in Europe, in dispatches concerning mandates and such like, the injured refutation of misjudged motives, and the unctuous protestation of unselfish intentions. There is no doubt that both sides, the French and the Riffies, honestly believed in the hostile intentions of the other, and not without reason. In the face of French precautions against attack, the Riffies took steps to protect their own country from invasion. In face of the Riffy steps, the French, rendered anxious, sent more troops to the front. The reinforcing of the French lines led to the dispatch of further Riffy contingents. It was a striking example of the fallacy of the absurd argument that the existence and presence of armies and readiness to repel attack prevents war. It does nothing of the kind. It only renders it inevitable. It is difficult to distribute the blame in this case. The French on the front had been indiscreet. To advance as they had advanced in 1924 was to invite attack. The Riffies, whose sole experience of European good faith had not been very edifying, were the victims of their own suspicion and anxiety, and, to a certain extent, also the victims of their own waywardness. They thought themselves invincible, and were deeply stirred by the sentimental and emotional propaganda, by the appeal to their faith, and by hopes for the success of national aspirations, of the very meaning of which they had but the faintest glimmer. I am convinced that even up to the end of 1924, an arrangement might have been come to for the maintenance of peace, if those on the spot had really desired it. Did they? The preparations on both sides continued, and in February 1925, further French reinforcements were sent to the front. It was on April 13th, 1925, that the smouldering embers burst into flame. The Zawiya of the Dakawi Sharif, at Amjad, was attacked by Abdel Krim's partisans, numbering, it is said, about 1,500 men, principally drawn from the surrounding tribes of Beni Mastara, Beni Ahmed, and Hazawa. At the same time, two other Harkas, one consisting largely of tribesmen from Hamara, reached Bouberi and Tazugurt, respectively. Abdel Krim seems to have made every preparation with extreme care. The contingents were well armed and well organised, and their arrival upon the scene produced the effect that he had expected and that he desired. A certain number of the frontier tribes, inspired by this show of Muslim independence, threw off their allegiance to the Sultan and to the French and rebelled. Amjad was pillaged and burned in spite of its reputed sanctity, and the Rifis and Jabala advanced right up to the French lines. In places they passed through them. French posts were isolated and surrounded, and certain tribes behind the lines rose. Anarchy spread over the whole region. As far south as Tiza in the Haina and Sharaga, rebel bands were active. On the south bank of the Wurga, the large and important camp of Ain Acha was threatened and molested. The French lines had failed to hold the Rifi invasion, and a period of grave anxiety ensued. Jabala tribesmen and the Rifis were miles behind the French posts, and Fez was in danger. Bands of the enemy were within 20 miles of the capital, and the attitude of the intervening tribes, and even the population of the city itself, was uncertain. The situation had become very serious. All available troops were hurried to the front, and 4 battalions arrived from Algeria. There were altogether at this moment 18 battalions of infantry, 6 squadrons of cavalry, and 12 batteries of artillery at the front. It was totally inadequate. 4,000 Rifis were engaged, and another 4,000 held in reserve. The position of the French was rendered doubly difficult by the fact that they were responsible for the lives and security of the tribes in the French protectorate. To abandon them was impossible, but unfortunately it was almost impossible to protect them. The mobility of the Rifis was exasperating. They were everywhere, egging on the tribes to rebellion and burning their villages and crops in case of refusal. It was no wonder that many tribes wavered and went over. Maréchal Lioute arrived in Fez on May the 2nd, and drew up with General de Chambron, who commanded the Fez district, the plan of campaign against the Rif offensive. It was decided to divide the French forces into 3 groups: the western under General Colomba, the centre under Colonel Friedenberg, and the eastern to operate to the north of Taza under Colonel Cambay. With great celerity these details of reorganisation were carried out, and all 3 groups entered into immediate action. A column under Colonel Nogues was dispatched to relieve some of the isolated posts, a mission which was successfully accomplished, while General Colomba's force, which had concentrated at Fez el Bali, on April 29th forded the Wurga, the enemy having successfully impeded the construction of a military bridge. Meanwhile, Colonel Friedenberg was holding the enemy's offensive in the upper valley of the Wad Leben, where the Rifis had penetrated far behind the French posts. They had even reached Sokelaba of Tisa, less than 25 miles from Fez. Colonel Cambay was also heavily engaged in the district of Kiefen, to the north of Taza, where another incursion of the Rifis had taken place. The events of those early days of the campaign created something not far removed from consternation in the circles of the Protectorate government, and even amongst the officers of the army. It had been everyone's opinion that the front was invulnerable. The numbers and the fighting qualities of the Rifis had been entirely underestimated. It was only when they came face to face with Abdel Krim's tribesmen that the French began to understand what had led to the Spanish discomfiture in the Spanish zone. They had blamed the Spaniards for incompetence and disorganization, yet when the French protectorate was attacked, the French posts experienced the same fate as the Spanish posts had suffered. Not only was this whole system of defence found to be a danger, but the individual posts failed to withstand the Rifi onslaught in many cases, and where they did withstand it, proved highly disadvantageous to the course of the campaign, necessitating the constant dispatch of columns to relieve or to withdraw the garrisons. The losses to convoys alone, engaged in provisioning the outlying posts, was far in excess of the services rendered by their maintenance. Although the road to Fez seemed, for the moment at least, to be closed to the Rifis, Abdel Krim did not abandon his activity. His agents were everywhere, stirring up the tribes to revolt. He redoubled his propaganda, both by letter and by word of mouth. He strengthened his tribal contingents by the addition of Riffi regulars, and he supplied them with artillery and men to serve it. Tao Nut was closely invested, and other posts were evacuated or were captured. The want of fresh troops was badly felt. Those that there were fought valiantly, but their task was no easy one. They had no respite and no rest. The Riffis had already captured on this front both guns and a large quantity of arms and ammunition and hand grenades, and encouraged by this loot they renewed their attempts to break through to Fez. On May 9th, the French government issued a communiqué that began, "The situation is neither grave nor disquieting." It was both, very grave and very disquieting. The rest of Morocco held firm, a fact of which Maréchal Lyoté and the Protectorate government had every reason to be proud. The Riffi successes of these days might easily have stirred many other tribes farther afield to revolt. It says much for the administration that the French had introduced into Morocco, and for the policy that this administration had pursued, that the campaign was localized to this northern part of the country. There was every reason to fear that the Berbers of the Tashta Taza and other regions as yet unoccupied might seize this opportunity to open hostilities. That they did not do so was an immense relief to the authorities. From time to time there were rumours of coming troubles in those regions, but on no occasion did they reach a head. In fact, many of the Berber tribesmen, whose loyalty had been open to doubt, joined the French forces as volunteers and fought on their side. A high military authority in Morocco, who knew well both the situation and the Moors, told me that in a great many cases the anticipations of the officers of the Bureau de Renseignement were at fault. The tribes behind the French lines, which had been counted upon to remain loyal, had rebelled, while such Berbers as the Beni Warain, the 8 Sagaruchan and Riata, whose immediate revolt was expected, sent contingents to fight on the side of the French. It is not easy to follow in detail the events on the French front during the month of May. The authorities, perhaps justifiably, concealed much of the truth. It was evidently unwise for them at that moment to disclose the loss of posts or even of men. It would but have called attention to their own miscalculations as to the enemy's strength and fighting qualities, and have weakened confidence at home. There was a large party in France opposed to the war, and any revelation of the actual circumstances would, it was no doubt realized, have a particularly bad effect at that moment. France was not without her troubles at home, the falling franc, the weakness of the government, the question of Syria and other matters, and any signs of failure or discomfiture in Morocco would be quickly seized upon and used for political purposes. It is an unfortunate fact, and one that all friends of France must deplore, that during this whole period of the Rif War, the vital interests of France in North Africa risked being sacrificed in the game of party politics. It was only owing to the untiring energy of a few able men, themselves as desirous of peace as was any communist, that the ship of government was steered safely over a sea that was beset with rocks and whirlpools. The position of France in Africa at that moment was a question that should have been far above all questions of party. A genuine desire for peace was not only justifiable, but was reasonable, and legitimate endeavours to persuade the government to bring it about were equally so. But there was more than that. There were direct incentives issuing from the deputies of the French Chamber to the Riffis to continue the struggle, and hopes expressed for their victory and the downfall of France in North Africa. Unfortunately, these activities were not confined to France alone. It is therefore not surprising that the accounts of the events of these earlier days of the campaign only reached Paris in a modified form. They could only have served as oil for the flame of political jealousies and party strife. As it was, the position in which the French government found itself was not an easy one. It was hoped by those responsible for the conduct of the campaign that the very grave situation which had arisen would be rectified before the details became known. It is always doubtful whether a policy of semi-concealment is satisfactory. It often has the contrary effect to that desired, and only increases the suspicions and anxieties of those whose fears it is meant to calm. In this case, it would seem that the fact that all the truth was not being published only added to the feeling of uncertainty and unrest. From May the 1st, the fighting took a serious character. The following day, General Colomba advanced from Tafrant in the direction of Biban. His force met with strong resistance from a large Riffi contingent, which had entrenched itself near the French post of Audibles. This was the first occasion on which the French troops came up against an entrenched Riffi enemy who had dug themselves in with considerable skill and much labour. It was a detachment under Colonel Nogues that drove the Riffis out of their position and rushed the neighbouring village, which the enemy had occupied. Colonel Nogues's troops were almost immediately counter-attacked, and so hot was the fighting that bayonets and knives were employed. The French force held its ground, and relieved the two neighbouring posts of Cherkin and Benidecule. On May the 4th, General Colomba was in front of Biban, which was considered by both sides the most important position in that direction. It was the key of the door that opened the road to Fez. The enemy had taken up a very strong position on the steep slopes which they had fortified and entrenched. Surrounded by the Riffi forces, the post of Biban, heavily invested and continually attacked, was holding out valiantly. The garrison was short on provisions, and depended for water on blocks of ice dropped from aeroplanes. Nor was this the only post that was cut off from a supply of water. Audibles was in the same plight, and heavily attacked by night and by day, the Riffis using artillery, rifles, and hand grenades. It was clear that Biban could not be relieved without the troops under General Colomba being reinforced, and it was not until May the 13th that he was in a position to storm the Riffi trenches. The battle began at daybreak by a heavy artillery bombardment, supported by a concentrated bombing by aeroplanes, and the enemy were driven out of the valley of the Wadanoza. These preparations concluded, the troops advanced, preceded by a barrage of artillery fire. The steep slopes on which the Riffis were entrenched were stormed, and before midday the enemy began to give way. The fight continued without a break till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the posts of Biban and Daramish were relieved. Later in the evening the post of Majala was reached, and the garrison evacuated. There was no rest for General Colomba's troops. On May the 15th they relieved Audibles, where for 2 weeks 3 French officers, 2 non-commissioned officers, and 60 Senegalese soldiers had brilliantly defended the fort. The second in command, 2 of his subordinates, and a number of the men had been wounded. During the latter part of the siege, since the enemy had succeeded in capturing an outlying blockhouse, the post had been bombarded by a Riffi gun at a range of only 400 yards. Other posts were reached. In many, only the bodies of the officers and men of the garrison, often horribly mutilated, were found. General Colomba's column returned via Clar-es-Les and Tafrant to its base at Fres-el-Bali, but on May the 19th they were again called to relieve Biban, to the investment of which the Riffi hordes had returned. They provisioned the post, but again had to fight their way through the enemy trenches. The battle much resembled that which had taken place on the first relief of Biban, an artillery barrage covering the advance of the infantry. Once more, too, there was hand-to-hand fighting which lasted for 6 hours. This second successful relief of the post seems to have discouraged the Riffis, who for a time abandoned their investment of the position. This gave the garrison the much-desired opportunity of reorganizing the post, which it was considered absolutely necessary to hold as commanding the road to Fez. The troops under Colonel Fayral, who had assisted in the work of strengthening the post, were furiously attacked on their return march toward their base both sides losing heavily in a battle of more than usual stubbornness. It was only the arrival of General Colomba's force that terminated a combat the results of which might have been tragic. No sooner had Colonel Feyral's troops left Biban than it became again the object of fierce Riffi attacks. On May the 25th, 26th, and 27th, the garrison had no rest. The Riffis brought up cannon with which they bombarded, while tribesmen tried again and again to rush the parapets, making use of large numbers of hand grenades. Perceiving that all the posts in this region were in danger, General Colomba withdrew the garrisons of Audibles and Cherken, and reinforced that of Beni Decul. In spite of all resistance, the Riffis advanced, and Tafrand itself was attacked at the same time as Teruel in the Beni Misgilda. To the west, Wazan was threatened, and toward the end of May, Jabala contingents in large numbers arrived in that region from Szechuan, in the Spanish zone. They were said to number, in all, about 3,000 men. General Biotto was in command at Wazan, and every precaution had been apparently taken to protect the town. 2 columns were dispatched to Mazufran on the Wad Lucas and to Teruel in the Beni Misgilda respectively, while a 3rd mobile column defended the front between those 2 posts. Wazan was not only of importance as a town of some size, but it stood on the direct line that the Jabala would have to follow should they attempt to invade in force the rich plain country of the Hrub lying to the west, between the hills on which the town lay and the Atlantic Ocean. So threatening, however, became the situation, and so constant the attacks upon the neighbouring posts, that it was considered advisable to withdraw the European civil population of the town. General Colomba's force was requisitioned to assist in the defence of this part of the country, from the valley of the Wad Lucas to Teruel. Meanwhile, the Riffis had made their principal effort in the centre of the French front, for there lay the most direct and the easiest route to Fez. In the middle of May, the enemy appeared in largely increased numbers. Their first advance had been checked by Colonel Freidenberg in the valley of the Leban, but they returned and attacked again with renewed vigour. The post of Telegza fell, and Amzez was bombarded by the Riffi cannon. Taunat was once more closely invested. On May the 20th, Amzez, Ain Lua, and Taunat were fiercely assaulted, and the blockhouse of Bouazan was rushed. Face to face with this renewed offensive, Colonel Freidenberg appealed for reinforcements, and Colonel Cambay was sent to his assistance. The 2 groups were placed under General de Chambrun, who commanded the Fez district. On May the 21st, Colonel Freidenberg with his column captured the fortified slopes of Hua. On the left, Colonel Calais, with a detachment of native troops, occupied a Riffi position, while on the right, Babuenda and Ramilla, on the heights of the right bank of the Wurga, were successfully carried after a stiff fight. Pushing on, the French troops successfully entered Malai Ain Jinan, and Bouazan, which had been abandoned, was reoccupied. Colonel Cambay's column, advancing from the east towards Mediuna, met with a stubborn resistance, and only gained the plateau after a long day's fight. Although the success of this combined movement was evident, it did not deter the Riffis from continuing their attempts to push southward toward Fez. In these circumstances it was decided to withdraw the garrisons of the most outlying posts. It was no easy task, and Colonel Freidenberg's troops were heavily attacked. A further general retirement was necessary, and still more posts were abandoned. The garrisons of Mulai Ain Jinan, Bouazan, and Babuenda were retired. On May the 26th, Aniza and Ain Lua were evacuated. Sker was in difficulties, for as fast as the posts were abandoned, the Riffis advanced. A few days later they were back in the upper valley of the Wad Leben, where Colonel Freidenberg hurried in order to check this new invasion. The Taunat district was the scene of much fighting. The post of Astar was captured by the Riffis, and Sker was surrounded. Sahela fell, the garrison fighting its way back to Taunat. Pushing forward, the Riffis crossed the Wurga near the important camp of Ain Acher, and reached Sidi el-Hajj several miles farther south, but Taunat, hard-pressed, had been relieved, and Sker and Astar reoccupied. On June the 4th, the Riffis returned to the attack of Taunat. General Biotto was now in command on this part of the front. where Colonel Friedenberg and Colonel Calais' troops had been concentrated. Astar and Sker, under intense enemy pressure, had to be, once again, evacuated on June the 6th. The fighting was continuous. Ain Matov and Mediuna were furiously attacked, and it was not until June the 16th that the Riffi forces which had crossed to the south bank of the Werga were driven back across the river. To the east, the fighting was scarcely less continuous. Here again, the Riffis had brought artillery into action, and were making every endeavour to reach and to cut the Fez-Taza Ujda road and railway. It was said on good authority that between 5,000 and 6,000 Jabala tribesmen were engaged in this offensive, with Riffi contingents in reserve. Even as far east as Musan, there were skirmishes with Riffi patrols. End of section 4. Section 5 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 10. The French Campaign, Summer 1925. It was not in Morocco alone that the French were having trouble. In Paris, the Communists were carrying on an active anti-war campaign. On June the 4th, Monsieur Painlevé, who was both President du Conseil and Minister of War, recalled in the chamber the origin of the war, and gave some account of what had occurred and of the losses suffered. He informed the deputies that reinforcements and artillery had been sent to the front. He gave the losses to date at 318 killed, 1,115 wounded, and 195 missing. 3/5 of these casualties being, he said, amongst the native troops. The entire medical service and sanitary department of the army was being reorganized. He praised, as he had every reason to do, the conduct of the troops. On June the 10th, Monsieur Painlevé, accompanied by Monsieur Enac, the Under-Secretary for Air, and General Jacquemont left Toulouse by aeroplane for Morocco, reaching Rabat that evening. At Fez, where they proceeded the same night, the Minister of War met General Dugon, who was in command of the whole front, and Generals Biotto and Deschambrun. The next morning he was at Ain-Acher on the Werga, where he conferenced with Colonel Friedenberg. On June the 12th he visited Wazan, and discussed the situation with General Colomba, returning to Rabat the same evening. On the 13th he left for Paris. He had made certain declarations as to the desires and intentions of the French government. Like nearly all his compatriots, he was convinced of the presence of European officers within Abdel Krim's forces. It was not until the Riffi leader's surrender in May 1926 that the majority of Frenchmen were persuaded that Abdel Krim, with the exception of 2 or 3 deserters from the French Foreign Legion and a Norwegian monsieur, depended entirely upon his own capacities and those of his brother and a few native advisers for his military measures. With those few exceptions, he had no European in his employ. On his return to Paris, Monsieur Painlevé found that the Communists had by no means abandoned their campaign in favour of peace and for withdrawal from Morocco. It was no doubt in face of this movement that Monsieur Briand, the Foreign Minister, declared in the Chamber on June the 19th that the French government was passionately in favour of peace. Not a minute will be lost from the moment that we can be certain that peace is possible, before we turn our efforts toward obtaining it. This firm and honest declaration calmed the anxiety in France, though it was realized that the situation was still serious on the front. On June the 20th, enemy pressure was again exerted in the upper valley of the Wad Leben, while the Jabala contingents near Kiefen were reinforced by Riffis. The tribes of Sul and Branes, who, up till now, had loyally supported the French, became the victims of Riffi reprisals and wavered. From farther south, across the Fez-Taza Ujda road, came disquieting rumours. Taza itself was in danger. But it was in the centre that the situation became critical. Abdel Krim's brother, Si Muhammad, who was commander-in-chief of all the Riffi forces, had arrived in that neighbourhood with a considerable force, and the French posts of Ain Matouf and Bu Halima were surrounded. Sok El Arba of Tissa, in the Hyena, was again threatened. The villages of the loyal tribesmen were being systematically burned, and a convoy of military cars was attacked on the Tissa-Fez road. The Riffies in this district alone were reported to number over 2,000. On June the 27th, the enemy was driven back, and the pressure relieved. To the east, in the Taza district, the Riffies had not only held their ground, but advanced. Their objective was clear: to cut the Fez-Taza-Ujda road, and to join forces with the dissident Berbers of the Atlas. During 3 days, June the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, the Riffi offensive was continued, only to be repulsed with heavy loss. They counterattacked with great courage, but were again defeated. Everywhere along the front the enemy were filtering through, passing the lines in small numbers and concentrating once behind them. These bands continued harassing the loyal tribesmen, burnt their villages, and pillaged their farms. So numerous and so mobile were they, that it was almost impossible to rid the country of these marauders who were doing incalculable harm in disheartening the loyal tribesmen. On June the 27th, General Biotto's forces were seriously engaged at Bab Taza in the upper Liban Valley, where the enemy again attacked in force. Bab Mazab was evacuated, while a number of small posts in Sul and Branez were invested by the enemy. To retire would leave the Fez-Taza-Ujda road and railway at the mercy of the Riffies and facilitate their contact with the Berber tribes, with probably disastrous results. A retreat would, too, most seriously affect the loyalty of other districts. A battle was fought on July the 5th, when General Biotto's forces were attacked. The French held their ground, and the engagement was considered a success, but it did not prevent the precautionary measure being taken of evacuating all the European women and children from Taza. On the upper Lebanon, the post of Bab Taza, which must not be confounded with the town of Taza, was lost and retaken, and the French position was subjected to fierce attacks on the nights of July the 5th, 6th, and 7th. The Riffies employed machine guns and hand grenades. The fighting was at times desperate, but the French counterattacks were successful, and for a short time the tribesmen seemed discouraged. At the end of June, the Sultan of Morocco, Mullah Youssef, arrived at Fez from Rabat. There had been a question of his coming at an earlier date, but it was felt that he was too valuable an asset in the game to be placed in a position of danger, and Fez had been seriously threatened. Nor was it considered advisable to bring him to the capital, as long as there remained any possibility that he might have to beat an ignominious retreat in a direction of safety. There had been some doubt, too, as to the loyalty of the Fezis themselves. Fez is the soul of Morocco, an uneasy, disturbed soul, the sort of soul that can be imagined wandering in purgatory, soothing its kindred sufferers with ill and interested advice. From the moment of its foundation, in AD 808, by Mullah Idris, the founder of the Idrisite dynasty, Fez has played an important part in the history of the country, a seat of learning, a place of pious pilgrimage, and a centre of Islamic propaganda. Its fame spread far and wide outside Morocco. Its university, renowned in the Middle Ages, became the resort of Muslims from far afield. Leo Africanus, describing the city in the opening days of the 16th century, writes, "How well it is to see, how large, how populous, how well fortified and walled this city is." There were periods, of course, as in the history of all Oriental places, when the glory of Fez temporarily departed, but always to revive. Without recognition by its people, no sultan could ascend to the Moorish throne. He might seize power in the south, but until Fez, by goodwill or by force, had accepted him, his kingdom was divided. The Fezes, astute, politically unscrupulous, and grasping, have always used this privilege for their own purposes. They have bargained their recognition of succeeding sultans in return for diminution of taxes and for other benefits, which, although promised, have not always been for long performed, for the word of their sultans has seldom proved more binding than their own loyalty. What they might have given, they sold, and in selling drove the best possible bargain, but the undercurrent of intrigue and sedition, due to avarice, jealousy, and malice, has never ceased to flow. Nothing has ever satisfied the Fezes. Nothing probably ever will satisfy them. Skilful, and in their foreign dealings honest, men of business, their main and sole endeavour is their own enrichment. Proud of being citizens of so distinguished and so beautiful a capital, in their eyes it is incomparable. They look upon the inhabitants of the rest of Morocco as distinctly inferior beings, and upon Europeans as dangerous barbarians. Without any sentiment of real religion, they are none the less fanatics, while the aristocratic inhabitant of Fez, in his surroundings of luxury, turns his attention mainly to trade. He is not idle elsewhere. His influence permeates the universities and the native schools, even the shops and the narrow streets, in an undefinable atmosphere of unrest. Just as in the past, secretly, the Fezes carped at the Sultan and the Magzen, even though often serving both, so today they criticize all authority. Were they all the salaried servants of the state, their salaries would not suffice. Were the doors of paradise open to them, they would complain of the doorstep. And yet, when Fez was their very own, so few years ago, they did nothing to improve its condition. It is the French who have so skilfully restored the monuments and revived the lost arts of other days. It is the French who have paved the little streets and brought roads right up to the walls of the capital. The French who have cleared away the accumulated filth of ages and restored Fez to its ancient renown and beauty. The Fezes complain that the accommodation in the hospitals and the schools is insufficient. What hospitals and what schools existed when the French came to Fez in 1912? Had they then been offered them, they would have indignantly, in their pride of ignorance, refused them. They complain of the insufficient power of the electric lamps that light their streets. How few years ago had they to guide their feet, stumbling on wooden pattens, through the muddy byways by the light of a flickering lantern? They have shown, it is said, an aptitude for municipal administration. It is possible, for there may still exist some memory of a remote and civilized past. But what administration existed in those years previous to the introduction of the Protectorate? Little more than 20 years ago, and I was in Fez at the time. During a severe and ghastly famine, the representatives of the principal families of the city formed a ring and cornered all the foodstuffs and charcoal. Using the authority of such of their numbers as were members of the government, they posted men all round the outskirts of the city, and allowed no produce to enter. It had all to be sold to their agents, and by them introduced into the town. The poor died, but the merchants and aristocrats of Fez grew wondrous rich. The caravans of camels that should have brought grain from the coast arrived laden with marble for the decoration of their costly houses. The same men, in many cases, still form the aristocracy of Fez, and those who have died have been replaced by other members of their families, and today they criticize every action of the authorities, complaining of oppression and want of consideration. There has never been a revolt or a revolution in northern Morocco that has not been fostered in Fez. Through the students of the universities and the visiting tribesmen, sedition has been spread far and wide. Every pretender to the throne has received support of some kind or another, and it is no secret that the majority of the population of Fez secretly prayed for the success of Abdel Krim. That he was a Rifi, and therefore to them a barbarian, mattered little. They did not even consider what manner of treatment they and their property would have received at his hands, for Abdel Krim must have known them well. They merely blindly desired to overthrow the existing authority, as in the past they have desired, and sometimes succeeded in overthrowing their own government. The moment was well chosen for the Sultan's visit. The Eid el-Kabir, commemorating the incident of Abraham and Isaac, which is the most important of all the Islamic feasts in Morocco, was to be celebrated on July the 2nd. Abdel Krim had announced that it would be he himself and no other who would sacrifice the sheep on this occasion. The emptiness of this vain boast could not be better demonstrated than by the presence of the Sultan and the death of the sacrificial ram at his hands. The tribes had been deeply impressed by the Rifi leader's arrogant assertion, and even the people of Fez had not escaped the contagion. The whole situation had become more delicate. For 48 hours before the feast took place, the moral atmosphere was disconcerting. A sort of stupor seized the native population, and the people appeared to be in a state of ecstatic expectation. So universal, probably by suggestion, was this emotion that even the high government officials were affected. It was to the intense relief of the authorities that the ceremony passed off without any untoward incident. For Abdel Krim to have been there would have necessitated a miracle, but it was a miracle the people expected. There is no doubt whatever that had he been able to carry out his promise, he would have been accepted as a saviour of Islam by a vast majority of the people of Fez. That they would have soon regretted their enthusiasm is equally certain. They never proclaimed a sultan in the past without experiencing disappointment and disillusion, owing often to the character and conduct of the sultan, and still more often to their own innate spirit of discontent. From Fez, the sultan addressed a letter to his people, after the usual salutations and an account of his journey from Rabat to the capital. The letter continued, "The principal motive that determined our journey is the situation created by the error which has pushed certain mountain tribes to follow on the path of rebellion, a disturber of the peace who has come from the Rif to light the flame of anarchy amongst the tribes that inhabit the Wurga Valley. You are aware that the Rifi hordes have found in front of them the valiant troops who are defending the integrity of our empire. They have found a barrier that they, the dissidents, have in vain tried to penetrate. You will soon learn, if it so please God, that the entire success will crown the troops' courageous efforts by inflicting upon the invader the punishment that he deserves, and by bringing back under our benign authority the unfortunate people who have been led into rebellion. In awaiting the happy termination of the military operations, we cannot warn you too seriously against the lies and the false news that instigators of trouble are disseminating in the villages and in the country districts. We exhort you to be calm and to continue your ordinary occupations, for it must not be lost to view that the actual events are of an essentially local character, and should have no repercussion in the rest of the empire. No one can fail to recognize the benefits which Morocco, since our accession to the throne of our venerated ancestors, has received from the introduction of order and security, thanks to which the country has been able to develop the riches with which nature has endowed it, with result that the task has been crowned with its just reward of well-being. But this era of prosperity by which our country has up to now been favoured cannot fail to be succeeded by periods of gloom if anarchy is to take the place of order, and of respect of persons and of property. You are therefore earnestly recommended to close your eyes to all kinds of incitements, whether from within the country or from without, for they can have no other result than to deprive you of the fruits of your labour and to bring about your ruin. Let those who have allowed themselves to be led astray hasten to return to obedience, so that they may obtain pardon and be able to return to their former lives. The prophet has said, "Anarchy sleeps, cursed be him who awakes it." Perfect happiness resides in peace and tranquillity. May God guide you into the best of all ways. Salam. This letter was followed, on July the 4th, by the announcement that His Majesty had decided to follow the traditions of his ancestors and call upon certain tribes from different parts of Morocco to supply levies. The Sultan's appeal met with an immediate response, and a considerable number of irregular troops arrived from the south of the country. They consisted almost entirely of cavalry. That they could render great service on the front was naturally not the case, but they were employed in useful work amongst the tribes behind the lines, where, accustomed to the native methods of warfare, they were able to scatter a number of the Rifi marauding bands, and they patrolled the regions which were threatened with enemy depredations. The political effect of the summoning of these levies was good, and the tribes of the frontier, who had been told that all Morocco was disaffected, were surprised and impressed to see the cavalry of the southern Cades arriving on the scene of action as loyal and voluntary combatants on the side of the French. Although the Sultan's visit to Fez was not without its effect, it brought about no very real amelioration of the situation. No sooner had he returned to Rabat in the early days of July than further tribes that had up till now remained loyal began to show signs of disaffection and restiveness. It was natural. The French had failed to protect them and their possessions from enemy aggressions and reprisals, and the Rifis were continually bringing fresh pressure upon them to revolt. Many, completely ruined, had been obliged to take refuge away behind the French lines. The effect was what might have been expected. After waiting for the promised protection and failing to obtain it, many of them went over to the enemy. They had seen their villages burned and their crops pillaged or destroyed. Their cattle had been driven off and members of their families had been killed, and no relief was apparently forthcoming. The French had won no decisive victory. The frontier tribes of the Protectorate were still, and it was July, overrun by the enemy hordes. The front now extended from Wazan almost to Algeria, a distance of over 200 miles. Its defence was arduous and difficult for a force of 60,000 French and native troops, a number evidently quite inadequate for such a task. The important tribes of Sul and Branes had now definitely declared for Abdel Krim, and others followed their example. On July the 7th, General Naulin, who had much experience of colonial warfare, was appointed to the command of the army in Morocco. A decree announcing his appointment was issued by the President of the French Republic on that day. It explained the position of General Naulin vis-à-vis to Maréchal Lyoté. The Maréchal remained responsible for the security of Morocco and was in supreme command of all military and naval forces in that country. General Naulin was designated Commandant Supérieur des Troupes du Maroc. He was to receive from the resident general, Maréchal Lyoté, instructions necessary for the direction of the operations, but was himself to be responsible for the manner in which the operations were prepared and carried out. In the limits of the war area, the Commandant Supérieur should be in absolute command of the district and of all the branches of the corresponding administration, including the Department of Military Intelligence. He should have the power to appoint and to change all officers who did not hold a special commission direct from the Minister of War. His correspondence with the Ministry of War should, however, pass through the hands of the resident general. General Naolin was given the rank of a general commanding an army corps. The publication of this decree was accompanied by a declaration from the President du Conseil, M. Painlevé, which stated, "This appointment has been made with the entire approval of Marechal Lyautey, whose political and administrative duties are heavy enough at this moment, without his being charged with the weight of the military operations as well." The day of General Naolin's appointment was marked by another Riffi offensive, the objective of which was, again, Fez. On July the 12th, 2,000 Riffis and Jabala attacked Kla-es-Les, but were repulsed after strenuous fighting. It was then the turn of the Ouazzane front to become active, and under the menace of large enemy forces the French outlying posts were evacuated, and the line of defence brought back to a distance varying from 3 to 7 miles from the town, for the enemy attacks to the east and centre of the line necessitated a withdrawal of troops on this front. Only a force sufficient to guarantee the security of the town of Ouazzane could be spared for this sector. The feeling in France was not unnaturally one of pessimism. The hopes expressed for a speedy amelioration of the situation had not been warranted. Reinforcements had arrived. 3 months had passed since the outbreak, and yet it was impossible to say that the situation was any better than it had been when the hostilities had first broken out. The climate was bad, and the troops were suffering from fatigue and the effects of the intense heat. The task that they were given to perform was almost beyond human endurance. No words of praise are sufficient to express the determination of the men and officers alike to overcome the great difficulties of the situation. I have seen the Morocco front on many occasions, in winter and in summer. It would break the spirit of many, the utter forlornness, the inaccessibility, the fatigue, the extremes of climate, the depressing atmosphere, the continual alarms, and the continual disappointments, the cruelty of the enemy, all tended to breed a spirit of hopelessness and a sense of desolation that is unrealizable if not actually experienced. The courage, the moral of the officers and men during those months of unceasing effort was above all praise. At least 40 of the frontier posts had now been evacuated or taken. There were many acts of heroism performed that have been reported. There were many more that will never be known, and of which the only traces were the mutilated and burnt bodies of the men who did their duty to the very last. Every attempt was made in Morocco to give an extraordinary importance to the fate of July the 14th. But the spirit was one of disappointment and anxiety. Marechal Lyautey, in addressing the French and native officials and residents at Rabat, after praising the conduct of the army, turned to the actual situation. "Confidence," he said. "The hardest days are over. Up till now we have resisted with forces below the minimum of necessity, thanks to the courage and energy of all. I have passed days of the deepest anxiety. Today our means of resistance are being constantly increased, and will continue increasing. We are sure of being able not only to resist the blow, but also to remain masters of the situation." On July the 15th, the French government issued a communiqué in Paris. It was direct and to the point. In the Ouazzane district, the front had been brought back much nearer the town. There was an insufficiency of troops, owing to the necessity to send forces farther east. The centre affairs were better. To the south of Fez el Bali, the country was clear of the enemy, but a battalion of Algerian tirailleurs were surrounded and cut off. Their commander was wounded. Near Babtaza, the enemy had forged ahead, nearer to Fez than they had ever previously been, but had been driven back. In the district of Taza itself, it had been necessary to hurry reinforcements to the spot in order to defend the town, the security of which was threatened. Any failure on this front would almost certainly bring about a revolt of the neighbouring Berber tribes. The communiqué ended by explaining that the tactics of Abdel Krim necessitated the continual movement of troops, which prevented the following up of successes and demanded an unceasing change in the disposition of the forces on the front. I quote the last words of the communiqué. Our security in Morocco, in the opinion of those who are the least favourable to a continuation of the war, is a question of effectives. Reinforcements are indispensable. This was, perhaps, the gravest period of the Rif War. On July the 17th, the road between Ainecha, the most important French camp near the front, and Fez was cut, and the camp itself attacked, while the Zawiya of Mulai Bushtar in Fishtala was destroyed. On July the 19th, there was a fresh Rifi offensive all along the line, from Kla Esles to the upper valley of the Leben. But reinforcements were now arriving from France and from the colonies. It was time. The actual losses had not been excessive, but the wear and tear were very great. The French government reported that in the first 3 months of the campaign, the troops had suffered the following casualties: killed and missing, 1,473. Wounded, 2,775. It was decided in Paris, in order to calm public opinion, to send Marshal Pétain to inspect the front. At the same time, the dispatch of further reinforcements was announced. On July the 20th, the camp of Ainecha, which had been completely cut off, was relieved. The following day, General Naulin, succeeding General Dogon, took over the command of all the war area. On his way to Fez, he conferred with Marshal Pétain and Marshal Lyautey at Rabat. Marshal Pétain's report was only made public on August the 9th. It gives perhaps the best summary of the situation up to the conclusion of his visit to the front, near the end of July.
The brutal fact is that we were unexpectedly attacked by the most powerful and the best armed enemy that we have ever met with in our colonial campaigns. The Rif and the Jabala districts, independently of the Rifis and of the dissident tribesmen on the front, can count upon a reserve of from 30,000 to 40,000 fighters, keen, vigorous, skilled in the use of their arms, exalted by their successes in previous years, knowing thoroughly the rough country in which they fight, requiring so little that they are able to do without the convoys which so weigh down our columns, and in possession of machine guns, of cannon, and an abundant supply of ammunition. Under these conditions, the task of our troops, scanty in number, during the early days, could be extremely difficult and thankless. The posts of surveillance across the Wurga, the establishment of which has been subjected to severe criticism, carried out their object in breaking the first invasion of the attacking forces, in maintaining for a time the loyalty of the frontier tribes, and have served as bases of information for the command. One can understand that public opinion was moved at times by their retirement and by the fall of some of them, but it must not be forgotten that the mission of all front-line posts entails sacrifice. Our troops, swamped by an ever-increasing wave of rebellion, fighting without respite against an enemy remarkably mobile, were forced to give protection where the pressure was greatest, to bring aid to provision, or to escort back the retiring garrisons of the posts that were in danger, and to hold up the dissident tribes that threatened the roads to Fez and Algeria. This overwhelming task they only accomplished thanks to their extraordinary qualities of tenacity and devotion, at the price of superhuman privations and fatigue, and with a patriotism and a spirit of sacrifice for which we can never be too grateful. One can only render homage to the great chief, Marechal Lyautey, who, in spite of his age and of all the weight of his trying colonial career, has been the soul of this defence, and has been able to preserve from the inrush of these barbarians his work of civilization that is the admiration of the whole world. Thanks to the arrival of further reinforcements, it will now be possible to replace, in order to give them a rest from their heroic labours, the units which have been victoriously resisting the enemy for 3 months, whilst the principal body of our troops will be organized and will continue its preparations for a speedy repulse of the enemy, in order to strengthen everywhere our authority, and to bring about a solid organization which will guarantee us in the future against new incursions. The horizon grows brighter. The adversary, in spite of his repeated attacks, has failed to attain his political objectives. Fez and Taza, which he had boasted he would enter as conqueror. What has not been sufficiently pointed out is the fact that Abdel Krim has never reached Fez, that the Taza road is still open, and that at the present moment these 2 towns are secure against any enemy attack, and that the interior of Morocco remains completely loyal. The discretion which was necessary in the hour of peril has not, perhaps, allowed French public opinion to comprehend, in all its gravity, either the nature or the import of the events which have been passing in Morocco since the beginning of the Riffi aggression. Today, when one can speak with freedom, public opinion should be kept fully informed. I, who have just come from seeing our officers and soldiers at their work, feel it my duty to say how profoundly I appreciate the value of the effort accomplished by our troops, and I proclaim aloud my admiration. These were the words of a great soldier who was speaking of what he had seen and heard on the front, and were a splendid tribute to the troops whose unfailing courage and unceasing energy had not improbably saved France in North Africa. It was only right that the truth should be known and justice rendered. How different was this outspoken communique to that issued by the French government not so long ago.
There is nothing disquieting and nothing grave in the situation. In the first week of August, Abdel Krim renewed his attempts to break through the Ouazan front, whence, as has already been mentioned, troops had been withdrawn for employment on the centre and eastern fronts. Zendoula was evacuated on July the 27th. Ain Bouaissa was hard-pressed and could only be provisioned by aeroplane. Pushing across the spurs of the Jebel Sarsar, the enemy reached the Tangier-Rabat road, not far from Arbowa, burning and pillaging 1 or 2 French farms. On July the 30th, the post of Ain Bouaissa was destroyed by the bursting of an enemy shell in its magazine. Of its garrison, only a wounded native sergeant and 15 men managed to fight their way to Teroual, but a smaller group of survivors was rescued in a critical position on August the 5th. So serious had the state of affairs become on the Ouazan front that Colonel Friedenberg was sent in all haste with a mobile column to relieve the situation. Armoured cars accompanied him. He arrived on the front on August the 2nd. The hill of Azgen, only a very short distance from the town of Wazan, where the enemy had taken up a strong position, was stormed and successfully carried, a success largely due to the use of the tanks. The following day, the slopes of Jebel Sarsa were cleared of the rebel contingents, and the tribesmen retired on almost all parts of the line. Simultaneously, a little further east, an important engagement was taking place, which resulted in the relief of Fez el Bali and the provisioning of Tafrant. On Jebel Amerga, overlooking the plain of Mulai Bushta in Fishtala, are the ruins of a Portuguese fortress, perched on a rocky peak and dating from the 17th century. Its situation rendered it almost inaccessible except over exposed ground. In this strong position, the Riffies had decided to make a determined stand, as it served them as a base for their raids into the surrounding country. The French, realizing the importance of Jebel Amerga, commenced operations for its occupation by a continuous bombardment of the ruined castle from the air. So destructive was the effect that when on August the 7th a direct attack by infantry began, the enemy speedily retreated. The loss of this strong position so injured the Riffi prestige among the surrounding tribes that some of them immediately submitted. On the eastern front, General Boishu, commanding the 19th Army Corps, was now in command. The principal danger in that direction lay in the revolt of the Sul tribe, which caused a new and serious menace to the French line. The fighting was continuous, and it was only on July the 26th that a detachment under Colonel Fayral, which had been cut off for 3 weeks, was extricated from its perilous position. On July the 29th, a band of the enemy reached the Fez Taza railway, near the station of Sidi Abdullah, and tore up the line, but the following day they were in retreat. The arrival of large reinforcements in Morocco necessitated a redistribution of command. General Naulin remained the commander-in-chief, with General Puinu on the west, General Marti on the centre, and General Boishu on the east fronts. The most important event that was reported from the western scene of operations was the cooperation of the French and Spanish forces on the frontier of the two zones. In the valley of the Wad Lucas, where, on August the 10th, General Freydenberg, he had been promoted, met the Spanish General Riquelme and conferred with him on the situation. It was the first tangible result of the accord that had recently been arrived at in Madrid for Franco-Spanish cooperation in Morocco. August passed in tolerable tranquillity on that and on the centre fronts. There was much to be done. Reorganization of the forces and the incorporation of the newly arrived reinforcements. Regiments that had borne the brunt of the 3 months' campaign were at last sent to enjoy a well-earned period of rest elsewhere in Morocco. On the eastern front, General Boishu advanced in 3 groups on August the 19th. The 2 columns formed the flanks, while the centre consisted of 10 battalions of infantry with a strong force of artillery. Advancing simultaneously over difficult and mountainous country, the territory of the Sul tribe was occupied. The operation was completely successful, and little resistance was met with. It led to the submission of the Sul and of a large part of the neighbouring tribes of Branez. The heat during this operation was extreme. On August the 18th, Maréchal Pétain left Paris to take over the supreme command in Morocco. At Algeciras, he and General Primo de Rivera, president of the Spanish Directorate, met and discussed the agreed policy of common action which had been the subject of recent negotiation. On August the 26th, Maréchal Lyautey, summoned home to report on the whole question of Morocco, left Rabat for France. It was only natural that the relations of these 2 marshals of France should become a matter of discussion in the press. An official communiqué, published in Paris on September the 2nd, explained the intentions of the French government. Maréchal Pétain was solely responsible for the military operations, while the resident general, Maréchal Lyautey, was in charge of all the administrative and political affairs of the country. His stay in Paris was a short one, and on September the 12th he left France to return to his post. He had undertaken to work in cordial cooperation with Maréchal Burton. It was what everyone who knew Maréchal Lyotet's high sense of duty and patriotism expected, though his was a character that with difficulty brooked interference. Maréchal Pétain lost no time. After a visit to the front, no detail of which seems to have escaped his notice, he opened the new phase of the campaign by an artillery bombardment all along the Wurga Valley. It was followed by a series of successful advances in the direction of Iban, Ain Bouessa, and Amjad. Astar and Sker, near Talnat, were retaken. The Riffi forces retired northward. On September the 12th, the advance was continued, and fresh objectives were reached. Part of Baban was cleared, and Amjad occupied, and the French were almost back on their original front, from which they had been forced to retire by the Riffi invasion. The abandoned posts, for over 50 had been evacuated or taken by the enemy, were once more in their hands. The whole front was pushed forward. On September the 15th, the enemy's last fortified positions on Baban fell, and the whole of that mountain was occupied. The Riffis had held it since June. The loss of Baban was a severe blow to Abdel Krim's cause. Farther north in the Spanish zone, an event of the highest importance had taken place. On September the 8th, the Spaniards had successfully landed on the western extremity of the Bay of Alhucemas and occupied the surrounding heights. It was a venturesome undertaking successfully carried out, and was destined to have the greatest influence upon the subsequent history of the Rif. It is fully treated of elsewhere in a chapter dealing with the Spanish operations. There is no doubt that the landing at Alhucemas facilitated the French successes farther south, just as the French advance assisted the Spaniards in their future actions. During October, the west and centre fronts were cleared of the enemy, and preparations were made for the winter. But on the eastern front there was much more activity, and early in the month the French and Spanish troops joined hands at Sidi el Hassan. On October the 10th, combined Franco-Spanish forces, advancing from Tizi Ouzli and from the western front of the Melilla zone respectively, were at Sidi Bou Rukba, and the Znaya and Matalsa tribelands were occupied. Winter was approaching with its inevitable rainy season, when every road and track would become impracticable. It was evident that the campaign was over for the year, and that troops must now go into winter quarters. They had been fortunate indeed that the rain had delayed so long. On October the 21st, Monsieur Painlevé made a statement in the Chamber on the subject of Morocco. The cost of the campaign, he stated, to date, was 950 million francs, £8,700,000. The number of troops employed was roughly 158,000. The losses from the beginning of the campaign to October the 15th had amounted to 2,176 killed, including 39 officers, and 8,297 wounded. Of those killed, 632 were Frenchmen. The number of Frenchmen wounded was about the same proportion. Monsieur Painlevé explained that the military operations were now practically over, and it only remained to exploit the success already attained. In December, the Under-Secretary of War, speaking in the Chamber, revised the casualty list and gave the following figures. Killed, 140 officers. Other ranks, 2,500, of whom 780 Frenchmen. Wounded, 259 officers. Other ranks, 7,300, 1,800 Frenchmen. Missing, 20 officers. Other ranks, 1,200, 225 French. Total casualties, 11,419. It had taken 8.5 months to regain the territory lost, and the future still remained uncertain. End of section 5. Section 6 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 11. In Search of Peace. Early in July 1923, when the summer campaign had already begun, delegates of the Spanish government and Abdel Krim's representatives met on board a steamer off the Rif coast to discuss terms of peace. No solution, however, was reached, but it was evident that both parties desired an entente. For, on his return on July the 12th to Melilla, the Secretary-General of the Spanish Protectorate, Señor Diego Saavedra, wrote to Abdel Krim's chief delegate, Si Mohammed Azar Khan, stating that in reply to a letter that he had found awaiting him, the Spanish government was prepared to reopen negotiations. The Secretary-General's letter took, to some extent, the form of an ultimatum, and was recognized as such by Abdel Krim. This correspondence, of which Abdel Krim forwarded me what purported to be Arabic copies, clearly demonstrate the impasse which had been reached. The letters follow. Translation. Letter begins, 15th July 1923. Praise be to God, from Secretary-General Don Diego Saavedra to Sid Mohammed bin Mohammed Azar Khan. It is necessary to establish the points on which we shall negotiate. It must be as follows. There will be no negotiation or discussion that takes into consideration the independence of the Rifian state, or any mention of the Treaty of 1912. It is possible to grant a kind of independence, economical and administrative, to the Rifian tribes, and also to confirm the position and rank which Si Mohammed ben Abdel Krim el-Khattabi, Abdel Krim, enjoys at present. Also that of the governors of the tribes who rule under the supervision of the Magzen, Sultan's government, and under the protection of the Spanish government. The negotiations shall be confined specially to the means of developing commerce, industry, and agriculture amongst the Rifian tribes, and to the granting them of material and moral assistance by the Magzen and the protecting power. If you agree to these conditions, I beg you to send me a document signed by your chief, Abdel Krim, and the final negotiations will take place. Finally, I beg you to consider me as being very desirous of bringing about a lasting peace, and of removing all your doubts that we are trying to deceive you. We desire to act with you in good faith, and to prevent bloodshed. It is our hope, and wish, that the Rif should progress in wealth and in enlightenment, not in the interests of Spain alone, but also in those of the Rifians themselves. Above all, I must inform you, by the orders of the Spanish government, that your reply to our terms must be in our hands within 48 hours from the time that you receive this letter. I shall regret if you turn a deaf ear to propositions that are all to your benefit, and if you refuse what is to your advantage, taking instead a road which will bring calamity upon you. If you continue in error, Spain will adopt every means to put down this rebellion in a way that is less her choice than her duty to the civilized powers that entrusted her with this mission. If you are sincere in your expressed desire for peace, choose without hesitation the road that leads to rectitude and progress. When you have duly considered these words, and when all suspicion is removed from your minds, send your reply, and may peace be upon all. Diego Saavedra. Letter ends. To this letter the Foreign Minister of the Rifian government replied on July the 24th as follows. Translation. Letter begins. Ujda, Rif, 24th July, 1923. Praise be to God, from Sid Mohammed ben Mohammed Azar Khan to Señor Diego Saavedra, Salutations and regards. Your letter resembles a final ultimatum, and as such, its contents have caused us much surprise. Being as I am Minister of Foreign Affairs to the Riffian government, I feel bound to inform you that our terms are as follows. That the Riffian government, established upon modern ideas and on the principles of civilization, considers itself independent politically and economically, privileged to enjoy our freedom as we have enjoyed it for centuries, and to live as other people live. We consider that we have the right to enjoy the possession of our territory in preference to any other nation, and we consider that the Spanish colonial party have transgressed and violated our rights, and that they have no justification for their pretense of a claim to make a protectorate of our Riffian state. We have never recognized this protectorate, and we never shall recognize it. We refuse it once and for all. We desire to be our own rulers, and to maintain and preserve our own legal and indisputable rights. We shall defend our independence by every means in our power, and we protest to the Spanish nation and its intelligent people who, we believe, do not dispute the legality of our demands. We state, before the Spanish colonial party sheds the blood of more children of Spain in order to promote their private ambitions and their imaginary pretensions, that if only they will take account with their consciences, they will realize that they are greatly at fault, and that they have caused their country great losses through their colonial ambitions, a policy that is contrary to Spanish interests. Let them remedy their error before it becomes still more entangled. We protest against the wicked actions of the colonial party. We protest to the civilized world and to humanity. We are in no way responsible for the blood that has been shed, nor for the money that has been wasted. We are surprised that you ignore the interests of Spain herself in not making peace with the Rif by recognizing its independence, and thus keeping up neighbourly relations and strengthening the bonds of union with our Riffian people, instead of infringing our rights, of humiliating our people, and ignoring all humane and legal doctrines of universal law, such as are contained in the Treaty of Versailles, which was drawn up after the Great War. This war taught mankind the penalty of ill-doing, of violation, and of pride. And by it the world has learned also that no man is to be despised, and that it is a natural duty to leave every people to manage its own affairs. Power and force fail before right. The Treaty of Versailles was drawn up by the chief men of great nations who had taken part in the war and experienced its terrible consequences. In the end they could not fail to recognize the truth, and they gave to all nations, even the smallest, the rights of self-government. Yet politicians have said that treaties are only ink upon paper, and that power rests with the sword. But truth is truth, otherwise the world would remain always in trouble and in perplexity. Peace will not come till every nation is at liberty to defend its rights. It would be no disgrace to Spain if she were to live in peace with the Riffians after recognizing our government and its independence, and thus increasing the common interests of the two countries. On the contrary, it would be a noble action and an honour to her. It would form a magnificent record in her history, and we Riffian people are prepared to welcome a change of policy in the Spanish colonial party, for their present attitude is unjust. We sincerely hope that the misunderstanding will be removed. The cause of it is due to the wrong methods that they adopt, to their violence, and to their failure to look ahead or to appreciate the consequences that must ensue. The Riffian government will be truly sorry if the colonial party persists in its transgression and in its tyranny. Imagine yourselves to be the party that is being invaded, your homes in the hands of foreigners intent upon the possession of your property. Would you submit to the invaders because they merely claimed certain rights and asserted their pretensions? I think that you, and even your womankind, would defend yourselves and refuse to accept the humiliation of submission. Your history in this respect testifies for you that this is so. Know that the Rif and all its people are ready to die, and believe me, they will die in the cause of truth. They will defend their honour to the last, and nothing will shake their determination unless the Spanish colonial party will abandon its wicked motives. Otherwise, the Riffians will die to a man. I must declare once and for all that the Rif will not change its attitude, nor give up the principles upon which we act. That is to say, we will not reopen negotiations for peace except upon the condition of the recognition by Spain of the independence of the Rif. Mohammed bin Mohammed Azar Khan. Letter ends. This reply to the Spanish invitation to reopen negotiations was sufficient to render it evident that it was useless to continue the correspondence. The independence of the Rif neither the Sultan, nor Spain, nor France could grant, not only for the reasons that touch on their own position and their own prestige, but also because it would be entirely outside their powers to do so under the terms of international treaties. Nor was this all. The Rif itself was in no condition to profit by independence. The tribes that inhabit much of that country are certainly the most primitive in Morocco. Their history has been one long period of anarchy, one continual succession of tribal and intertribal warfare and family blood feud. It is a boast in the Rif that scarcely a Riffi reaches old age. Comparatively few survive the early years of manhood. Many are murdered in their youth. The family quarrel passes on from generation to generation, leaving its trail of blood behind it. Sometimes the origin of the feud is forgotten, whether it was a question of water rights for irrigation or the love of a woman. The vast majority of the tribesmen have not even benefited from the civilization that accompanies the acceptance and practice of Islam, for they maintain the inherited traditions of their Berber origin, and, although they have adopted the Mohammedan faith as a religion, they disregard its social and juridical aspects. Living in great poverty, cut off from the rest of Morocco by race and the physical features of their country, with no opportunity of learning or improvement, the Riffis of the remoter districts have remained almost barbarians. Hardy, courageous, and moral, they are not without many good qualities, but important as good qualities are, they do not by themselves suffice for a government of independence. Where, on the contrary, the Riffi has been brought into contact with civilization, he develops quickly while not abandoning, as a rule, his own characteristics. He learns foreign languages with ease, and adopts the little comforts of life, but by nature he remains suspicious and grasping and cruel. He is himself the first to confess it, and I have scarcely met a Riffi who, after the difficulties and complications of even the most simple form of government have been explained to him, has not recognized and acknowledged that self-government in the case of the Rif would be impossible. Abdel Krim had gained experience during the period when he had been employed by the Spanish government, and probably had a better idea of what administration meant. He was not without doubts, notwithstanding his confidence in his own capacities, and they were of no mean order, as to whether independence was feasible. I had no little communication by letter, and through trusted messengers on this subject. I never hesitated to let him know that in my opinion, apart from all political difficulties, independence in the Rif was impracticable, owing to the backward state and the inexperience of the country and its people. At first, the Riffi leader insisted that their country was capable of self-government, and that the intelligence of his people was remarkable, but later he seemed to realize that intelligence, important as it might be, was not sufficient for the introduction and carrying on of an administration, and that experience, in which the Riffis were completely lacking, was a more valuable and a more necessary asset. Yet he never abandoned his claim to independence, even in the last days of the Ujda conference. He did, however, acknowledge that any independent Rif government would require foreign aid and assistance, and made no secret, if his campaign was successful, of his intention to employ Europeans in his administration. He stipulated, however, that they were to be his paid servants and subject to his control, and not agents of foreign governments. He would retain, he said, the absolute and unquestioned right to engage and dismiss them. Often during the Rif War, and since, I have been accused, particularly in the French press, of urging Abdel Krim to obtain independence, and helping him to do so. As a matter of fact, as has been clearly proved by Abdel Krim's correspondence published in the Times, I never held out the least hopes, or gave the least encouragement, in a direction of which I entirely disapproved. Had Abdel Krim obtained the independence of the Rif, it would not have lasted more than a few months. The only policy that he ought to have pursued, and which I strongly advised him to pursue, was to deal direct with the French and Spanish governments, in both of which he could have had confidence, and to treat for peace without seeking any foreign aid or intervention. He could have obtained all that the Rif was capable of enjoying, a measure of home rule under the protection and control of France and Spain. Even that solution would have offered great difficulties. Constant and vigilant supervision would have been necessary, and control of any kind the Riffies were not prepared to accept. A great many of the next generation of the people of the Rif will be, in all probability, as intelligent and as advanced as any of the other inhabitants of Morocco, for they have a remarkable capacity for adaptation and aptitude for acquiring knowledge. They are, it must not be forgotten, a white race, and when they come into contact with Europeans, they can more than hold their own. In time, the development of their country, the education of their children, and their natural capacities will render them an important federation of intelligent tribes. They have much to learn, and a good deal to unlearn, but they have everything in their favour: race, health, and strength, and considerable mental ability. They will either prove a great asset or a great danger to Morocco. Everything depends on the way Spain and France govern them. With the failure of the peace negotiations in July 1923, all endeavours to come to an arrangement were abandoned, and it was not till the following year that rumours were once more current that another attempt would be made. The French were not yet at war with the Rif, and the question of peace was still one that, to all intents and purposes, only interested directly Spain, though the French and the Sultan could not remain indifferent to what was occurring in the neighbouring zone. Communications passed between Tétouan and Ajdir, but matters went no farther than that. Abdel Krim continued to demand a guarantee of independence as a preliminary to any overtures for peace, and in this Spain, naturally, could not acquiesce. But he also maintained a campaign of peace propaganda, principally in the columns of the European press. Not a few journalists succeeded, at great risk, and still more discomfort, in visiting him at Ajdir. In putting forward his views and ideas, Abdel Krim was quite evidently influenced more by a desire for successful propaganda than for any direct assistance in the interests of peace. He knew that most of the terms he proposed could never be accepted by Spain, but this important fact did not deter him from constant publication of his proposals. He even went so far as to charge one or two of his visitors to the Rif, who had gone in search of copy, of adventure, or of more material benefits, to put forward his proposals in official circles and to obtain the views of the French or Spanish governments. But the story he told each of his guests differed to such an extent that there was no knowing what were his real intentions or proposals. Probably he was himself in doubt as to what he could eventually hope to obtain. At times he asked for the total abandonment of the Spanish zone of Morocco. At others he seemed to be prepared to allow the Spaniards to retain certain districts, as well as the presidios of Ceuta and Melilla. In some of his proposals he mentioned large indemnities, in others he said he was prepared to be reasonable, and to forego obtaining even what he thought he could legally claim. It is impossible to say how far it was the suggestions of his visitors that influenced his demands, for each new arrival in the Rif forwarded home a new set of propositions. No doubt he was not a little affected by the persuasion of friends in Europe, who were able to keep up a desultory correspondence with the Rif. There were several organizations in France and in England and elsewhere which did not hesitate to furnish him with much bad advice, probably from the best of motives. There were as well, as there always must be in these cases, politicians and adventurers who sought little except their own interests. The Rif cause was one that appealed to sympathy, for here was a little race of plucky people whose independence had never been destroyed, striving to maintain their freedom against terrible odds. Deprived of all medical aid, blockaded by land and by sea, they held out with admirable tenacity. Was it any wonder that groups arose in Europe who took up their cause, though the assistance they rendered was remarkably small, and openly encouraged resistance? In the end, this sympathy and encouragement only helped to prolong the war, for the moral support and the misguided advice that accompanied it could have no effect beyond raising hopes that were destined to disappointment. Would a Riffi victory have really benefited the country? I doubt it. It would have meant the supremacy of Abdel Krim and his Beni Yuriagel tribe, and despotism. He had talked of a Riffian republic. It was good propaganda, but he knew that the only form of government which could hold the wild tribes in check was despotism. His rule was absolute. He promoted and degraded and killed, when he thought it was necessary, his fellow Riffis, and probably it was at that point the only course that he could have pursued. It was necessary to crush the tribal jealousies and feuds, and to crush feuds in the Rif meant that men must be crushed first. In a country that is split up into a number of rival tribal factions, only absolutism or a government that owes its origin to none of the local parties is possible. The Riffis will never consent to the predominance of any one of their tribes. Abdel Krim they chose as their leader, and for a long time he had their affection and their respect, but they regarded with suspicion and displeasure the power that his tribesmen of the Beni Yuriagel were usurping. The Rif was prepared to accept a member of that tribe as their leader, but they refused to recognize the authority of all its members, whose arrogance toward the end became distinctly unpopular. On more than one occasion, notably to one of his American visitors, an able and enterprising newspaper correspondent, Abdel Krim stated that to govern the Rif, absolutism was a necessity, that it must be a one-man show, and that he was the one man. He was right. The Rif was held together during those strenuous years of fighting by Abdel Krim's forcible personality, backed by the fighting qualities of his Beni Yuriagel tribesmen. His prestige was immense. The Riffis disputed no order that he gave, no matter what it was. He used and abused the powers of life and death. The tribes recognized not only his ability in native affairs, but equally the experience of European administration, which he had acquired during his employment by the Spaniards in Melilla. His learning they believed to be great, in that he was a proficient scholar of Islamic studies. Above and beyond all, he had been successful. With a handful of followers and a rabble of ill-armed tribesmen, he had annihilated a Spanish army. That was enough. Yet, in the end, it was from these very people, who had suffered and died at his command, that he fled by night and crossed the French lines to surrender. In all these negotiations for peace, it was with Abdel Krim alone that Spain had to deal. He pretended that he must consult the tribes, for it was good propaganda, but he never had the least intention of doing so. In only one respect was he responsible to them. He had promised them independence, and on this point his hands were tied. When the French and Spanish governments insisted that the tribes should be represented at Ujda, he merely ignored the demand and charged one of his 3 personal delegates with that mission. He allowed no native intervention whatever between himself and the enemy powers. That he had reached a position in which he was able to do so was no mean accomplishment, but Abdel Krim was no mean man. At various periods towards the end of 1924, and in the early months of 1925, there were rumours of peace, but no result was forthcoming, nor does there seem, at any moment, to have been any serious attempt at negotiation on the part of either side. From time to time, both protested their desire to arrive at a settlement, but matters went no farther and nothing materialized. In the spring of 1925, the Riffies renewed hostilities in the western part of the Spanish zone, and it became evident that cooperation between the Spanish and French armies was a necessity. It was a waste of energy and of life that 2 uncoordinated campaigns should be waged against the Rif, which left the initiative largely in the hands of the enemy. At the end of May, the Spanish posts in the Lucas Valley were attacked, and there was fighting on the Tangier-Tetuan road and in the vicinity of Tetuan itself. Looking back over the history of the past few years in Morocco, there is no fact more surprising, perhaps, than the almost total absence of any cooperation, either in policy or in war, between the French and the Spaniards. The relations, though outwardly friendly, were certainly not cordial. There was much jealousy and more criticism. There was an inclination on the part of the French press to ridicule the Spaniards' want of success in their zone, and to point out the difference between the results of French and Spanish administration, a difference that was very marked. Nor had the 2 armies ever come into contact, for nearly the whole of the region of their frontier was country into which neither had penetrated. Both had been fully occupied elsewhere, and the Great War had retarded the occupation by the French of the northernmost regions of the Protectorate. But it was quite apparent in the spring of 1925, when both France and Spain were at war with a common enemy, that a political arrangement and a combined plan of campaign were essential to success. It was to Monsieur Malvy that the French government entrusted the task, and he was sent to Madrid to propose an exchange of views between the 2 governments. His first visit was merely to explore the ground, but so cordial was his reception, and so prepared did he find the Spanish authorities to accept the general principle of an understanding, that immediately after his return to Paris at the end of May, negotiations were decided upon. At Paris, Monsieur Briand, the French foreign minister, and Señor Quiñones de Leon, the Spanish ambassador, put the finishing touches to the programme, and on June the 6th, a Franco-Spanish conference was announced, the subjects being stated as limited to the suppression of contraband and the coordination of military action. The conference met at Madrid on June the 17th, and General Jordana, who was the president, welcomed the French delegation. After the usual compliments, he stated, "We are called here to lay the foundation of a Franco-Spanish entente in Morocco, an entente of intimacy, of indispensable cooperation, of solidarity in front of the enemy, all rendered necessary by a community of interests and by the neighborly ties of brotherhood. This solemn hour is one for decision. A unique occasion for understanding is before us. Let us not allow it to escape us. With all our energy, with our hearts, let us realize a work that ought to have been taken in hand earlier." Monsieur Peretti de la Roque, the French ambassador, replied in fitting terms, and the conference began its labours. The deliberations were kept secret, but it was known that the opening sessions were occupied by a discussion on the subject of the suppression of contraband, a matter of common interest by land and by sea. This naturally brought Tangier and its little zone to the fore. The Spaniards have always claimed that Tangier formed one of Abdel Krim's principal sources of supply of arms and ammunition, but this was not the case. It would no doubt have been so had it not been far easier to land contraband directly on the Spanish zone coast, only a few miles away. The landing of contraband at the Tangier zone was beset with many difficulties, for the organisation of the zone, though by no means perfect, was at all events far superior on its policing and control to that of the neighbouring part of the Spanish sphere. Tangier was, however, the centre of Abdel Krim's propaganda and political activities and intrigue, and as such formed a very serious obstacle to the success of Spain's task across the frontier. Various projects were put forward at Madrid with regard to Tangier, but some at least were met with a direct refusal in London, to which they were, very correctly, submitted. The British government, however, consented that the British Navy should participate with France and Spain in the duty of patrolling the Tangier waters for the prevention of contraband. There was, however, one kind of contraband in constant practice at Tangier, the suppression of which was, it would have been thought, within the power of the Spanish authorities. It has been the custom for Spanish soldiers, generally but not always native soldiers in Spanish employ, to sell cartridges. In the districts round Tangier it was difficult for these men to get into direct touch with the tribesmen and carry on individually this petty trade, which however on the aggregate was by no means restricted, and the number of cartridges which changed hands was considerable. On this account they brought their cartridges to Tangier and sold them to intermediaries, Christian, Moor, or Jew, who in turn resold them to Spain's enemies, the tribesmen. So constant and so open was this trade that I myself was taken to a café where I saw a Spanish soldier in uniform sell several dozen rifle cartridges to a native Jew of Tangier across the table, both bargaining aloud and without the least attempt at concealment. The facility with which the cartridges came into the possession of the soldiers was a question which, it would have been thought, could have been controlled at the Spanish posts. But this constant trickle of cartridges into Tangier and out again into the hands of the enemy was unceasing. It is incontestable that Tangier has proved a very serious drawback to legitimate Spanish interests in Morocco. Not only its geographical position, an enclave in the Spanish zone, but also its political status have largely hindered Spain's work of pacification in Morocco. It has cut her off, too, from the most practical point of access to her zone. It was impossible at Madrid to avoid a discussion of this thorny question. The conference terminated its labours on July the 25th, and was followed by a declaration on the part of General Primo de Rivera, President of the Spanish Directory, that Spain had decided to undertake a military expedition in cooperation with France. He added that he was himself proceeding to Morocco to carry out the necessary measures. The conference terminated in an atmosphere of mutual optimism. The principal points that had been discussed and settled were the questions of contraband by land and sea, the maintenance of Tangier's neutrality, and the measures necessary to safeguard the same, and Franco-Spanish political collaboration for the purposes of restoring peace in Morocco. It was also decided that the military commands should decide upon a plan of combined action on the front. It was further agreed that neither government should engage in any separate negotiations with the RIF. The terms on which peace could be offered to Abdel Krim were also discussed, and the following essential conditions recognized: respect for international treaties, the proviso that any peace must be of a nature to ensure its permanent character, and that the honour and prestige of the Spanish army be taken into account. The right of pursuit of the common enemy into each other's zones was granted, but was to be of a temporary nature. As far as military action was concerned, it was agreed that it was to be rather simultaneous than combined, each government retaining the right to initiative. The final agreement was for the future delimitation of the frontier between the two zones, and the adoption of a modus vivendi for the present, based on the Treaty of 1912. This Franco-Spanish agreement for collaboration in Morocco naturally brought to the fore, again, the question of peace with the Rif and Jabala. At once there emerged into the open a number of Europeans and natives, one and all of whom pretended to be in possession of Abdel Krim's sole and only terms. Many had obtained their information direct from the Rif leader, for he received no few visitors at this time. But Abdel Krim seems to have provided each with a different program, and an amusing and noisy discussion arose between them as to each other's credentials and sincerity of motives. Some put forward the most exorbitant demands, based no doubt on Abdel Krim's boasts in his days of victory, while others represented the Rifis as ready to make a peace on reasonable terms, and as prepared to accept a measure of home rule. Some of the propositions were so surprising as to cause little but amusement. The Rif was to receive the same status as Afghanistan or Canada or Ireland, with Abdel Krim as Emir. Spain was to abandon the Rif with the exception of the presidios of Ceuta and Melilla, which have been Spanish territory for centuries. Whatever ideas the Spanish government may have had at times of abandoning the Rif, it was not likely to do so as the price of peace with Abdel Krim. But all these propositions, which were put forward as emanating from Abdel Krim, whether they originated at Ajdir, Tangier, London, or Paris, were little more than a flight of ballons d'essai launched by the many people who from different motives desired to bring about a peace favourable to the Rif. It was no secret at this time, to those who knew Abdel Krim's intentions, in so far as he had any fixed intentions, for his opinion often changed, that he had abandoned all idea of obtaining Larache, Tetuan, or Azila, and now limited his pretensions to the Rif and Jabala districts. There had been moments when he had aimed much higher, Fez and the Sultanate, but those days were over. He hoped, perhaps, that in abandoning his often avowed claim for Tetuan, he might obtain some compensation in money. His argument was ingenious. He was aware that when the Spaniards, after their Moroccan War of 1859-60, had agreed to evacuate Tetuan, the Sultan paid them an indemnity of 15 million pesetas, about £600,000 sterling. The Spaniards, in return for his indemnity, undertook to abandon the town in perpetuity, and they had now returned. The money should be refunded. Abdel Krim informed me of his intention of claiming it, and I made the natural reply that as it was the Sultan who had paid the indemnity, it should be refunded to him, and that I could not see what claim he, Abdel Krim, could put forward to it. In due season he replied that as he was performing the duty that the Sultan ought to have undertaken, of defending Morocco against a Christian invader, he considered that his claim to the money was indisputable. As there was never the slightest likelihood of its ever being taken into the smallest consideration, I did not continue the argument. Abdel Krim was informed that the terms of peace drawn up by the French and Spanish governments were at his disposal at Tetuan and Melilla, should he choose to send for them. It would have been much better if a copy of these terms had been officially placed in his hands, but amour-propre forbade a proceeding so simple. The French and Spanish governments considered that in sending terms to Abdel Krim, they might put themselves in the position of seeming to sue for peace, while Abdel Krim, on the other hand, was convinced that if he asked to see them, he might be thought to have submitted. The result was confusion. At the long delay which naturally ensued, public opinion in France and Spain grew restive and demanded to know what was going on. In the face of this unrest, both the French and Spanish governments decided to disclose to Abdel Krim unofficially the terms they were prepared to grant, instead of waiting for him to send for them, which, by the way, he had already declared he was determined not to do. Accordingly, the terms of peace were communicated by the French and Spanish governments, in both cases unofficially, to the Rifi leader. These terms were briefly as follows. 1. The French and Spanish governments are conjointly agreed to guarantee the Rifi and Jabala tribes such autonomy as is compatible with existing international treaties. 2. The two governments are conjointly agreed to open at once negotiations with a view of arriving at the re-establishment of peace and for the purpose of putting into effect the new regime. The essential points which are to be observed in these negotiations are the following. Point 1. Release by French, Spaniards and Rifis of all prisoners. Point 2. Reciprocal and complete amnesty to date from the 1st of January 1921. Point 3. Definition of the districts to fall within the new regime. Point 4. Agreement as to the geographical extent of the above-mentioned districts. Point 5. Agreement as to the formation and number of the police force, which would be required to maintain order and security in those districts. Point 6. The recognition of the commercial liberty in the territories in question, according to the international customs and other treaties. Point 7. Recognition of the illegality of all trade in arms and ammunition. Point 8. Choice of a position on the Rif coast to be, by common consent, occupied by Spanish forces after the cessation of hostilities. Could anything have been more generous? At almost the same moment, the middle of July, as these terms were brought to the knowledge of Abdel Krim, negotiations were tentatively opened at Tetuan by Rifi emissaries. A confidential messenger had brought letters and verbal communications to his agents at Tangier, authorizing them to discuss the question of peace, both with the French and Spanish authorities, but with stipulations as to the preliminary recognition of Rifi independence, and that any eventual negotiations should take place at Tangier. The contents of these letters were at once communicated to the French and Spanish authorities at Rabat and Tetuan, and, on a telegraphic invitation from General Primo de Rivera, who was arriving at Tetuan from Madrid the following day, the Rif delegates proceeded to that place. They were courteously received, and in the course of a long and friendly conversation with General Primo de Rivera, they were able not only to put forward the Rifi views, but also to learn what the Spaniards considered to be the most essential points in the peace terms, insofar as the interests of Spain were concerned. The Rifis, however, would not abandon the difficult point of a preliminary recognition of the independence of their country. This visit of the Rifis to Tetuan led to the accusation that the Spanish authorities were attempting to negotiate a separate peace. This was entirely erroneous, and General Primo de Rivera made it clear to the Rifi delegates that no peace could be made either by France or Spain alone. All that he did was quite legitimately to explain the details of the terms, which most closely interested the Spaniards. Although Abdel Krim publicly made statements to the contrary, particularly in a letter to myself of August the 29th, maintaining that he had never received the French and Spanish terms, he was, as a matter of fact, in possession of them. The French had sent Monsieur Gabrieli, the French controller at Terret, to the Rif with a copy of the proposals, while the Spaniards again made use of Senor Etivarieta, who had been largely instrumental in obtaining the release of the Spanish prisoners in 1923, for the purpose of conveying the terms to Abdel Krim. Monsieur Gabrieli had strict instructions not to discuss with Abdel Krim the details of the French peace proposals, while the Spanish delegate seems to have been fully authorized to do so. The Riffi emissaries who had proceeded to Tetuan had, before doing so, communicated Abdel Krim's instructions as to their mission to the French authorities at Tangier, who had immediately transmitted them to Rabat. Considerable hesitation ensued, and time was lost, and it was not until August the 5th that the Kidorsi issued a communiqué which began, Abdel Krim has lately manifested through his agents at Tangier and in the press his desire to see an end of hostilities. The mention of the press referred to a communication the Riffi leader had addressed to me on the subject, which had appeared meanwhile in the Times. On August the 14th, Monsieur Penlevy, Prime Minister and Minister of War, made public for the first time the generous terms which France and Spain were prepared to offer. In Monsieur Penlevy's own words, the French government agreed to guarantee the Riffi and Jebala tribes administrative, economic, and political autonomy under the reserve of the sovereignty of the Sultan and subject to the delegation of the Khalifa. He explained that the independence of the Rif was internationally impossible, as contrary to existing treaties. An attempt to cede on that point would only reopen the whole question of Morocco in a dangerous form. There was also another and very excellent reason to refuse independence to the Rif, which Monsieur Penlevy did not state. However intelligent Abdel Krim might have been, and no one denied his ability, however patriotic his aims and intentions, the introduction of an independent government into the Rif would only have been beset by so many difficulties and dangers that it could not have escaped certain and perhaps immediate failure. Even the large measure of autonomy proposed by France and Spain would have necessitated, if it had ever been adopted, a protracted period of delicate initiation. It is no exaggeration to state that no settlement within the possibilities of the circumstances then existing, no matter on what lines, could have been looked upon as really permanent. Monsieur Penlevy's statement created a good impression, and the Riffi emissaries who had returned to Tangier at once sent copies to Abdel Krim, recommending that negotiations be opened on the basis of these proposals. It was Abdel Krim's great opportunity, and he missed it. On August the 16th, the Spanish government issued at Madrid a communiqué almost identical with that which had been published in Paris. It clearly demonstrated the Spanish readiness for peace. In one respect, the Spanish communiqué went further than the French, for in speaking of the Sultan's authority over the proposed Rif state, the word nominal was employed. No more definite term could have been used to make known to the Riffis how large was the measure of autonomy that it was proposed to confer. Abdel Krim's intransigence was manifest. He never applied, as he had been invited to do, for the French and Spanish terms, and when they were communicated to him unofficially, he denied that he had ever received them. He ostentatiously began the reorganization of his army, and obtained further arms, ammunition, and other war material from Europe, and from Algeria. He was clearly making every preparation to renew the campaign. It was at this moment that he wrote me an important letter of which the following is a translation. It is dated Ujda, August the 29th, 1925. After the usual salutations, he continued, "We have received your letter of August the 18th, in which you have offered us your advice to accept the negotiations of peace in accordance with the conditions which the newspapers have published. Certainly, but up to the present we have not been formally informed of the conditions which are proposed, and therefore I can neither accept nor refuse them. And this being so, I beg of you to be so good as to publish what I have told you, namely that I have not received anything in spite of what has been published in the newspapers. I am aware that this is a political maneuver, in order to prejudice public opinion, and to deceive the French and Spanish people by leading them astray, and thus bringing them to calamity and war. I conclude, begging you to accept my cordial salutation, and peace. Mohammed bin Abdel Krim el-Khattabi." My letter of August the 18th referred to above had contained copies of both Monsieur Painlevé's and General Primo de Rivera's official declarations on the terms the two governments were offering to Abdel Krim. The contents of Abdel Krim's letter were far from true, except in that perhaps he was justified in saying that he had not formally received the terms, if by formally he meant officially. Both Marechal Liotte and General Primo de Rivera gave me verbally the most solemn assurances that at the date in question copies of the terms were in Abdel Krim's possession. General Primo de Rivera told me that the letter containing the terms sent to Abdel Krim by the Spanish authorities was signed by himself. Why did not Abdel Krim accept the proffered proposals? What was his reason for refusing to negotiate on terms that were far more generous than anything he might ever have been led to expect? The answer is clear. He was advised to continue the campaign by his friends in Europe. He was promised assistance and the support of public opinion, and he was told that he must have no confidence in either the French or Spaniards. The people who gave him that advice are responsible for much. On September the 5th, a Spanish army successfully disembarked on the west point of Alhucemas Bay. This action, striking as it did at the heart of the Rif, changed the whole aspect of the situation, and brought all immediate questions of peace to an end. End of section 6. Section 7 of France, Spain, and the Rif. Part 2. By Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 12a. The Ujda Conference. On April the 5th, 1926, Le Temps published the following note. Monsieur Aristide Briand presided this morning at the Quai d'Orsay at a new conference on the subject of Morocco, in which took part Messrs. Painlevé, Minister of War, Steeg, Resident General, Marshal Pétain, and his Chief of Staff, General Georges, and Ponceau, Assistant Director of African Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During deliberations, an examination was made of the situation in Morocco from the dual point of view of military operations and of the means of realizing peace. On these subjects, General Simon, who had arrived from Morocco and was present at the meeting, furnished the Prime Minister and his collaborators with the latest information. The eventuality of opening official negotiations can be looked forward to, hopefully. Conversations are at this moment taking place between properly authorized emissaries of Abdel Krim and representatives of the Spanish and French governments. They can be considered as serious, and favorable results are expected to ensue. The publication of this note caused not a little surprise. There had been so many false starts in the past which had led to nothing, that the public had almost abandoned hope of any possibility of peace. Yet peace was generally and sincerely desired by the majority of all the interested parties, though there were doubts as to whether the moment was appropriate. It was realized, however, that both in Spain and in France there existed a military party that wished to continue the campaign, and to arrive at the desired result by a triumph in the field. The Spanish army had never forgotten, and never forgiven Anual, and was intent upon at least one signal victory in Morocco, to wipe out the stain of that disaster. Nearly 5 years had passed since a few thousand tribesmen had annihilated the Spanish army in the Rif, and no victory had as yet come about. On the contrary, there had been a great retirement, that of autumn 1924, which, wisely conceived and skilfully carried out as it was, could not be looked upon as compensation for the bitter memory of the past. It was, therefore, only natural that the Spanish army should show no great satisfaction at the possibility of a peace obtained at a conference, more especially when it was known that the proposed conditions would contain at least some of the demands put forward by Abdel Krim. It put out of the question the Spanish dream of a military conquest of the Rif, and the defeat of the hardy tribesmen who for so many years, and so successfully, had kept the Spaniards at bay. Peace would mean, too, the withdrawal of a large portion of the Spanish officers and soldiers from Morocco, and a diminution of the active employment on double pay, to say nothing of the cessation of opportunity for promotion, decorations, and glory. There were other interests also that compensated for the discomforts of a campaign in Africa, and, although the opportunities of acquiring wealth had largely diminished owing to the Marquess d'Estella's vigorous reforms, they still existed. The communiqué, which appeared at Madrid at the same date as in Paris, announcing that peace negotiations were on the point of being opened, met with an unfavourable reception in Spain. The fact was not disguised that there existed divergences between the views of the Spanish and French governments. It was even hinted, and it was no doubt true, that the Spanish cabinet, although pacific, was not in favour at that precise moment of any negotiations at all. It was considered that Abdel Krim's prestige was still too great, and would continue so until he had received the blow that it would be necessary to inflict before any serious consideration could be advisedly given to the question of peace. However, the Spanish government, acting in conformity with the Franco-Spanish policy of common action, which had been accepted during Monsieur Malvis and Marshal Pétain's visits to Madrid, did not hesitate to acquiesce in the French proposals, and issued a communiqué to that effect. It stated, after announcing the approaching conversations, "The cordiality existing between the two governments is in no way affected by this divergence of views. For Spain is as desirous as is France to conclude peace as quickly as possible, but with the certitude of not being forced into embarking upon a further military campaign." There was no doubt whatever, in spite of what has been written to the contrary, that the people of Spain were desirous of peace in Morocco. The officers of the army, and perhaps not all of them, were almost the only exceptions, but the army, under a regime which was upheld principally by military power, counted for much. That the Marquess d'Estella had always been pacifically inclined is certain. He had already risked unpopularity in this endeavour on more than one occasion. I was in Tetuan when, less than a year after the founding of the Directorate, he announced the coming retirement of the Spanish troops in the field to their bases on or near the coast. There was no mistaking the painful impression this decision made upon the Spanish officers, and the Marquess d'Estella himself could not have failed to detect in the surrounding atmosphere a breath of intense opposition. But it would take more than a threat of unpopularity to deter him from carrying out what he considered to be necessary in the interests of his country. It required only a short space of time to prove how right he had been. The retirement necessitated heavy losses, but had it not been effected at that precise moment, there would have been another and still more disastrous annual. The whole object of this movement of the army toward its bases was due as much to the President of the Directory's desire to inaugurate a new and peaceful policy in Morocco, as to his determination to escape from a danger that he perceived to be imminent, the danger that arose from the installation of small isolated military posts scattered far and wide over the country. When the immense cost in life and wealth that Spain has incurred in her adventure in North Africa is taken into account, can one be surprised that public opinion amongst her population was almost unanimously in favour of any move that might tend toward the termination of the campaign? Yet it was Abdel Krim who had proposed these conversations. To have refused to entertain them would have been difficult after the continual protestations emanating from Paris and Madrid that both governments were intent on peace and would neglect no legitimate or serious proposition to secure an understanding with the Rif. The position of France with regard to that country was, however, very different from that of Spain. The whole Rif falls in the Spanish zone, and therefore the ultimate responsibility was Spain's. Briefly, France's task was to protect the tribes of the French protectorate from the incursions and attacks of their Rifi neighbours. She had, it is true, also to suppress the revolt of her own tribes, but that was already partly accomplished, and everything was ready for its completion. It is clear, then, that the question of the Rif was for Spain one of vital importance, while to France it meant little more than furthering the means by which a turbulent neighbour was to be rendered innocuous. From this it will be seen that the whole idea of a conference, and what it might lead to, far more deeply affected Spain than France. Both governments showed undoubted wisdom in accepting Abdel Krim's proposals to seek an end of the unhappy war. There existed in Europe, even in France itself, and certainly in Spain, a strong sentiment of opposition to the whole campaign, and a general suspicion that neither at Madrid nor Paris was peace really desired. The reasons given were the old story of French imperialism, though the Spaniards could hardly be accused under that heading. Other reasons for their desiring a continuance of the war were not difficult to discover or to invent, and in the case of the army they were no doubt justified. This spirit of opposition to France and Spain's action in Morocco owed its origin to many causes. It was only natural that the foreign military occupation of any small country, and the deprival of what any small race considered to be its birthright, should awaken sympathy far and wide. In this case, sympathy, which was in principle justified, was increased by skilful propaganda. The material was there. It needed only the match being put to it to raise a little blaze of pity and commiseration for the victim of two great powers. The match was applied by little groups of people in various parts of the world, more especially in England and in Paris. Publicity was given to the whole Rif question, and Abdel Krim and his Riffies, with a natural instinct for propaganda, as well as having a cause the justice of which it was easy to assert, lost no opportunity of winning over public opinion far and wide. His various attempts to open peace negotiations before this period have already been recounted, but no account of the situation on the eve of the conference at Ujda would be complete without these brief references to the past. They render it clear why France and Spain, even had they not been desirous of peace, could have ill afforded to refuse Abdel Krim's invitation to discuss the question. Not only would their action have been severely criticised, but the Riffies themselves would have been given an undeniable opportunity of protesting against the military intentions of the two governments. There is, however, no doubt that, totally apart from the question of advisability, both France and Spain went to Ujda genuinely prepared for peace and with the best intentions. The French believed it was possible. The Spaniards did not. On April the 9th, 1926, an official communiqué was issued at Paris stating that negotiations were on the point of taking place. The French and Spanish governments, having decided to accept Abdel Krim's offer to negotiate, have today nominated the delegates who will represent them at the conversations with the representatives of the dissident tribes of the Rif, which will open at Ujda on April 15th. The French delegation includes General Simon, in command of the 11th Division, who directed for several years the intelligence department in Morocco, Monsieur Ponceau, director of the African department at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Commandant Duclos, director of native affairs at the French Residency. The Spanish delegates are Monsieur Lopez Olivan, director of the Moroccan department at the Madrid Ministry, Commander Aguilar, chief of the Bureau of Native Affairs, Intervention, at Ajdir, and Captain Miguel. The dissident Moorish tribes will be represented by Si Mohammed Azarkan, the Rifi Minister of Foreign Affairs, Si Mohammed Hitni, and Si Ahmed Shedi, these last two designated by the tribes. As a matter of fact, Si Mohammed Hitni did not attend the conference, owing to ill health, and was replaced by Kaid Hadou El Kahal. On April the 12th, an official communiqué was published at Paris, which stated briefly the outlines of the conditions of peace. They were 1. The recognition of the Sultan of Morocco by the Riffies. 2. The disarmament of the Riffi tribes. 3. The release of French and Spanish prisoners. 4. The expatriation of Abdel Krim. In return, the Rif would enjoy a state of autonomy compatible with existing treaties. The tribes could not, of course, be permitted to enter into direct relations with foreign states, France, and to a lesser extent Spain, being alone qualified by treaty to do so. Such autonomy as could be granted must keep within the bounds of all existing international agreements, of the Treaty of the Protectorate, and the Algeciras Act. It was to be understood that so long as peace was not definitely established, the military preparations of France and Spain would continue, although, already as a matter of fact, in anticipation of the conference, fighting had, by mutual consent, ceased upon the various fronts. The scene of interest now passed from Paris and Madrid to Ujda, a little town, chief of the province of that name, lying in the extreme east of northern Morocco, near the Algerian frontier. Ujda was no doubt chosen as the seat of the conference on account of its accessibility from the Rif. It lies on the plain of Angad, 2,000 feet above the level of the sea. Its population numbers slightly over 21,000, of whom 7,000 are Europeans, 13,000 Muslims, and about 1,500 native Jews. The town itself, surrounded by old Moorish walls, offers no particular attractions, and has been much Europeanized, but the public gardens which extend for some length along the outside of the ramparts are very charming. The surroundings of the place consist of several thousands of acres of olive groves, and orchards profusely watered by the natural springs of Sidi Yahia. Close outside the town walls, the Europeans have built a small modern quarter. Ujda's trade is due to its position, and consists largely of goods in transit between Algeria and the districts of eastern Morocco. It was altogether a suitable place for such a conference. Its inaccessibility kept away any crowd that might by curiosity have been attracted to the spot, while the accommodation was ample for the delegates, and the correspondence of the press. Living was by no means expensive, and the people of Ujda, of all races and religions, extended to the strangers within their gates a friendly and disinterested welcome. All those who were there were unanimous, I think, in recognizing the extreme courtesy and cordiality with which the inhabitants treated the visitors. It was much appreciated, and by no means universal in Morocco. I reached Ujda on April the 18th from southern Morocco. It was impossible to imagine, while travelling by motor over 320 miles of excellent roads that unite Marrakesh and Fez, that there was war anywhere in the country. Such was the sense of security and peace. From Marrakesh, lying in its great groves of palm trees, to the moment when the minarets of Fez appeared on the horizon, I do not remember to have seen a single soldier, or in the towns passed through en route, a policeman. Everywhere extended the great fields of cereals, sparse and yellow from the want of rain, until, nearing the coast, there were signs of better crops. For the most part, the country is monotonous and bare, and almost the only trees passed on all that distance are those of the forest of Marmora between Rabat and Meknès. Here and there, generally well away from the road, are villages which, according to the districts in which they lie, vary from mud hovels to thatch huts, and from thatch huts to low black tents. Herds of cattle and sheep and goats pasture in the fields in the open country, tended by half-naked children. Everywhere the spring flowers formed bright patches of colour, red, yellow, and blue, a very carpet of blossom. On the roads were motors and camels and little donkeys, and groups of peasants. The plains appear limitless. The French have done much for Morocco, but they have done nothing better than to construct these vast roads and to provide, for the European and native alike, the facilities of travel. Nothing had helped more in creating and preserving the tranquillity of Morocco than these routes and the means of transport. Fez was reached on the second day of travel, and presented an aspect of eternal peace. Its gardens were full of flowers, and spring reigned supreme. It was the second day of the feast that celebrates the end of Ramadan, the month of fasting, and the flat terraces of the houses were aglow with gaily dressed native women. The streets were full of men who seemed to have forgotten that, in spite of the tacit armistice, which had already been some days in existence on the front, so short a distance away, the war would quickly break out again if a basis for peace was not found by the delegates of France, Spain, and the Rif at Ujda. From Fez to Ujda is 210 miles. The first part of the way after crossing the Wad Sebu is over pleasant, hilly country till a descent is made to the rich valley of the Wad Innawan. After following the river for some time, The road ascends steeply to drop once more into the valley, which at this spot opens out into a rich and circular plain surrounded by mountains. Taza, 73 miles from Fez, is left high up on the right, a mile away from the road, picturesquely crowning its hill, with a range of rocky peaks rising behind it. Then on through Safsafa to Masan and into dreary country, which, though sometimes green in winter and early spring, is desert for the rest of the year. Then Guasif with its few colonists and its military post, and 30 miles beyond, Torert. From its strategic position at the crossing of two important caravan routes, Algeria to Fez and Tafilet to the Mediterranean at Melilla by the valley of the Molaya and northward across the Rif, Torert has always been a place of importance and the scene of many fights. The fortifications date from the 14th century. The little town of today is of modern construction and contains about 1,600 inhabitants, of whom over 300 are Europeans. High above the hill tower the high posts of the wireless telegraph installation. The narrow cultivated valley is well irrigated and intensely green, forming a curious contrast with the surrounding barrenness. From Torert to Ujda is 60 miles, through burnt-up country parched at this particular period by want of rain. It was at Torert that the Riffian delegates, Si Mohammed Azarkan, Si Ahmed Shedi, and Kaid Hadou, were awaiting the opening of the conference, for the most convenient road from the Rif to Ujda passed that way. Already preliminary conversations had begun, and General Moujon and Monsieur Gabrielli, the contrôleur at Torert, were busily engaged in preparing for the more serious business that was to follow. On April the 15th, General Simon, president of the French and Spanish delegations, arrived at Ujda and lost no time in visiting his Riffi colleagues at Torert. On April the 18th, the French and Spanish delegations met the Riffi delegates for the first time at Camp Berthaud, a French post situated a few miles to the north, chosen for this first reunion because of its retirement and tranquillity. At this meeting, two new demands were put forward by the French and Spanish delegates. The first was that the release of the prisoners, which was one of the 4 conditions to be discussed at the conference, must take place at once as a preliminary to the conference. The second was the insistence that, in order to guarantee the strategic security of the French and Spanish troops at several points on the front, an unresisted advance on several kilometres should be permitted them. Both were made essential to the holding of a conference. In putting forward these totally unexpected demands, the French and Spaniards were in error, and their action in doing so caused a little surprise even amongst their own people, and some criticism. The impression made upon the Riffis was most unfortunate. They had been told what were to be the conditions that would be discussed at the conference, and they were prepared to discuss them. And now, at the last moment, they found themselves confronted with demands, the acceptance of which, they were informed, was essential to there being a conference at all. They were naturally indignant. That the French and Spanish delegations realized their mistake in putting forward these surprise conditions was clear, for, after a quite unnecessary and unwarrantable delay had been caused, they were forced, in the face of Abdel Krim's refusal, to withdraw them and to allow the Riffi delegates to come to Ujda without their acceptance. The Riffian delegates had been expected to arrive at Ujda with their French and Spanish colleagues on the night of April the 18th, after this first meeting, but their demand, a reasonable one, to consult with Abdel Krim on these questions, rendered their continued stay at Torert a necessity. Everything had been prepared for their arrival, and it had been announced to the press that the first official sitting of the conference would take place in Ujda the following morning, April the 19th. It was clear, therefore, that the French and Spanish delegates had hoped to persuade Azarkan and his Riffi colleagues to accept the new conditions. They were known to be very anxious to reach Ujda, as their continued stay at Torert had been unpleasing to Abdel Krim and to the tribes. Their deliberate refusal to subscribe to the new conditions without the sanction of their chief and of the tribes they represented was no doubt a surprise. The whole story of the preliminary terms was not very edifying, and savours of an attempt to bluff. In any case, it was a mistake. It must be allowed that the French and Spaniards eventually withdrew from the position they had taken up, but it would have been much better never to have adopted it. So Azarkan and Shedi remained at Torert, while Cade Hadou was taken in a French aeroplane to Dargist to discuss the situation with Abdel Krim. Meanwhile, on the evening of April the 19th, a Rifi communique was distributed to the press correspondents at Ujda, which threw some light upon their intentions and views. It stated, "On April the 18th, we met the French and Spanish delegations at Camp Berthaud. A moment after the presentations had been made by General Simon, the president of the conference, the first sitting was opened, and the conversations on the 6 principal points were begun. Amongst them were 4 conditions the acceptance of which is impossible without certain modifications. Our agreement to the first 2 has already been announced in the press. The 2 other conditions are the following. 1. The liberation before any official conversations take place of the prisoners. 2. The advance of French and Spanish troops to stated positions actually in Rifi occupation, and this advance to be allowed to take place pacifically." These 2 conditions were the object of a laborious discussion. The acceptance of these 2 preliminary conditions cannot be considered, in our opinion, before the opening of official conversations. Should we deliver over the prisoners immediately, and should we accept the advance of the French and Spanish troops in the zone as stated, without offering resistance, in the case of peace not being reached, we should have been tricked. In any case, we have asked for a delay in order to consult the Emir Abdel Krim. We may add that we believe that these conditions will never be accepted unless concessions are granted by the French and Spanish governments. The adoption by the Riffian delegates of communiques as a means of making known their views to the press and to the public caused no little stir amongst the members of the conference at Ujda. The French and Spanish delegates had already adopted this system of publicity, and it was difficult to insist that the Riffis should not do likewise. However, General Simon expressed to them the general disapproval of the members of the conference at the publication of details which should, he said, have been kept secret. Si Muhammad Azarkan, however, took a directly opposed line. He had not come to Ujda for secrecy. The Riffis desired that everything should be public, and it was, they said, their intention to put their case before the whole world. Azarkan even proposed that the correspondents of the press be invited to the meetings, a proposal that caused consternation amongst the diplomats. But there is no doubt that the publicity given to the conversations at Ujda was not a little owing to this intention of the Riffis, an intention they did not abandon. "We have," Azarkan told me, "no secrets. We do not understand diplomatic methods and intend to have everything out in the open." And they did. On April the 20th, Abdel Krim's reply was received. He refused to agree to the new conditions and insisted on the original program of the conference being maintained. The 4 conditions he was prepared to discuss were, as he had already announced, these. 1. The recognition of the Sultan. 2. The expatriation of Abdel Krim. 3. The disarmament of the tribes. 4. The release of the prisoners. In return, the Riffis were to be granted autonomy. Surprise has sometimes been expressed that the terms offered by the French and Spanish governments at the conference at Ujda were less advantageous to the Riffis than those that the same governments had proposed and been ready to accept in July of the previous year, 1925. It must, however, be remembered that the situation had changed since the day when Abdel Krim, acting on the unwise advice of foreigners, refused to negotiate and so foolishly disregarded the generous conditions which had been proposed to him. The Spaniards were now installed at Alhucemas and at Ajdir, Abdel Krim's capital, while the French had reoccupied practically all the territory they had lost during the last year's campaign. On April the 24th, in the company with several other correspondents, I motored 60 miles to Torert, where the Riffi delegates still remained, awaiting the termination of the preliminary discussions before being invited to proceed to Ujda. We were received by Monsieur Gabrielli, the controller of Torert, who had played so leading and so useful a part in bringing about these negotiations for peace. He introduced us at once to the Riffi delegates in the drawing room of his official residence. I found myself in the presence of 3 typical Riffis: Si Muhammad Azarkan, still a young man, with the frank, sympathetic Berber type of countenance; Si Ahmed Shedi, almost a youth, good-looking and rather shy; and Cade Hadou, middle-aged, with a beard turning grey, and an expression of much astuteness, keen and intelligent. It was not difficult to perceive that, while Azarkan and Shedi were almost untouched by European influences, and could be expected in their methods to follow with the dignity of the traditional policy of the Berber race, Hadou was capable of any flights into the regions of intrigue and opportunism. The 3 delegates were dressed in the ordinary clothes of Riffi tribesmen, brown woolen jalabas reaching a little below their knees, worn over simple long white cotton shirts. On their heads they wore narrow white turbans which exposed the shaven crowns. They received us very courteously, and a general conversation, frank and unrestricted, ensued. While Cade Hadou and Shedi spoke to my companions, Si Muhammad Azarkan took me aside and engaged me in a long and intimate conversation on the whole subject of the negotiations. He first of all impressed upon me the real desire of Abdel Krim to arrive at peace, and recalled the long letter that the Riffi chief had sent me to this effect, which was published in the Times of March the 17th, 1926. He then referred to the subjects mentioned in the communique that they had issued on April the 19th, and confirmed to me that the Rif was prepared to recognise the temporal and spiritual authority of the Sultan, which was almost more than the French and Spanish governments had asked for. He stated that the immediate expatriation of Abdel Krim was not in the interests of France, Spain, or the Rif. It might, he said, be left over and reconsidered when Abdel Krim's presence in the Rif was no longer required for the introduction of the new form of government. Disarmament of the tribes he recognised as necessary, but before it could be carried out without danger, a military police must be introduced and guarantees given to the tribes that they should enjoy autonomy. The exchange of prisoners, Azarkan insisted, could not be made until peace was arrived at. The Riffis were, however, prepared to allow a French and Spanish medical mission to visit the prisoners at once, and to remain with them during the negotiations for peace, at the conclusion of which the prisoners would be handed over. Si Muhammad Azarkan spoke very strongly on the subject of the introduction, at the last moment, into the programme of the conference of the 2 preliminary conditions of which mention has already been made. The armistice, he stated, had been religiously adhered to by both sides, and would be scrupulously observed by the Riffis in the future, but they would never permit that the relative strategic positions of the 2 armies should be radically altered by an advance of the French and Spanish troops. He was astonished that such a demand should ever have been made, and if the French and Spanish delegations were awaiting its acceptance before allowing the Riffis to proceed to Ujda, then the sooner the conference was countermanded the better. He explained that this proposed advance, particularly in the Spanish zone, meant the cession to the Spanish troops of fortified positions actually in the hands of the Riffis. These unexpected conditions, and the fact that the Riffi delegates had been detained so long at Tourette, had much annoyed Abdel Krim, whose suspicions had not unnaturally been awakened, while at the same time there was a danger that the tribe's confidence in their delegates, himself, Shedi, and Cade Hadou, might be seriously shaken. This conversation with Si Muhammad Azarkan lasted over an hour. It was friendly, intimate, and honest. He told me frankly exactly how the situation lay in the Rif, and I informed him that if he was looking for outside political intervention, none would be forthcoming. I informed him that it was well known that Abdel Krim and he himself had constantly held out to the tribes this hope, this expectation of ultimate British intervention. It was useless. The Rif enjoyed in England a certain and admissible sympathy, but great exaggeration had been given to its importance. I pointed out that such sympathy could only be platonic, and that neither officially nor unofficially could the British government, even if it had been desirous of doing so, which was certainly not the case, intervene in any way whatever. I reminded him of the very definite reply Abdel Krim had received to a demand for intervention, I regretted the folly of the Riffi in not having negotiated with the French and Spanish governments on the basis of the terms those two governments had so generously offered in the previous July. In reply to this remark, Azarkan assured me that it was only in deference to the advice from England and from the communists in France that they had refused to do so. Abdel, Krim and the Riffis, Azarkan assured me, had been told that no confidence should be placed in the word of those two governments, whose sole desire was to catch the Riffis in a trap. They were advised to continue the fight by every method in their power, and hopes were deliberately held out of the overthrow of the government in Paris, and of intervention on the part of England. They had known too late that the opportunity offered them in July could never be repeated. It had gone forever. End of section 7. Section 8 of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 12b, the Ujda Conference. In the presence of the French contrôleur, who spoke Arabic fluently, and in that of my French, English, and American colleagues of the press, I again repeated to Azarkan that the question of the future of the Rif lay between themselves and France and Spain, and that no foreign intervention could under any circumstances be forthcoming. I regretted that any such idea should have arisen from any action of any group of English people, who, I pointed out, were totally unauthorized. There was no doubt that my remarks caused disappointment to the Riffi delegates, but I felt it was necessary for their sakes, and also because rumours of British intrigue in the Rif were current in other quarters at Ujda, to make, in the presence of French officials and the members of the press, a definite and very clear statement. It certainly cleared the atmosphere. On April the 26th, the French and Spanish delegations issued the following communiqué. The French and Spanish governments, fully informed by their delegation of the course of the negotiations with the Riffi delegates since April the 18th, consider in their desire to arrive at the establishment of a complete and durable peace, that it behooves them to continue to advance the negotiations on the basis of the conditions which were brought to the notice of Si Muhammad Azarkan on April the 11th. This communiqué, the wording of which was rather unnecessarily vague, really meant that the French and Spanish governments had withdrawn the two unacceptable preliminary conditions, and had reverted to the original 4 terms proposed in the first agenda of the conference. Many days had been wasted through the insertion in the programme of these preliminary conditions, for the Riffi delegates had been detained at Tourette, pending Abdel Krim's hoped-for acceptance. But Abdel Krim had refused to budge, and only one course had been left open, their withdrawal. This was done, and on the afternoon of the same day, April the 26th, the Riffi delegates arrived at Ujda. They were received at the French Consulate General by Monsieur de Wittas, in the presence of the French and Spanish delegations and the journalists. The reception was devoid of any official character, and was marked by a general spirit of cordiality. The Riffis were quite evidently pleased to be in Ujda at last, and conversed freely with the officials and guests. Their arrival passed almost unnoticed by the public. There was some doubt at this moment as to what was the policy of Spain in regard to the Rif. Should peace be reached at the conference, what were the intentions of the Spanish government? It was a question of no little importance, not only to the Rif, but also to the French, with their long frontier with the Spanish zone. 5 months earlier, in November 1925, the Marquess de Estella, in the course of a long and frank conversation on the subject of Spanish Morocco, had given me a clear and definite outline of Spanish intentions. At Ujda, the delegate of the Spanish government confirmed this policy, and informed me that there had been no change whatever since that date. It was the desire of the Spanish government to restrict Spanish action in Morocco within the limits of national interests in complete conformity with international agreements. In order to carry out this policy, the government intended to confine its action in the Rif and Jabala districts to the continued possession of the Presidios, which had long been Spanish territory, Melilla, Alhucemas, and Ceuta, and the other smaller fortresses, and to the occupation of certain other points of strategic value to be decided upon in due time. The Spanish government was most anxious to avoid any new adventure in the interior of the zone, or any military occupation of any of the outlying regions, but hoped, by a policy of friendship, assistance, and sympathy, to live on terms of close amicable relationship with the tribes. It was the intention of the Spanish government to grant financial, technical, and medical assistance to the natives, and by this means it was hoped to bring about the pacification of the country. Public works, especially roads, and the encouragement of trade relations would form a large part of this program. The government believed that a period of peace and prosperity would result. The Spanish authorities would not exercise direct control over the tribes of the interior, but the inhabitants would be invited to seek at the hands of competent officials advice and arbitration in their local affairs. Every encouragement would be given for the maintenance of law and order amongst the tribes, and the Spanish government would be prepared to place competent police officers and technical advisers at the disposition of the tribesmen should they so desire. The Spanish government considered that such a policy of sympathy and pacification was the best suited to its own and the tribesmen's interests. But in order that this policy might be successful, they realized that not only must the existing state of war be terminated, but, for their own security in the future, serious and adequate guarantees must also be forthcoming from the tribes. It was the desire to secure these guarantees on which the future policy of pacification so largely depended that influenced the Spanish attitude at Ujda. Every precaution had to be taken to render Spain's garrisons and civil population in her zone immune from surprises in the future. The desire of the Spanish government in this particular comprised interests other than those of Spain alone. Should anarchy continue in the Spanish zone, the neighbouring French protectorate would equally feel the effects, and would be liable at any moment to incursions from over the border. Even more, a prolonged state of anarchy might threaten to reopen the whole Morocco question, which in the interests of European concord and peace was very far from desirable. The Spanish government and their delegates at Ujda were therefore very earnestly intent that any solution of the Rif question that might be arrived at should be of a satisfactory and permanent character. The path of the conference was strewn with thorns, and hedged in on one side by Abdel Krim's intransigence, and on the other by the exigencies of France and Spain. Perhaps all were exaggerated in detail. The meeting of April the 28th disturbed the Rifi delegates, less from the tenor of the Franco-Spanish proposals than from their impracticability in the existing circumstances. The conversations were confined to questions of security in the Rif, and the guarantees that must be given by the Rifis for the maintenance of that security. Under these headings, some mention was made of the complicated international situation that had always to be kept in mind. The first step towards security was, it was agreed, disarmament. Proposals were put forward that included the collection of tribal arms by French and Spanish columns to be sent into the Rif for that purpose. The Rifis argued that it was Abdel Krim, and Abdel Krim alone, who had distributed these arms amongst the tribes, and that only he was capable of confiscating them again. Even in that case, they said, the task was not an easy one. To send European columns into the Rif would inevitably be destined to failure. Disarmament required strong moral persuasion rather than actual force. The Rifi delegates did not dispute the necessity of disarmament, but they raised the strongest objections to the manner in which it was proposed that this measure should be carried out. They went so far as to insist that the presence in the Rif of Franco-Spanish columns for the purpose of disarmament would only render the task impossible. The suspicions that such a measure would awaken amongst the tribesmen would either tempt them to secrete their arms for protection on future occasions, or drive them to acts of hostility. The Rifis accepted the principle of disarmament by their own people to be carried out in the presence of French and Spanish commissions, but they demanded at the same time, in order to protect the population, the installation of some kind of native military police. At the next meeting, held the same afternoon, the question of autonomy was discussed both from a technical and a practical point of view. The explanation was a long and difficult one, and tired both the propounder and the Riffi audience. No one expected the Riffi delegates to accept the French and Spanish proposals in the form in which they were presented. A long discussion and some amendments were evidently necessary, but it was clear from the beginning that Abdel Krim's instructions to his representatives left but little chance of a successful issue. It had been he who had proposed the calling of a conference, and who had protested his readiness to treat on terms which, in principle, he had already accepted as a basis of negotiation. But when these terms came to be discussed, the divergence between what he was prepared to accept and what France and Spain could offer was a very wide one. Outside the conference, every effort was made to persuade the Riffi delegates to adopt a more reasonable attitude, but it was obvious that they dared not exceed the instructions that they had received from Abdel Krim. What appeared to be the first and principal error of the Riffis was their refusal to release the French and Spanish captives in exchange for the Riffi prisoners. It was only later that the reason was known. When the conference was over, most of the prisoners were dead, and Abdel Krim dared not disclose this fact. To have released the survivors would have brought upon the scene a band of miserable, sick and broken men, with a few women and children. The Riffi delegates could not face the outcry that would have arisen at this evidence of the barbarity with which these wretched people had been treated. It was only on the last day of the conference that Si Muhammad Azarkan gave me this reason for their stubborn refusal to release this band of sufferers. "We cannot," he said. "Their plight would horrify Europe." Even then he did not confess that not one Spanish officer was left alive, much less that they had died under the most suspicious circumstances. There is no doubt that the Riffis must at this moment have deeply regretted their cruelty. To have been able to release the prisoners, even in poor condition, would have won them some sympathy and eased the path of negotiations. But they realized how impossible it was to do so, and refused, not because they had any desire to retain them, but because they knew that such an exhibition of suffering, after their many protestations that the prisoners were being well treated, would have been fatal to their cause. I had written on more than one occasion during the previous 2 years to Abdel Krim about the prisoners, and had, at the request of certain personages, attempted to intervene in order to obtain some alleviation of the captivity of the 2 Franciscan friars and their 2 or 3 boy pupils who had been captured while walking near Tetuan. With reference to the treatment of the prisoners, Abdel Krim wrote to me that they were being as well provided for as his own Rif soldiers, that there was a scarcity of foodstuffs, but all that he could do was being done for them. A little later on I was assured that the Franciscans were in security at the Zawiya of the Sharifs of Akamlich, that they were living apart from the other prisoners, and that the 2 or 3 schoolboys were with them. I was told that they had planted a little garden and were teaching the Riffis horticulture, and that they were much respected. This message reached me direct from Abdel Krim. At that moment the priests and boys were all dead, victims of barbaric treatment. At Ujda, the principal Spanish delegate, Senor Lopez Olivan, appealed to me to ask the Riffi delegates to do all in their power for a Spanish prisoner officer who was reported ill. He was in need of some kind of surgical appliance for an injured arm, and I was particularly requested to see if I could assure its being sent to the Rif. His mother, broken down with her long sorrow, her son had been a prisoner 2 years, was at Ujda. I spoke at once to the Riffi delegates. Cade Hadou gave me a solemn assurance that he himself had sent, by aeroplane from Terret, the surgical appliance, and that it had been delivered to the sick man, who had been separated from the other prisoners and was being well looked after in a room by himself. He was receiving every attention, and was better. Azarkan confirmed this information and told me that, ever since my first letter to Abdel Krim on behalf of this officer, written at the desire and in the name of the two most distinguished ladies in Europe, he had received a special treatment. It was a most deliberate untruth. At the moment that these assurances were given me at Ujda, the officer in question had been dead of ill treatment for several days, and the Riffi delegates were perfectly aware of it. Not only was he dead, but there is every reason to believe that he was, with many others, done to death in the most cruel and brutal manner. Shocking as such revelations are, they are little to be wondered at. The cruelty of the Riffis, not only to outsiders but amongst themselves, is proverbial. The perpetual blood feuds leading to constant murder have inured this hardy race to every kind of suffering, and what they perpetrate on others they bear themselves with wonderful endurance. All through these 5 years of continual warfare, they had had none but the most primitive native medical aid, and, in spite of their terrible sufferings from artillery fire and from bombing from the air, they had never given in. The Rif had been devastated by war, by sickness, and by famine. In almost every village the wounded lay without treatment and without medicaments, with nothing to alleviate their suffering or to ease their pain beyond the very primitive remedies of the country. Is it to be wondered at that they treated the French and Spanish prisoners badly? Nor had cruelty been confined to their side alone. There had been reprisals on more than one front, and reprisals as base and as barbarous as those practised by the Riffis themselves. In one respect at least they were worse, for they were perpetrated by a European army engaged, under what amounted to a mandate from Europe, in restoring peace or order in a distressed country. What is more, until the Marquess d'Estella issued in November of last year stringent orders to put a stop to those reprisals once and for all, they had received official sanction. Happily his orders were obeyed, and the cruelties have ceased, one may hope forever. The governments that accept the great responsibilities of restoring order and introducing civilization into such countries as Morocco are aware, as a rule, of the nature of the people amongst whom their work will lie. They must realize, if not by their own experience, at least from that of others, that should warfare ensue it must be carried on under great difficulties and at great loss, and with people whose ideas of war are totally opposed to those of Europe. The Riffis, a sturdy people renowned throughout Morocco for their morality and endurance, were equally well known to be treacherous and cruel. They could be counted upon to resist the invaders by every means in their power and to massacre them if they ever got the chance. After the fall of Agnoal in July 1921, the chance presented itself, and the Riffis perpetrated every possible horror and committed every possible act of treachery. They slew and tortured and mutilated wholesale. Was it to be expected that they would do anything else? They did it because fate had given them the opportunity, and because they thought it the best method to treat an alien, and, to them, infidel army that had threatened their independence and their country. It was horrible, but natural. Their treatment of the prisoners was equally horrible, but not surprising. All warfare is cruel, and those who engage in it must expect to reap cruelty. The Riffis ill-treated, and no doubt in some cases deliberately murdered, the Spanish and French prisoners. The French and Spanish dropped hundreds of tons of high-explosive bombs upon the villages of the Riffis and Jabala. The Spaniards used gas. But, in my opinion, the most cruel, the most wanton, and the most unjustifiable act of the whole war was the bombing of the open town of Szechuan in 1925, when every male inhabitant capable of bearing arms was known to be absent, by a squadron of volunteer American airmen with the French Flying Corps. A number of absolutely defenceless women and children were massacred, and many others were maimed and blinded. By April the 30th, the negotiations at Ujda had reached what can only be described as an impasse. The unfortunate situation had arisen over the question of autonomy. For 2 days the French and Spanish delegates had been putting before their Riffi colleagues the views of their governments on the measure of autonomy which the Rif should enjoy. It was pointed out to them that the Rif was inseparable from the rest of Morocco, insofar as all treaties were binding on the entire country, and that the Sultan was the sovereign of the whole Moorish Empire. The French and Spaniards proposed, therefore, an autonomy which, while granting a large measure of home rule to the Rif, included the controlling right of the Sultan, or of the government or individual to whom the Sultan might delegate his authority. Such a state of autonomy could only be granted after the recognition by the Rifis of the Franco-Spanish Treaty of 1904, the original agreement by which France and Spain came to terms as to their respective zones. The international situation necessitated also the recognition of the Algeciras Act of 1906, which, amongst other things, regulates the open door and commercial equality in Morocco, and of the mining law of 1914, which equally applies to the whole country. It is quite evident that neither the French and Spanish governments nor the Sultan could grant any form of autonomy to the Rif that did not include the formal recognition of these existing international arrangements. This recognition was therefore insisted upon by the French and Spanish delegates, and refused by the Rifis. Many of the details of the system of the proposed Rifian autonomy had already been discussed, and on the whole the Rifis considered the French and Spanish proposals generous, but complicated and likely to give rise to misunderstandings. It was clear to everyone, except the Rifis themselves, that they were quite incapable, from want of experience and education, of organising or directing an independent government except under close supervision, and with the assistance of trained European advisers, a system they certainly did not desire to accept, for they realised, and justly, that it would mean control. They therefore refused to accept any form of autonomy that included the possibility of foreign supervision, or recognition of existing treaties. In fact, if not in words, they returned to Abdel Krim's original demand for entire independence. The Rifi reply to the other points was as follows. On the subject of Abdel Krim's withdrawal from the Rif, they accepted the principle that it might be advisable for him to retire into private life after the introduction of the new regime. Under very considerable pressure, they agreed to hand over at once the women and children prisoners, and the sick, but insisted on retaining the rest including those whose deaths they had not dared to divulge. They were prepared to recognise the Sultan's authority on all religious questions, and to send deputations on the various feasts, as is the custom of all tribes of Morocco, to the Sultan's court with expressions of loyalty and the presentation of tribute in the form of gifts. On disarmament, they maintained their demand that the tribes should be disarmed by Abdel Krim and the Rifi authorities, and not by French and Spanish columns sent to the Rif for that purpose, as was proposed. Pending the installation of a military police, sufficient arms must be left in each tribe for defensive purposes. The arms, when collected, could be counted and destroyed by the French and Spanish commissions. The Rifi reply, embodying these views, was presented to the French and Spanish delegates at the following day's meeting. It was looked upon as bringing matters to an impasse, and the atmosphere of Ujda was charged with pessimism. On May the 2nd, Si Muhammad Azarkan and Kaid Hadou left Ujda for the Rif to consult Abdel Krim once more, and to ask for his definite decision, more especially to the demand by the French and Spanish governments for the immediate release of the prisoners. This journey of 2 Rifi delegates was undertaken after 2 official statements had been issued on the evening of May the 1st by the French and Spanish delegations conjointly. The shorter of these 2 official communiques stated that the French and Spanish delegates had informed the Rifi delegation that an acceptance in principle of the conditions, which had previously been notified to them, together with the liberation of all the prisoners detained in the Rif, was required before May the 8th. The French and Spanish governments reserved full liberty of action if these conditions were not complied with by that date. The second and longer document restated the original conditions of April the 11th, and the preliminary condition embodying the strategical rectification of front, which, in a spirit of conciliation, had been withdrawn, but was again now put forward. The RIF delegates travelled to Nemont, a little port town on the Algerian coast, whence a French torpedo boat conveyed them to the RIF coast near Alhucemas, where they landed. A ride of 25 miles brought them to Targhist, Abdel Krim's headquarters since the Spanish occupation of Ujda. It was there that the final decision of the RIFIs was taken. Abdel Krim refused to accept the conditions. The return of Azar Khan and Kaid Hadou to Ujda, without the prisoners, was deplored. It had been hoped up to the last moment that at least on this point Abdel Krim would yield. It was still not known that all the Spanish officers had died, nor was the terrible state of the survivors realized. The refusal to release them was put down to intransigence on the part of Abdel Krim. The real reason was fear. End of Section 8. Section 9 of France, Spain, and the RIF, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 13. Surrender of Abdel Krim. The Ujda conference was over, and the little town that had, for a few weeks, worn an unaccustomed air of movement and animation, retired once more into its habitual state of peaceful inactivity. The Spanish and French delegations proceeded home via Fez and Rabat, and the RIFIs had already left for the RIF. There are some who claim that neither France nor Spain really endeavoured to arrive at peace, and that the conference was merely to give satisfaction to the anti-war parties at home. This is certainly not true. The French government, beset with every kind of annoyance, responsibility and worry in Europe, was undoubtedly anxious to come to terms with Abdel Krim. The Spaniards were in any case prepared to accept peace, though perhaps less anxious to obtain it, but it was unjust to suspect that either government was influenced by anything except a real desire to put an end to the war in Morocco. That they failed was not their fault. It had been clearly stated to the RIFI delegates that the French and Spanish governments reserved their entire liberty of action should Abdel Krim refuse the terms offered. It was therefore no surprise when, immediately after the conference had broken up, the campaign was reopened. Everything had been prepared for an advance before the conference met, and those preparations had only been countermanded in order that one last attempt should be made to obtain peace before a renewal of hostilities took place. The situation in May 1926 was very different from that which existed a year before, when the tribes had attacked the French posts and were sweeping over the whole frontier district. The French had then been caught almost unawares. They had failed to realise the strength of the RIFI forces and the spirit of nationalism that animated them. They had attributed the discomfiture of the Spaniards rather to Spanish incapacity than to the fighting abilities of the RIFIs. There had been a tendency both in France and England to consider the difficulties that Spain met with in Morocco as largely due to her state of unpreparedness and inefficiency. No doubt the Spanish campaign had been prolonged by these causes, and had anyone of the spirit and energy of Primo de Rivera come forward in the past, the reforms which he introduced might long before have been carried out with no little advantage to Spain. But this knowledge of the want of organisation which existed in the Spanish army gave rise to a general estimate of the situation that was certainly at fault. There is no doubt whatever that the French authorities, from the general in command to the youngest officer of the Service de Renseignement, believed that the French front could easily hold back an attempted invasion of the Protectorate territory by the RIFIs. A year had passed since the tribesmen swept over the frontier, necessitating the abandonment of post after post, and during that year, except for the unaccountable delay in the dispatch of troops in the spring and early summer of 1925, everything had been done to remedy the state of affairs. The French had discovered that these Riffi warriors, whom they had until then looked upon as bands of untrained tribesmen, were a foe whose prowess and fighting capacity were of a very high order. They had been attacked here, there, and everywhere, often far behind the line of posts, by an enemy whose mobility was extraordinary, and who was practically invisible, and it was realized that an entirely new system of warfare must be adopted if success was to be achieved. The winter of 1925-26 was one of strenuous preparation, not only in military matters, but also in the political relations with the frontier tribes, whose sudden fall into dissidence had been one of the great surprises of the previous spring and summer. These conversations between the French authorities and the tribesmen were carried on with the thoroughness and skill that render the French so successful in this kind of negotiation. The result was that at the moment at which the Ujda conference broke down, both France and Spain were prepared and well prepared to take the field. The Spanish disembarkation at Alhucemas Bay in the previous September had given the Spaniards a new base from which to advance within easy striking distance of Targhist, Abdel Krim's headquarters. From the south the road lay open to the French, while Spanish columns were in readiness to march westward from the Melilla front. Thus Abdel Krim and his stronghold were threatened on three sides, and his only outlet for escape lay in the mountain district to the west. On May the 8th, two French divisions commanded by Generals Ibo and Dus advanced to the valley of the Wad Kurt, where they were joined by a Spanish force from the east. On May the 19th, these two French divisions, and a third division under General Vanois, occupied Jebel Rokhti and Jebel Zeneb. Continuing their march, they both took up positions on the Wad Nakor and the Wad Gis, two small rivers which eventually reached the sea in Alhucemas Bay. Meanwhile, the Spaniards had reached Tamasint, about halfway between Ajdir, their base, and Targhist, Abdel Krim's headquarters. The suddenness and success of these converging movements spread panic amongst the tribes, and Abdel Krim himself abandoned the district. On May the 23rd, Targhist was taken, and the Beni Qasim and other tribes submitted. Meanwhile, on other parts of the French front, the troops were successfully advancing, and tribe after tribe submitted. It was at this time that Abdel Krim realized that he was defeated, and that the moment had arrived to sue for peace. He accordingly wrote two letters, to Monsieur Stig, the French resident general, and to General Sanjurjo, the Spanish High Commissioner, asking for a cessation of hostilities and a reopening of negotiations which had been abandoned at Ujda. These letters he entrusted to Monsieur Parent, a French gentleman who, in the interests of the welfare of the Christian prisoners in the Rif, had gone to Targhist with Dr. Gaud. There is no doubt that it was largely owing to Monsieur Parent's ability, reputation, and advice that Abdel Krim offered his submission. Here at last was an intermediary whose intervention in the interests of peace had no connection with mining concessions or personal benefits. His mission, undertaken solely for the purpose of bringing hope and relief to the ill-treated prisoners, was admirable, and led to results beyond expectation, for it was to him that Abdel Krim turned for advice when he realized that further resistance was useless. But his first communications were too indefinite for action to be taken upon them, and, after due consideration, the French and Spanish governments decided that no cessation of hostilities could, at that moment, be conceded. This wise decision brought about the almost immediate surrender of the Riffi leader. There are many opinions as to why Abdel Krim refused to accept at Ujda terms that were generous, and which would have secured for the Rif a considerable measure of home rule. There is probably some truth in all of these versions, but after consulting many Riffis who enjoyed the confidence of their leader, insofar as he confided in anyone, I believe that Abdel Krim's refusal to accept the terms was due to the following reasons. On the one hand, he argued that there was a decided want of unanimity amongst the French themselves as to what policy to adopt in regard to the Rif. Abdel Krim was aware, and at Ujda it was very apparent that, while there was a genuine desire to arrive at peace by negotiation on the part of the French government, and the French residency in Morocco, there was also a military party anxious to put an end to the situation by a crushing defeat of the Riffies. Both of these parties were genuinely convinced of their respective policies, but these divergences of opinion no doubt encouraged the Riffies to run the risk of refusing the French terms. The Riffi delegates at Ujda were probably also convinced that the relations of the French and Spanish governments were not sufficiently close and intimate to allow any actual united action. They did not believe that the French forces would invade the Spanish zone, not so much from any hostility on the part of the Spaniards, as from opposition that such an adventure would arouse in France. Abdel Krim looked, too, for intervention, perhaps the intervention of England or America, so rashly held out to him as more than a bare possibility by certain of his English admirers. And still more certainly he looked to the intervention of the French socialists. Such were the Riffi views in as far as they concerned the outside world, but Abdel Krim had also to consider his position in the Rif and his relations with his own people. Apart from all question of the possibilities of Franco-Spanish disinclination to continue the war, for whatever reason it might arise, it would have been difficult for Abdel Krim to have accepted the peace terms offered at Ujda. Generous as they were, they fell far short of what he had promised. The Rif was not yet beaten, and there was no doubt that the tribes, whatever may have been the opinion of some of the more intelligent amongst their members, still believed that the fastnesses of their country could never be invaded by Christian troops. They were prepared, weary though they were of warfare, to continue the struggle. They were convinced that they could hold the Spaniards on any advance that might be attempted from their base at Alhucemas, and they doubted whether the French would pass the frontier of the Protectorate. Abdel Krim and his delegates at Ujda, on the other hand, realized that should the campaign be continued, which they doubted, the Rif could not resist beyond a very short period of time. They were aware of the vast preparations that had been made for the advance, and that the French army had learned by experience the manner of warfare that the situation required. His plan was to await the advance of the French and Spanish troops until the danger of the situation was realized by his tribesmen. Then, declaring that all was lost, he hoped to win the tribes over to accepting the peace terms, which he, too sanguinely, imagined would be those he had refused at Ujda. He would in this way not only make peace with his enemies, but by acting with the consent and on the authority of the tribes, maintain his own position of supremacy in the Rif. Had he accepted the terms offered at Ujda, when the French and Spanish columns were still some distance from the heart of the Rif, he ran the risk, and it was a great risk, of his tribes turning against him. He played his cards accordingly. If anyone, he decided, was to invade his country, it must be the French, because the Rif was in the Spanish zone, and the Spaniards would be likely to remain in any part of the country that they occupied. Not so the French, for once peace was made, they would retire back again across their frontier, leaving the country. Abdel Krim hoped, in his own hands, to govern under some generous form of home rule. He therefore resisted the Spanish advance from Targist far more stubbornly and more effectively than he did that of the French columns advancing northward from the Protectorate. Yet there is no doubt that the Riffi tribes had been desirous that peace should be reached at Ujda. The long campaign had played havoc with their lives and with their property, and they were weary, ill-fed, and decimated by warfare and disease. But the peace they demanded and expected was the peace Abdel Krim had promised, and was still promising them, by word of mouth and in manifestos, the absolute independence of their country. When the negotiations at Ujda broke down, and the tribes learned that once more they were to enter upon a period of renewed hostilities, there was an undoubted wave of discouragement and disappointment. They would fight again, but not with the same dogged determination, for their spirit was breaking. These years of war and misery had eaten deeply into their hearts, and now they had gained neither peace nor victory. The wheel of Abdel Krim's fortune was turning. He had become cruel in these last days. There were many executions. He was still respected, but the respect was due to fear and no longer to affection. With the occupation of Targist, his headquarters, by the French, the moment to carry out his plan had arrived. He meant to obtain the consent of the tribes to the terms of peace by pointing out the presence of the enemy in their very midst. He had held the Spaniards back on their march from the coast. The French would retire to the Protectorate once peace was made. He would still be master in his own house. It was a bold game and skilfully conceived, but it failed. He had not counted upon the effect the presence of the French columns in the very heart of the Rif would have upon the tribesmen. It was almost instantaneous. In spite of all Abdel Krim's promises, in spite of all their sufferings, the tribes realized that the Rif was lost. The unimaginable had happened. Their unconquered race was beaten. The tribes turned against the man who they now accused of having deceived them. And when, on May the 26th, Abdel Krim crossed the French lines in the early morning and gave himself up, he was a refugee fleeing from the revenge of his own people. At the last moment, within a week of his surrender, Abdel Krim made an appeal for British intervention for the third time. The first occasion was on June the 15th, 1925, when a confidential messenger brought me a letter from Abdel Krim for publication in the Times, which stated the objects and aims of his campaign. His messenger, who enjoyed his master's full confidence, at the same time made a fervent appeal on his behalf for the good offices of the British government. Naturally, this was impossible. There was no grounds upon which British intervention could have been offered. It was, of course, refused. The second occasion was on July the 22nd, 1925, when another confidential messenger brought me a long written statement of Abdel Krim's policy and intentions. He again asked for the good offices of the British government. This messenger, like all those of whom Abdel Krim made use, was well trained and well instructed. His long request, based on many arguments, had been learned by heart, for the risk of passing such a request through the Spanish lines was too great for it to be committed to writing. It stated that Abdel Krim was fully aware that the British government could accept no responsibility in the matter, and that all he requested was its initiative and good offices. He asserted that it was the only chance for peace, and begged that the matter might receive consideration. He appealed to British feelings of humanity and Great Britain's sense of justice. Abdel Krim said that he would accept any terms from France and Spain to which Great Britain agreed. His request was naturally refused. It could not be otherwise. It was evident that the British government could in no circumstances intervene in a question that was essentially one between France, Spain, and the Rif. And even if its good offices had been possible, the situation in the Rif and uncertainty as to its future would have rendered any form of intervention undesirable. On this occasion, Abdel Krim made a curious confession. He stated that he was alone, and had no one to turn to for advice, and did not know what terms he ought to accept or offer. He did not, he said, consult his Rifi chiefs on these questions, nor any European in the Rif. Politically, he was at a complete loss what to do. Such Europeans as were with him, he said, were adventurers or deserters, and, beyond teaching his soldiers to drill and to dig trenches, were useless to him. It was the only confession of weakness Abdel Krim ever made to me, till his letter published in the Times of March the 17th, 1926. The reasons why his request for intervention could not be considered were communicated in writing to Abdel Krim, in a letter which, at the same time, advised him to negotiate with the French and the Spaniards direct on the advantageous terms which they were offering him. This desire of Abdel Krim for British intervention was communicated at the time to the French authorities, together with the reply. Abdel Krim was much distressed at this failure to obtain intervention, and, undeterred, he turned his efforts in other directions. He received from other sources encouragement to maintain the fight against France and Spain, and was advised in no circumstances to negotiate with those two powers, which were described as incapable of good faith, and desirous only of obtaining a cessation of hostilities in order to catch the refugees in a trap. In these communications, every hope was held out of ultimate intervention. Confident that certain important names connected with his correspondence carried great weight, Abdel Krim decided to continue the struggle and refused to negotiate on the basis of the generous terms then offered. My message, published in the Times of April 5th, previous to the Ujda conference, called attention to the cruel injury done to the refugees by this raising of false hopes. The French and Spanish governments would have been well advised to include in the conditions of peace the demand that all Abdel Krim's correspondence with Europeans be handed over to those two governments for examination and publication. Some astounding documents would be found, to which not a little of this last year's bloodshed and devastation is due. The possible existence of mines in the Rif, the awakening of cupidity in the Riffies, and the action of foreign financial interests have resulted in the sacrifice of a vast number of lives, French, Spanish, and Riffi. On the approach of the French columns, Abdel Krim had abandoned Targhist and proceeded to Sanada, a zawiya of the Sharifs of Wazan, as the guest of the respected Sidi Ahmedo. Here at least he was safe from any attempt on the part of his tribesmen, because these zawiyas are sanctuaries in the eyes of the natives. It is said, and no doubt truly, that Sidi Ahmedo el-Wazani had never abandoned his respect for the Magzen and the Sultan's dynasty, and that he had never been a very firm supporter of Abdel Krim, nor of the Riffi movement. No doubt Abdel Krim himself was fully aware of this, but he had respected the venerated Sharif's opinions, and had always treated him with deference and respect. It was to him, as a useful mediator, that he went in this moment of crisis, and his assistance that he demanded. It was not refused. At Sanada, Abdel Krim learned of the growing defection of the tribes, and that village after village and district after district were submitting to the Christian invaders. Only a small portion of his own tribe, the Beni Yurigel, remained still faithful to his cause. He determined, in a last hope of being able to maintain the struggle, to attempt to reach a safer part of the Rif, and there, with the tribesmen who remained loyal, and Jabala contingents, to hold out. But he was told that any attempt to leave the region in which he was would certainly end in his own arrest by the tribes. Realizing that the critical situation could not be protracted, he authorized Sidi Ahmedo to enter into direct relations with the commander of the nearest French column, Colonel Corrup. On receiving the important intelligence that Abdel Krim was prepared to come to terms, Colonel Corrup sent two officers, Capitaine Souffron and Lieutenant de Vaisseau Montagne, with a small escort to Sanada. They were bearers of a letter by which France promised to protect the Riffi leader and his family, but which at the same time contained a demand for the immediate release of the Christian prisoners. It was on the afternoon of May the 25th that the two officers reached Sanada, and were introduced by the Sharif into the presence of Abdel Krim. The conversation was difficult and contentious, and the Riffi leader defended himself and his cause with acumen and with dignity. He spoke very bitterly of the Spaniards, and did not disguise the hatred in which he held them. He realized that they would demand revenge, and probably his death or punishment. He heaped recriminations upon the French and Spanish alike, and it was not until after 3 hours of heated conversation that he consented to address a letter to Colonel Corrup in the following terms. To Colonel Corrup, my compliments and my respects. I have received the letter by which you accord me security. I have decided at this moment to come to you. I ask for the protection of France for myself and for my family. As to the prisoners, I have requested that they be set at liberty tomorrow morning. I will let you know the hour of my arrival. It will be before or about midday. Mohammed ben Abdel Krim el-Khattabi. The following morning, accompanied by Monsieur Parent and Dr. Gaud, the prisoners, a band of broken, sick men, crossed the French lines and were free. Abdel Krim on horseback paid a hasty visit to his family at the neighbouring village of Kemam, in order to prepare them for their departure. He returned to Sanada distressed, and exhibiting every sign of depression. It was not unnatural. Once or twice during the morning he announced his intention of abandoning his promised surrender and of continuing the struggle. He was still free, he argued, and at liberty to take what course he pleased. While he held forth on the history and independence of the Rif, a Spanish aeroplane bombarded the outskirts of Sanada, and 3 Riffies were killed. Before daylight the following morning, May the 27th, Abdel Krim mounted his horse at the doorway of the Sharif's house, and, surrounded by the little escort of Spahis that had accompanied the French officers, set out. On the way, soon after leaving the Zawiya, in the clear moonlight a little group of Riffies approached their leader and kissed his stirrup. They asked for his orders, but he rode on in silence. At sunrise, Targhist was reached, and Abdel Krim's surrender was accomplished. It was the exit from the Moorish stage of a very remarkable man. It was, as has been seen, the French who struck the final blow. Abdel Krim had never disguised the fact that his real enemy was Spain, and that he had been brought into the war with the French protectorate solely by the fear of the invasion of the Rif by French forces. He seems always to have considered that at almost every moment of the campaign it was possible to come to terms with France. He felt that the war was unpopular, and that it was always his intention, though he more than once threw away the chances of putting it into practice, to make peace with the French and turn with all his forces against the Spaniards. He never believed in the possibility, or at least the practicability, of the Franco-Spanish Entente, and was convinced that he was capable of keeping his 2 enemies apart. There is no doubt that in this he was for a time successful. By skillful propaganda, for the publication of which he had no difficulty in finding agents among the journalists of all countries, by appeals to the sympathy, political or humanitarian, of the public, by promises of concessions to international adventurers, Abdel Krim was able to keep the world informed of his aims, his movements, and his intentions, and to obtain sympathy. He certainly succeeded in attracting an immense amount of attention to these northern districts of Morocco. Nor was this attention ill-placed. The struggle of the Riffies for independence, for on the part of the tribes it was a struggle for independence, obtained a merited sympathy and was full of interest. It mattered little if behind the scenes there were ulterior and less patriotic motives, the existence of mines of supposed enormous wealth, a craving for power. Of that only very few Riffies were aware, and the tribes were genuinely struggling, as they were bidden to struggle, for the independence of their country, for the freedom of their race. They did not realize that had Abdel Krim been successful, they would in reality have obtained neither. They would have remained under a despot, a capable and clever despot, it is true, who would have never ceded his rights of life and death, and whose intention it was to rule as an autocrat. Perhaps he knew the Riffi tribes well enough to be convinced that it was the only manner in which they could be governed. It is not easy to judge the personal motives of Abdel Krim from the moment when, after Annual in 1921, he took command of the Riffi forces and became the national hero of his country. No doubt his ambitions increased with his successes. There seems every reason to believe that his first motive, after he escaped from imprisonment in Melilla, was almost solely revenge. His hatred of the Spaniard was intense, unreasonable, though in his case comprehensible. He had worked with them, apparently to his own and their satisfaction. If he complained of their corruption, he was certainly guilty of having participated in it. It is possible that at the termination of the Great War, he saw many of his hopes dispersed. His close relations with German mining groups, encouraged by the Spanish authorities, had led him to look forward to a future of prosperity and wealth. But the victory of the Allies rendered necessary a change of policy on the part of Spain, and a discontinuance of official protection and encouragement to German interests in the Spanish zone. There is no doubt that Abdel Krim had looked with no disapproving eye upon the advance of the Spanish troops into the Rif in 1918, for it meant the eventual, and he may have hoped speedy, opening up of the rich mineralized district from which he intended to extract his full measure of the profit. For him, the Spanish advance merely freed the way to German industry. But when, in 1919, Spanish policy changed, German influence waned, and Abdel Krim's visions of fortune faded. He quarrelled with the Spaniards and was imprisoned. He escaped imbued with an intense hatred of Spain and an all-absorbing desire for revenge. What had passed between him and General Silvestri has never been disclosed. All that is known is that they had quarrelled, and that words had been uttered that could neither be forgotten nor forgiven. Probably it was nothing more than a conflict between two men of deep feelings and little restraint. The quarrel may have been, of itself, of little importance, but its consequences were great. That no national sentiment stirred Abdel Krim to resist the Spaniards in their invasion of the Rif has often been stated. It is erroneous, and there is no doubt that as time went on the Rifi leader was largely influenced by a desire for the freedom and independence of the Rif. It is probable that this patriotic sentiment might never have come to the fore had it not been for the more personal aims that originated his campaign. I should be inclined to put the successive phases of Abdel Krim's motives in the following order: revenge, the acquisition of wealth, personal ambition, the independence of the Rif. The latter was owing not little to the contagion of the enthusiasm that he had succeeded in awakening amongst the tribesmen, as well as a means to an end. But there seems no doubt that, genuine as may have been Abdel Krim in his protestations of patriotism, it was his hatred of the Spaniard and his personal desire for revenge, so typical a characteristic of the Rifi people, that originated, underlay, and influenced all his actions. Section break. With the surrender of Abdel Krim, the war in the Rif came to an end. It had been his personality alone that had held together the federation of the tribes, and spurred them on to such prolonged resistance. His courage, his endurance, his handling of a situation that was always precarious, and often appeared hopeless, had brought the Rif through 5 years of almost unceasing war, unparalleled in colonial history. With the exception of certain arms purchased in and introduced from Europe and Algeria, the Rifis had fought throughout with weapons captured from their enemies. When the surrender came about, the Rifi and Jabala tribesmen were in possession of 135 cannon, over 40,000 rifles, 240 machine guns, and large quantities of bombs and ammunition. All cannon, the machine guns, and most of the rifles and other material they had captured from the Spanish and French armies. By the end of 1926, the whole of this vast accumulation had been handed over to the Spaniards, with the exception of about 10,000 rifles, which yet remained in the hands of the Jabala tribes. The endurance of all these mountain tribesmen, ill-nourished, ill-clothed, practically unpaid, and without medical assistance, can only be described as admirable. There was no situation, however desperate, no suffering, however severe, that they did not face without complaint and without hesitation. If their methods and their reprisals were open to criticism, their spirit was above all praise. But the task was too great. With the disappearance from the scene of their leader, whose surrender and escape gave rise to unanimous disapproval amongst the tribes, they disbanded and returned to their own districts. For a few months they remained sullenly watching the Spanish advance, as the army occupied their country. The massacres and outrages they had expected never occurred, and instead of being imbued with a feeling of hatred and revenge, they found the invading army carrying out its work with every consideration for the welfare of the population. The Spanish soldiers' lot, and many of them were natives, was a happy one compared with what they themselves had suffered in Abdel Krim's service. Fighting was now rare, and the principal duty of the advancing columns was the restoration of order and the introduction of peace. One by one the Rifi soldiers of Abdel Krim came down from their mountain fastnesses, and by the end of 1926, Spain possessed in Africa no finer body of men than the picked 1,500 Riffies of the Beni Uriagel tribe, who only a comparatively few months ago had formed the backbone of their enemy's forces. During the autumn months, this Riffi contingent has fought brilliantly against their former allies, the Jabala, in the interests of Spain. Obedient, cheerful, courageous, and well-trained in Abdel Krim's harsh service, they form ideal troops. The hopes of peace for the Rif, which they once reposed in their own leader, have now been transferred to the Spaniards, whom they have learned to trust. God had given victory to the strongest, and the Rif had been bled white. That last advance of the French and Spaniards, and the ensuing surrender had left them abandoned and disheartened, but with sense of duty done, they had held out until the very end. To settle down to work in their devastated and abandoned fields was impossible. The spirit of the warrior was paramount. They enlisted in the Spanish army, a band of volunteers ready to fight as valiantly for Spain and for the restoration of order as they had fought in resisting the Spanish invasion. There could be no better proof that the pacification of the Rif by the Spaniards is not any longer an insurmountable problem, and that already the cooperation of the people is won. The Riffi is laborious and intelligent. In a generation he will be on par with the Spaniard of Morocco. In 2 generations it is more than probable that he will be ahead of him, for he comes into the field after centuries of survival of the fittest, hampered by inexperience, but the offspring of white ancestors, and with a mentality on par with that of the races of Europe. His strength and stamina leave nothing to be desired. As long as the Riffi race survives, there is hope for Morocco. While in the north, the Riffis were enlisting in the Spanish army and settling back onto their lands. Those of the south, suffering still from the famine which this long period of warfare had caused, were migrating into the French protectorate with their families. Long straggling lines of tired immigrants, men, women, and children, with a few donkeys, and now and again cattle, marched southward towards Fez to be received with every kindness and assistance by the French authorities. Collected at first into large camps, for they had no shelter and no means of procuring any, they were gradually given work on the farms and agricultural estates of the northern districts of the French protectorate. It says much for the reputation of the French that almost immediately after the termination of the war, these wild tribesmen ventured with their women and children to throw themselves upon the hospitality of their enemies of yesterday, knowing no harm would befall them. Horrible, cruel as has been the whole period of the Rif War, it seems that it has led to the advent of happier days. The hatred of race and religion seems to be stamped out, and a mutual goodwill, a mutual desire for peace and for a better understanding, to have taken its place. Meanwhile, Abdel Krim was removed from the front to Taza, where his family and belongings, conveyed on over 200 mules, arrived a little later. With him were his uncle, his brother Sid Muhammad, who had been his commander-in-chief, Sid Muhammad Azarkan, the foreign minister, and Sid Ahmed Shedi. They all received from the French authorities a courteous and respectful treatment. It was the desire of Monsieur Stig, the able resident general of France in Morocco, that the Riffi chieftain should be neither exalted nor humiliated, but in time forgotten. Abdel Krim remained at Taza till June the 5th, when he and his companions were brought to Fez and lodged in a sumptuous residence which had been prepared for their reception. The question of his legal status and the plans and proposals for his future caused very considerable discussion, particularly between Paris and Madrid. It was no secret that the Spanish government desired a full judicial inquiry to be held into Abdel Krim's past actions, more particularly his barbaric treatment of the Spanish prisoners, but the terms on which he had surrendered to the French had to be taken into account. He was a prisoner of war whose security and that of his family had been guaranteed. That he could be put upon his trial was out of the question. It was even reported that at one moment the Spanish government was prepared to demand his being handed over to the Spanish authorities on the grounds that he was a rebel against Spain, which was true to the extent that he had been in Spanish service. But if such was ever the intention of Madrid, wiser counsels prevailed. The only safe and certain policy to pursue was, as Monsieur Stig proposed, to allow Abdel Krim to be forgotten. It was not until Abdel Krim had arrived in Fez that the tribesmen of the remoter parts of the Rif, of Hamara and the Jabala, began to realize what had happened. The surrender had been so sudden, so unexpected, that the reports which spread quickly through the tribes were discredited and considered as enemy propaganda put abroad by the Spaniards and the French. On June the 7th, the Spanish government announced that it was its intention to carry out the occupation of the whole Spanish zone, and no longer to limit its activities to the districts lying behind the Primo line, and to the newly acquired districts of the Rif. This decision simplified the whole question as between France and Spain, and was the origin of a common policy in both zones. At the same time, it was decided in principle to delimit the frontier between the French Protectorate and the Spanish zone with as little delay as possible. It is a curious fact that though the Jabala tribes had been slow to adhere to Abdel Krim's campaign, and had awaited the downfall of Raisuli before doing so, they were the last to abandon their fallen chief. They hesitated, showing none of the readiness of the Rifis to accept a fait accompli, even when they were certain that Abdel Krim was a prisoner. In this was apparent the difference in the characteristics of the two races. The Rifi, hard-headed, practical, and influenced by a sense of his own welfare, perceived at once which course to pursue. The Jabala, excitable, ready to follow any leader on almost any crusade, however impracticable, clung to the lost cause and refused to see reason. It was the Rifis who had led them to acknowledge the supremacy of Abdel Krim, that the Rifis themselves had surrendered to the Spaniards, that Abdel Krim had, as they now knew, passed over to the enemy, that the Spaniards would concentrate all their forces against themselves, did not deter the Jabala from continuing the struggle. They should have realized how ineffectual in the end their resistance must prove, deprived of the Rifi block on their flank, and of their supplies of arms and ammunition, which all came from the Rif. Yet they determined to maintain the struggle alone, and added to their Spanish enemies their former Rifi allies. They drove Abdel Krim's representatives and contingents from the country, and threw off the recently imposed Rifi yoke. At Szechuan, a native of the Akhmas tribe, by name Ujda, seized the town in the name of the Jabala and proclaimed its independence. He was unable to maintain his own ascendancy, but his action put an end to the Rifi domination in that district. But the Jabala tribes were no longer united. The stern restraining hand of a Raisuli or an Abdel Krim was lacking. For the purpose of choosing a leader, a meeting of the tribesmen was called in June at the sacred tomb of Mulai Abdesalam ben Mashish in the Beni Aros. Ould el-Far was not confirmed in his position as chief of the Federation of the Tribes, in spite of the fact that at that moment he virtually held Szechuan, the key of the Jabala position. The gathering, after several days' deliberation, chose, in order to escape worse confusion, an almost unknown personage as their leader, the Sharif Sid Abdesalam ben Hassan, a man of holy descent, but no political or military importance. His election was, in fact, a compromise amongst the several claimants for the leadership of the tribes. Any other choice would have led to dissension, and possibly intertribal war. Meanwhile, rapid progress was being made in the pacification of the Rif. The Spaniards were occupying the country without resistance, and by the end of June the tribes had delivered up over 12,000 rifles and other arms. The people were invited to nominate their own caids and officials, and lands confiscated by Abdel Krim were restored to their rightful owners. The Rif seemed to have entered upon a period of peace, with every promise of prosperity, such as it had never been known in the past. Under Abdel Krim, the intertribal and interfamily blood feuds had been suppressed. Under the Spaniards, there were no signs of their renewal. They had existed from time immemorial for the reason that a state of anarchy had always prevented the introduction of any form of justice capable of executing its judgments. The only remedy was self-protection, and self-protection is easily misunderstood. It not unnaturally gave birth to an almost universal feud. But under Abdel Krim there had been a central administration to which appeals for justice could be made, and there is no doubt that, arbitrary as were his acts, a very fair measure of justice existed under his regime. The Spaniards on their occupation of the Rif had only to take advantage of this situation. They inherited the Rifi government's place as supreme arbiter, and accepting the customs of the country as a line of conduct, continued to administer justice. The disputants who had appealed to Abdel Krim found an even more equitable form of justice being administered, which, though its origin was Christian and foreign, yet complied with the unwritten laws and customs of their country, where the Quranic code has only been partially adopted. The Jabala tribesmen remained on alert, but with the exception of small attacks upon convoys, and now and again resistance to the Spanish advances, they attempted no action of any real importance. In early August the Spaniards were back in Szechuan, without having to fight a single battle. The same tribes that had so furiously attacked the Spanish troops during the costly retirement in 1924 now watched their return with apparent complete indifference. Two facts explain the facility of the Spanish occupation of the Rif: the victory of the combined Franco-Spanish forces, and the new policy and attitude adopted by the Spanish authorities themselves in their relations with the natives. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of this change of policy. General Primo de Rivera's orders for the total suppression of all forms of reprisals on the enemy, and there had been many in the past, and for the treatment of the natives with kindness and consideration under all circumstances, bore immediate fruit. The moment the Rifis realized that they could submit with safety, that their lives and property, and their women and children, would be respected, they hesitated no longer to come in. The Spanish soldier is by instinct and nature of a kindly disposition. The excesses of which the troops had been guilty, until General Primo de Rivera put a stop to reprisals, were due undoubtedly to a sort of hereditary tradition that seems to have been innate in the Spanish army at all periods of its history, from the time of the invasion of America. How superficial it was has now been demonstrated. One severe order issued by the President of the Spanish Directory put an end to it, and Spain has gained in every way by his act. There is no reason whatever why the good relations between the Spaniards and the Rifis should not be permanently maintained. On August the 28th, Abdel Krim left Casablanca for the island of Réunion, which had, by mutual agreement between the French and Spanish governments, been chosen as his place of exile. 23 members of his family accompanied him, including his brother and uncle. His departure left the Moors indifferent. In a country where everything is considered as directly ordained by God, a fall from power means a fall from memory. The man whose name had, only a few months before, been world known, who had played so important a part in the recent history of Morocco, passed into exile and oblivion. The autumn brought no untoward incident to mar the progress of pacification. Small bands of Jabala tribesmen still caused annoyance to the Spaniards and to the French in the districts near Wazan, but these purely local affairs were of no real import, and were the natural consequence of events. Large districts in those regions had never been explored, much less occupied, and the physical difficulties of the country prevented any immediate advance. But little by little, by military measures and by political preparation, the Spaniards penetrated the wild mountains of Homara, and today, in the last week of 1926, their work of occupation is practically accomplished. There are still Jabala tribes to disarm, and Jabala bands to disperse, but the future is full of hope. Early in November, Ahmedo Herrero, Abdel Krim's lieutenant in the northern Jabala districts, was killed while resisting, with his followers, the advance of a Spanish column in the Beni Adir country. He had been a staunch follower of Raisuli until a quarrel drove him over to the Rifi side, in the days before the Jabala had recognised the Rifi supremacy. It was he who had been instrumental in bringing about the federation of the Jabala and Rifis, and it had been at his invitation that Abdel Krim had sent Rifi authorities to govern the western tribes. His first act had been the capture of Tazrut and the surrender of his former master Raisuli. Of all the Jabala tribesmen, Ahmedo Herrero had been Spain's most energetic and capable enemy. Young, he was under 30 when he was killed, honest, energetic, and courageous. He was a born leader of men, and no undertaking was too venturous for him to engage in. It was he who had brought the famous Rifi gun to the heights overlooking Tetuan, and for a long time carried on a desultory bombardment of the capital of the Spanish zone. The Spanish authorities had done their best to come to terms with him, and negotiations had more than once been opened. But his demands were exorbitant. Nothing less than a position little short of that which Raisuli had at one time occupied would satisfy him. He asked to be made the practically independent Cade of the Jabala, with an army of his own, to be armed and paid by Spain. Naturally, such terms were impossible to grant. He was shot at the front of his men, fighting desperately to resist the advance. He died within an hour or two, and the Jabala contingents, bearing the body of their young chief, retired into the mountains of the Beni Arros. Near the sacred tomb of Mulai Abdeslam ben Mashish they buried him. His loss was a great blow to the tribes, and has facilitated not a little the Spanish task. The disappearance of such a leader could not but cause great damage to the cause he had so stubbornly defended. He was one of the most romantic and most courageous figures of the war. The winter rains had already begun to fall, and although the Spaniards continued to occupy suitable positions in the Jabala country, all possibility of a general clearing-up campaign in that region was out of the question. Not only do the rivers and streams become unfordable at this period of the year, but the mud and wet render any progress very difficult. The cold, too, this winter has been extreme, and at the end of December much of the Jabala highlands was under snow. There were heavy falls on Christmas Day at Tetuan and at Fez, a very rare occurrence. The situation in both the French Protectorate and the Spanish Zone at the end of December 1926 was eminently satisfactory. The Spaniards still had some work to do amongst the Jabala, where certain of the tribes had not yet been disarmed. In the Rif the tranquillity was absolute, and there Spain's task seems, at long last, satisfactorily accomplished. Should the present policy of pacification and goodwill be continued, there should be no change in the situation. In the French Protectorate there is peace. After the surrender of Abdel Krim, the military authorities turned their attention to the Taza district, occupying, after a short and brilliant little campaign, the high mountains of that region. Further south, near the valley of the Wad El Abid, a little movement of revolt was easily suppressed. Within a few weeks of the end of the Rif campaign, large numbers of these hardy tribesmen, with their women and children, came down from their mountain districts to find food and work in the French zone. They were kindly received, looked after, and distributed over the neighbouring districts where work in the fields was found for them. Their confidence in the French was manifest, and warranted. The enemy of yesterday has become the friend and protector of today. End of Section 9. End of France, Spain, and the Rif, Part 2, by Walter Burton Harris.